CIA agent is admitting to a room full of people that he actively spies on their conversations with their kids. But rest assured, the kind of people who attend CIA lectures are the kind of people whose grandkids stopped speaking to them years ago. And we'll probably forget everything in this lecture in an hour once their bingo game starts.
Has anybody here been involved in weapons testing? A few hands up.
Now, just to be clear for all the nerds out there, this guy right here is technically an NSA agent, not a CIA agent. But for the rest of this video, when I say CIA, I mean CIA, DIA, NSA, NRO, and every other US intelligence institution. I feel like I'm in the laundry aisle whenever I talk about the US government's monstrous global surveillance apparatus. You know, for the rest of this video,
I didn't even know
Ultra-Oxy, Free
there
and
were that
Gentle,
many.
Original, Downey, it's all the CIA. We're talking about US spy bases here. But Pine Gap wasn't always this hub for global surveillance. For 75,000 years, this place was the home of Indigenous Australians, who are planet Earth's oldest human civilization. And then white people showed up. They kind of came out of nowhere 200 years ago and
white
genocided
people,
the original Australians,
boo.
which conveniently made the outback a lot more spacious and offered some much-needed privacy for civilized games of croquet or maybe a massive secret CIA base.
Tomato,
So, with
tomato.
the traditional owners of the land out of the way, everything was going well for the CIA in Australia until the 60s, when all these people inexplicably started dyeing their clothes and doing acid and making weird noises. But the one thing these hippies did, which wasn't, super annoying, was they decided they don't really like the idea of a shadowy organization that wants to spy on you and control the world. And in Australia, this meant there were constant protests and waves of people trying to break into this giant American spy base in the middle of the outback. But let's be real, no one cares what thousands of hippies have to say. Like, the real issue for the CIA came in the 70s when we elected a new leader, a guy called Gough Whitlam. Now, he was super unique, firstly because his name's Gough. Like, what the fuck is that? I've never met a guy called Gough. You've definitely never met a guy called Gough. Wikipedia doesn't show any other mentions of another person with the first name Gough. It's just a crazy, made-up name that'll never, ever exist ever again. But the other thing that made him unique is that he wanted an independent Australia that wasn't going to be bullied by foreign superpowers. He pulled Australian troops out of Vietnam, and the Americans were like, "What the fuck are you doing, Gough? I thought we had something special. Remember that time we got all those children and burnt them alive? Well, you're turning your back on all these fun times we had." And like a classic toxic boyfriend, the CIA started bugging Australian Parliament and surveilling Gough's party. And when Gough found out,
oh my
he responded
God,
by threatening to close Pine Gap. And this was a step too far for the Americans. The CIA saw Gough as a serious threat, so they simply orchestrated a coup to get rid of the democratically elected leader of Australia. So how did the Americans
that's
get rid of our
crazy, because
Prime
it's like, what?
Well, it turns
Oh
out
my
there's this
God.
completely symbolic position in Australian government called the Governor-General. It's a bullshit remnant of the English monarchy, an unelected person whose only job is to dress like a fucking idiot and rubber stamp everything that the Parliament votes on. So a guy called John Kerr was the Governor-General at the time, and coincidentally, he was also secretly working for the Americans. The CIA called him Our Man Kerr. They were paying for all his travel and generally showering him with money so he could, buy as many stupid hats as he wanted. And even more coincidentally, it turned out there was this dusty old law that said the Governor-General has the power to dismiss the Prime Minister. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, this has never ever happened before. The CIA essentially terminated the democratically elected leader of Australia.
Oh my God, they're so... They literally are just like a toxic ex.
He was replaced with a more subservient Prime Minister who immediately renewed Pine Gap's contract, and no leader ever since has dared to question all the secret CIA bases spread across our country. Now, we all know about the Americans and their little hobby of getting rid of democratically elected leaders in enemy countries in the third world. But it turns out they do this to their friends too.
In Canada, Governor-General has
that our island was just a
ceremonial power
giant
to do
US
whatever
military
they want,
base,
but actually
and
does
no form of
nothing.
democracy would ever get in the way of that.
Oh.
And by the way, calling Australia a giant US military base isn't an exaggeration. These top secret American bases are literally everywhere.
I'm massaging
like
my leg. It
what the fuck
hurts
is this?
because I hit it
It's
earlier.
even more secretive than Pine Gap. They're the tallest man-made structures in the Southern Hemisphere, but we have no idea what they're doing. All we know is that every now and then when a passenger plane flies near it, it mysteriously malfunctions and suddenly plunges to the ground, prompting the International Pilots Association to say, well, we don't know what the American military is doing there, and we don't want to know, but we'd like our planes not to fly there anymore. Now look, all of you know that we're obviously very patriotic, true blue Australians, and unlike this weak and cowardly and pathetic International Pilots Association who choose to just ignore the problem, we think we deserve to know what's going on in our own country, right? So, obviously we don't have any experience sneaking into a CIA base, let alone the most important one. So we decided to speak to a lovely lady called Donna. a member of a group
Donna.
called Christians Against All Terrorism, who somehow managed to sneak into the base back in 2006.
So how did you actually get into
Well, we weren't great. Like, we're not sleuths. I've never broken into anything before. We kind of didn't know what to do. So one of our crew went to Bunnings and bought bolt cutters. It was all on camera and everything, and later came out in court.
How the fuck does Hassan get brought into this? Like, what are we talking about right now? What? Critiquing America, that's why? Politics, they went on their friends. Okay, so can I fucking watch a YouTube video? Can I just watch a fucking YouTube video without you guys bringing up Hassan? I don't give a fuck if you hate or love Hassan. Fucking place. Okay? Place. Your chat full of Palestine lovers. Oh, kill yourself. Freak. In real life. In game.
Court, the Bunnings guy testified that Brian went
My
and bought these
God.
bolt cutters.
Waterboarding some poor Bunnings employee to get this information out of him.
This actually took place on the same planet where Hassan lives. I think that must be why. Dude, you guys are so like, oh my God, so obsessed. I feel like I genuinely, Hassan lover, Hassan hater, I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up about Hassan. Let me watch a fucking YouTube video in peace, okay?
Now, Donna explained to us that one of the ways we justify having a brutal top secret CIA base in the middle of Australia is by technically calling it a US-Australian joint defense facility. So while it's run entirely by the CIA...
She keeps talking about it because it just happened. Are you stupid? What do you mean? It just happened. It's been happening the past 9 minutes. And she keeps talking about it. Can I speak? Actually, no. You can go kill yourself too. Bye.
Australians are meant to have some kind of like symbolic role in it as well.
Are there any Australian staff working upon
I'm not allowed to speak on my own stream anymore.
Cleaners, catering.
Place.
I don't think they're in charge.
Now, Donna obviously couldn't just drive through the front gate, so they set out on a 6-hour trek in the middle of the night over desert mountains to get in this way.
Worst
But the
time
weirdest
zone.
part is that
Worst
they told
fucking
the
time
defense
zone.
minister the exact night they were planning to
Guys,
sneak
just
in.
hold on for
They
2
said
more
that they were
hours.
Aussie
It'll be good
citizens who were
again.
concerned about war crimes, and they
Hey there, fellow Palestine lover coming in from Hassan's chat. Just got here. Is this video a demonstration of how else you can torture dogs for getting out of bed?
I hate you. I hate you. I hate Igor. I hate Igor. I fucking hate Igor. Oh, I'm so funny. I'm so funny. Oh, you fucking subscribed for that, or did you get gifted? You did not subscribe. Were you gifted multiple months and you just didn't thank your gifter? I don't believe for a second that you actually subscribed yourself. No, who would do that? Okay, yeah, he was gifted.
They wanted to do a citizen's inspection of this foreign facility on Australian soil. But for some reason, no one took them seriously.
We fell
You think
over,
I would subscribe to this?
Shut
up!
It was like walking in the dark. There were cows who started mooing at us. We're like, shh, shh, shh. You know? And I thought, oh, this is just ridiculous.
Igor's never
Like, this
subscribed
is
to me
pretty
himself.
crazy. And then I saw lights. And it really strikes
Pretty.
me. Then I walked closer and I could see the base and I could see little people walking around. And I thought, far up. I won't swear. Far out.
Far out.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I am right to be here. It's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. There's people walking around this American spy base in the middle of the desert. What are they doing at 3 or 4 in the morning? And then we heard this.
Far out.
Drop the bolt cutters. On both sides, there was AFP with guns. Get on the ground, get on the ground. I was like, you know what? I've been walking for 6 hours. I said, if I get on the ground, I am not getting up again. I said, I am so sore. She came behind me and kind of got the back of my head and pushed me to my knees. And I said, okay, all right, I can be on my knees. And then she got her boot and put it in, into my back, and I was like, like on the ground like this. And I said, you don't have to, you know, put your boot in. You don't have to yell at me. I said, you're the ones with the guns.
Now, she may have had secret police standing on her neck, which, you know, doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but I'm actually incredibly jealous that she's one of the only Australians to have ever seen the Pine Gap balls with their own eyes.
It's one of my photos.
Oh, you
got
got the balls. My dream is to see the balls.
She got to keep all this?
So why would a random
Whoa.
Christian woman risk potential life imprisonment just to protest this base? Well, it turns out the story of Pine Gap is much more personal for Donna. She's been there on the ground when Pine Gap's missiles hit their targets. Now, some say the US directly killed about 1 million people in the War on Terror. Others say the figure's closer to 5
Here's the
million.
video.
We don't know the exact figure, but at the end of the day,
We snuck
it
into a
doesn't
CIA
matter,
base.
right? Like
in
the joke
Aussie
is no
outback.
one actually cares when an
Boy
Arab
Boys
on the other
video.
side of the world dies. But Donna and her friends discovered a little war crime hack to make people pay attention. You see, if white people travel to the Middle East and go to these civilian areas in Iraq and just hang out there, it makes it much, much harder for Western governments to bomb that exact location. This was called the Human Shield Program, and it was super effective, you know, apart from the one day that Donna didn't arrive on time.
I went to a place called Ashwala Marketplace. There'd been a missile strike. And this had just been a civilian area. There were a few little market stalls that had opened up for people to rush in and get some food and supplies during the war. And this place was blown to pieces. And I saw a sight that was something I've never seen before. Just
That's scary.
the chaos. There were pieces of human flesh
Oh my God.
around on the ground and puddles of blood. And it was chilling, it was haunting. And I was saying, why here? Why our marketplace? Why my child? What could I say?
Yeah, you don't have an answer.
No answer. The coordinates for that missile came from Pine Gap.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well.
Now, obviously, Donna was very motivated to get people talking about Pine Gap, and lucky for her, the police brought as much attention to it as possible. They dug up this 50-year-old law from the Cold War called the Defense Special Undertakings Act that had never been used before to claim that Donna was a national security threat and throw her in jail. Long story short, they were thrown in prison until the government realised how bad it looked to throw these cute Christians in jail on behalf of the Americans, when all they essentially
They're
did was
just
trek through
smiling.
the outback in their own country. So they eventually reversed the decision and let them go. But the government learnt their lesson and responded by tightening Pine Gap security and rolling out new draconian security laws that gives them the power to detain anyone without charge.
So it's gonna be different.
Wow.
Now.
So it's going to be harder for us.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Now, because of this, no civilians have been brave enough to go in there after Donna. But we're not regular civilians, right? We're YouTubers. And YouTubers are on the front lines of content, right? We're there, boots on the ground, ready to film whenever a Japanese man commits suicide.
Bro, did we just find a dead person in the suicide forest?
We don't even flinch when the world calls upon us to
Oh
film
my
ourselves
God.
making out with our own sisters. If anyone's brave enough to sneak into the world's most significant CIA base, it's us. Now, these stories of Pine Gap guiding missiles into Iraqi weddings may sound like old news, but don't worry, Pine Gap's still as busy as ever. Right now, while Israel is on a rampant campaign to flatten Gaza so they can have more room to film their thirst traps, Pine Gap is in charge of providing targeting and analysis for their missiles, making sure that they hit the right hospitals and refugee camps and churches. Because of Pine Gap, Australia is directly responsible for the death of 28,000 Palestinian civilians so far. And we're not even at war with Palestine. I mean, like, while that's like super illegal, it does kind of make sense, right? I mean, Pine Gap is, you know, a big military base built on stolen Indigenous land. It's only right for them to continue the proud tradition of wiping out Indigenous populations across the world.
Israeli gooner propaganda before GTA 6.
Now, in order to get to Pine Gap, we've got to fly to the middle of Australia to a town called Alice Springs. It's a popular tourist destination where you get to take your family. It's so whimsical. You've got Indigenous people serving you champagne while you stroll through the desert. With all these fun activities, you wouldn't even know that the CIA tracks every single person who enters the town.
What?
Security services of the U.S., Australia, and our allies would typically be alert to anyone who might be coming into the town.
So we figured now that we're on a plane flying to Alice Springs, the only way to not blow our cover in a town full of American spies is to blend in. We're not Aussie YouTubers, you know, we're not collaborating with friendly Geordies to sneak into one of the world's most important CIA bases. No, we're just one of the hundreds of regular, everyday American spies in Alice Springs. Now, we definitely weren't expecting this in the middle of the outback, but there were American accents everywhere.
I think I might have spotted a few spies. us your email.
Oh, we just had fun Wednesday.
And Geordie didn't waste any time. He went straight in to investigate.
What are you guys doing? Just live here.
Oh, this is where they got
some
the
fancy CIA mind tricks and
video
managed to
from
convince Geordie they weren't spies.
it was from
But
this
the rest
YouTube
of us
video, I
weren't
just
so easy to
realized.
fool.
From the CIA video.
They're Americans who live in Alice Springs.
I have a way with an American accent. He's a spy. He's different.
Where did they say they work?
The mines, dude.
No.
Yeah, they work in the mine.
Look, we just have to agree to disagree about these men we encountered at the airport. Well, whatever. Geordie's probably got bigger problems to focus on, like the fact that his house got firebombed and he's receiving death threats from the mob because of his political YouTube videos. Either way, we obviously weren't going to make any big discoveries by speculating on random Americans we find in the airport lobby. So we decided to get into the car and drive through Arunda country to get to Alice Springs.
Holy shit.
Yeah, people get heated at the airport.
What the fuck are the Americans doing out here?
In all honesty, we're a bit lost out here, so we thought the best first stop would be the Tourism Information Centre.
Are there any tours of Pine Gap?
Are there any viewing spots? Because I know Mount Gillen, you could see it.
No. You can't.
No.
When you fly, you drive onto that road, it tells you to stop.
Guys out there.
So if you attempt to go into Pine Gap, you'll be quite.
We don't want to go in.
Polite, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You'll be polite.
There must be another
Nothing to see
way.
there. They only apparently have gardens there.
Hi, Gabba.
It turns out getting into the base isn't as simple as we thought, and our spy disguises weren't working very well either.
Why have you got the same ties on?
Yeah.
Wearing suits, you stand out like.
They're not particularly comfortable.
If we want to sneak in successfully, we'll need to study the American spies in their natural habitat. And if you watch as many spy movies as we do, you'd know that the best place to find spies is at the casino.
Oh, that's
Luckily,
where they
there's
went.
a massive one just outside of town. This place is so American. Now, this casino was not at all what we expected. There was country music everywhere. It felt like they had airlifted Texas and dropped it in the middle of Australia. Now, obviously, we did what we had to do to fit in. We had to gamble. You know, we didn't want to gamble, but we couldn't blow our cover either. And the fact that we do this in every single video we film with Friendly Geordies is just coincidental. You shouldn't look into it. So we're in the middle of nowhere, right? Most of the patrons in this Outback casino are Indigenous Australians. But then, no joke, everyone else is literally an American who works at the big CIA base just out of town. It's insane. Now, we obviously came here as a joke, right? We didn't expect to actually see American spies, but there they were, just chilling, just hanging out after work, playing some weird American game called shit or poos or no, it was craps. It's called craps.
What's it like?
I didn't know craps was American.
It seems a bit boring.
6 hours. Yeah, I don't really.
Now, I really wasn't expecting them to be this open about working at Pine Gap.
What are you doing there? Secret stuff.
It felt like they were all trying to impress us and outdo each other with how fancy their security clearance was.
First of all, don't listen to this guy. This guy doesn't get it. He doesn't know nothing. So he's just making it up.
But I have to say, for a foreign army operating a top secret CIA base in the middle of our country, they were kind of fun to hang out with.
American based on a European game. Oh.
I'm rich.
Get your money, bro.
Look, we had a fun time. It's a pity they'll probably hate us tomorrow night once they find out the guys they were gambling with the night before were going to sneak into their workplace the next morning.
Not to be ignorant, we don't know Australian game, but it's good to meet you.
But before we went to bed, we realized we
Cool.
should probably try and get some legal advice before we try to sneak into one of the world's most important CIA bases. So we called our lawyer, Mark Davis.
Hi guys, now, listen, you're doing me a bit of a tough sandwich here. I know fuck all about Pine Gap. I'm finding out quickly.
We realized we'd put him in a bit of a tough
talks
position.
so Australian.
Speed reading niche
channel's
esoteric
Boy
CIA
Boy.
laws in the middle of the night.
Here's a little straw. There's lots of them. Let me have a look on that. Okay, we've got Security and Defence Premises Bill 2011. Certain members of the ADF can use reasonable and necessary force in the event there's an attack upon ADF premises. Establish a statutory regime of search and seizure powers. Oh my God! So they're essentially saying,
Oh my God, he's just reading it as he goes on.
Law upon you if you get too cheeky here.
So we'll get 5 stars on my
If we're not actually trespassing on the base, for example, one of them would be kicking a soccer ball over the fence and then asking if we could get our soccer ball back.
Well, here's that. What are we calling that? Let's have a look back how they worded that.
That's like a projectile.
Is that not a projectile?
Can they use reasonable and necessary force? This is armed soldiers in the event of an attack upon ADF premises. Do you think the soccer ball's an attack? It might be. I don't know. They've certainly got search and seizure powers. You've lost your soccer ball, forged you. Under that power.
Well, that's the most important.
They're not kicking it back.
So you've lost your soccer ball and they might kill you. Yes, but apart from that, you should be okay.
I didn't know. Oh, yeah, maybe Australians call it soccer as well.
Since Donna went in, this place has become
Wait,
much
do
more
Australians
dangerous for
spell
civilians.
color and favorite with a U?
Inside the premises, like even the perimeter sort of premise of
Yes,
the
right?
premises.
Yeah.
For a good 20 years.
Okay.
When you think of where have you seen such footage?
Never.
Canada does it too.
It's pretty hard to find it. This is a very secretive base now, particularly with the Americans there. Yet there's been almost no coverage of it, has there? Does anyone even try to cover it? Does it even exist anymore? It used to be, you know, at the centre of political debate. Now,
Do you mean does Australia spell it correctly? Yes.
Really.
What do they do at Pine Gap? Why are they so coy about it?
You've gone there, you don't fucking know. Are you kidding me? What are you clowns up to? What are you doing?
We're just trying to play soccer.
Yeah, we play soccer in the desert.
To intercept electronic communications, phone calls.
So like this phone call right now.
Yeah.
We've got to cut him some
Yeah,
slack
it's
here
poor
because, you know,
lawyer.
we did put him in a tough position at the last minute, but at the same time, I don't feel like he was the most sensible person to go to for advice.
Yeah.
Coming in, I think there's no option but to fucking fang the gate. Once that gate
What?
opens, you guys gotta go. You just gotta go. Gunning towards the facility.
So romantic.
Let's see what they'll do. It'll be just fucking hilarious. I'd love it.
Well, we've gotten legal advice, I guess, but I'm not sure if talking to Mark was the best idea. I was much more chill about this before I realised they could, you know, legally kill us if we entered.
So they can shoot us? Seems to be the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we knew that, right?
See if there's a recording.
I don't know if they could shoot me.
You didn't know that.
They're not going to shoot us.
They might.
There's no way they'll shoot us. If they didn't shoot the people who actually got into the facility, why would they shoot?
That was 20 years ago. Who's kicking the soccer ball though?
No. You do it. You got, look at these legs. You're the best kicker we got.
I don't know, I'm kind of freaking out a bit about this now.
But we've come all this way. It's too late to back out now. We just had to focus on trying to get some sleep. And at 5 a.m., it was showtime.
Oh my God.
We're going to get into this base. Now, we figured
No
that Donna's main
plan?
problem was that they snuck in over the mountains looking like these like peace-loving hippie activists. But the thing is, no one's actually tried to just drive straight through the front gate pretending they work there. So we put on our suits and got ready for our first day of work at the top secret CIA base. Needless to say, everyone was stressing
They have a
out,
soccer ball?
except Geordie for some reason.
Dude, I'm so like chill about this. I
You're
don't know
so
why.
relaxed.
Yeah.
I think you kind of just want to die.
Yeah, I'm kind of just cool with it. I'm just bored.
Driving through this
Hi,
sprawling,
Quackhead.
desolate Aussie desert, it's hard to imagine a giant American CIA base here. But apparently it's coming up after this turnoff. The only people driving down this road are spies.
I hate this. Oh, fuck.
Just do it.
Just do it, okay? I think it's this right here.
We shouldn't be here.
No, we should.
They're going to shoot us.
Give us the sign. There's the sign.
Holy shit.
Oh, it just says no through road.
No, come on, you can see it's a through road. Look.
Yes.
What,
That's
that's
funny.
their first deceptive deed. Better turn around, guys. No, this can't be it. I gotta say that, like, not a bad first offence. Start light.
Wait, is this the right street, Alex?
Yeah, this looks like it goes all the way to Pine Gap.
What did you click, like,
You can't click Pine Gap on Google Maps. You can't directions. I can't believe this road ends with us going to work in the spy base.
You know what's going to be great?
I'm nervous.
Footage of you sweating bullets, pretending that you work there. And these are people that are trained to detect liars.
Yeah, good thing trained spies won't be able to tell they're nervous.
I'm just your average rinky-dink American.
You got this. You just going into work, Alexa.
Yeah, but yeah.
You are going to work. It's not even a lie. And you know what else as well? When they say, do you work here? You can say, yes. Technically, I work exactly where I am. As long as there's a camera on me, I'm working.
I can just say it's top secret.
I don't think that you can lie. I think it's impossible for you to lie.
I don't
The
think
closer
you
we
can
got, the more
lie.
the pressure was getting to us.
See, what I'm worried about is I'm really bad at driving automatic.
Yeah, it's in a car.
So what if I accidentally run them over? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ugh.
Jesus.
The fuck are you doing?
Wow, he does suck at automatic.
Yeah. He fucked up an
A lot of
automatic.
pressure over here.
The car's basically driving.
Oh shit, someone's behind us. Ah. Really? Where did you come from?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you for real?
That's
Just
terrifying.
No,
Oh, he's getting past.
Oh, okay.
We finally got to the first acknowledgement that Pine Gap actually exists, that it's actually here, and you'll be prosecuted if you go any further. So we obviously stopped
No
here
photography, turn around now.
to take some YouTube thumbnail photos.
Should I be more hyped?
Did you hear that?
What?
It sounded like bombs going off.
No.
Did you hear that? It sounded like gunshots or like... I think there is a firing range nearby as well.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What? Oh, guns. Yeah.
I heard it!
It's a firing range.
Now look, we don't want to go to jail, and this sign says no photography, so I'm sorry, but there's no video footage from this point onwards. But there's no sign saying you can't get someone on Fiverr to make an animation using the audio you recorded, and if there was a sign like that, we didn't see it. So I think we're in the clear to show you this.
This is it coming up.
Oh shit. Look at the American flag. We're gonna get shot. Dude, I do not want to be in here. Can he come and meet us outside? Trespassing on this land is prohibited.
No, just go in and ask.
That's really well made.
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, yeah, hi, what's your name?
Alexa.
Alexa and yeah. No, close the gate, close it.
Oh, we can go in?
Oh, we got the end?
Oh, no, stop. Close the
Alright.
Okay, can I get to pull back, please?
Yep.
Dude, this guy's a legend.
Yeah, I think they like us.
In the disabled, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
You've broken enough laws, man.
Yeah, turn off the car, please.
It's a rental car. I've got no idea how to.
You got license in here?
Yep, I got it on my phone.
So what are you doing here today?
Just working.
So when you work at the base, you have something that you have to show me before you enter.
A magic trick? I've got.
Give me your ID.
Okay. I don't have my ID. I need the internet connection to get it. This is.
No hard copy?
No.
Is your phone recording?
I don't know. Sorry?
Is your phone recording?
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone's ID.
Who are they?
I don't know who those guys are.
I need your IDs, guys. So if you have IDs, I can't let you leave.
I'm so scared.
Why aren't you going after the real criminals?
Yeah, what are they doing?
What are those guys doing?
We don't... They're on our phones.
Can we come back with them?
Can we come back with ID?
You want to put one up your ass?
Huh?
Don't literally put it up your ass.
I will. I'll do it.
You put it in your butt cheeks.
Wait, you can't let us leave if we don't have IDs. We can't go in with IDs. It's a catch-22. We're stuck
Yeah,
here.
we're stuck at Pine Gap.
Hi there. Good. I was trying to get my ID up. All I have is the...
Guys with...
With?
Who are you with?
Who are we with? We're with these guys.
We work here.
You work,
Well, like in this... Currently we're working.
Yeah.
you're working at this space?
Yeah, we're working right here.
Okay, you guys stay right there, thank you.
I think we're in.
I'm so scared.
This is actually fucked what just happened.
Yeah. Should I get out and ask him?
No, don't leave the car.
No.
Maybe you can open the window and... Excuse me, can I go home, please?
I'm scared.
Oh no, the gate's closing.
Wait, what? We're stuck?
Oh, look at that.
Who are
Wait,
those
what are we
two
meant to do? How come
people?
these guys get to leave?
We're gonna get shot.
We're
now.
fucked. Wait, I want to leave.
I can't believe this was the plan.
Like we're just committing suicide.
Yeah, I feel like we've done something really stupid. And we're all G'ing each other up to like make
No,
jokes.
let's just actually ask him.
So we just be like,
Let's just say it was a bit. We're done.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Why? Okay, what do you want to do, George?
Just keep arguing and lying.
Well, we got to decide what we're actually saying. Are we going to keep talking about how we work here?
I think it's
Just say it one more time.
We say we actually just want to go home.
Yeah. No, say we work. Say we.
Yeah, we're off shift now.
You can ask them. They're all friendly.
Yeah, they're fun.
They're going to be fans of your channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this guy doesn't look like he's having this fun. This guy looks serious.
He looks upset.
Gentlemen,
Hi there.
Hello.
How you going?
it is an offence to video and take photos in here.
In here, is it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're taking photos in here, we can confiscate all that.
Okay.
Right? So do not do that.
Now, a lot of time passed talking to this heavily armed man. So they had us locked in this facility, which was terrifying. But surprisingly, the more we chatted to this guy and answered his questions, the more he started to chill out. But he did make it abundantly clear that we'd go straight to prison if we ever came back.
What's your purpose here?
Just working.
Working? Who do you work for?
For ourselves. We're YouTubers.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yep.
Do you have your name though?
Why is he so chill about it? Oh,
it's
okay.
Alexa, and the channel's Boy Boy.
Boy Boy.
Yeah. Like and subscribe. It's BOY. BOY.
Not judging at all. I watch a lot of YouTubey stuff. Well, the base doesn't want you here. Okay. So you'll have to exit.
What goes on in here?
Well, they don't tell me that. I'm not important enough.
It's probably just because they're Australian. That's why they're so nice.
Thanks, guys.
And chill. Look at them, this is so casual.
If we do another thing, they're going to come back.
Yeah, I don't think we should get arrested over it.
Now, it was a pretty intriguing setup they had going. It seemed like the perimeter was staffed by Aussies doing security who had no idea what the Americans were doing inside the base. Nonetheless, they made it clear that we couldn't go back to the front gate without getting arrested. But then it occurred to me, what if we didn't go back at all? What if it was someone else? A completely different person with completely different proportions?
I think it'll work. If you keep smoking the cigarette, I think it works.
No, officer. You'd like to do a search and frisk, would you? I'm going to have to see a warrant.
This is awful. I thought the trench coat was going to be longer and
dumb.
wider.
It just doesn't look like
this is going to be. I thought that you'd get past the CIA with this one.
I like it. You thought he was serious. Like,
Where'd they get the trench coat from?
This is your plan A. When I bought this, I asked the woman, is it long enough for 2 people? And she said, yeah.
Just a regular Australian bloke.
I'm genuinely disappointed. I thought this was a bit. He's actually disappointed.
Well, since our disguise doesn't work and we can't show our face at the main gate anymore, maybe we can try a different approach and get them to let us in using the power of sympathy. We're just innocent soccer players in the middle of nowhere trying to get our ball back. I mean, we thought we were in the middle of nowhere, but we quickly realized we were being followed. We weren't alone.
Oh my God.
Someone did a shit.
The CIA is trying to keep us out by making it smell really bad in here.
So after a bit of a trek on the opposite side of this 5-kilometre wide facility, we finally made it to the first outer perimeter of Pine Gap.
Oh fuck, look at that.
Oh my God.
What? Actually fucking camera up on the thingo, that white thing.
Where? Oh shit. Fuck.
Do you reckon it's not an automatic turret with like a fucking...
No, it's just a big camera. Fuck, they're going to come now.
No, that's cool.
At least with a camera here, they'll have proof that we're regular dudes just playing soccer.
Okay, good.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Who's getting that? I was passing it to you.
Maybe,
you get
maybe
it.
we can call them. Do they have is there a number for Pine Gap? We're legally allowed to go over just to get a soccer ball, right? That's the rule.
I think so.
A little help.
Can we get our ball back?
Wait,
at the very least, was that in or out? Go back to replay.
Yeah, they got VAR on that thing.
Yeah, come on. Can we
you tell us if that was in?
I mean, if they don't arrive soon and give us our ball back, I think it's actually a pretty lousy spy facility. That could have been a bomb.
That's going to be...
Please don't say that. Please do not say that. No Pine Gap phone number.
I'm so stressed.
Can we just post on Twitter?
Oh yeah, let's post on Twitter. Let's say,
CIA.
Can we get our ball back, please?
Yeah, can we have special exemption?
Now, we thought we were being funny, but once we heard the security driving down the road, it dawned on us that we didn't have any footage backed up. And if we got arrested now, it'd all be confiscated.
They're definitely coming up. Let's go.
Oh shit, they are coming
Wait,
up.
should we stop? Should we not be running away from them?
No, don't run.
So we ended up sprinting all the way back to our car. Needless to say, everyone was freaking out about our footage. So we had to have a serious conversation about how we're going to hide it if we get caught.
Well, do we have backups if this gets confiscated?
Yeah, Chris told me to put it in my ass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
No, but if it's on your ass, it's bad though.
They're not going to look for it.
Yeah, no, but it's still on you. So
where should I put it?
Just put it in the car.
Did you put it in your ass?
Like actually in your ass?
What,
I thought you were joking.
What do you mean I'm joking? Oh, the CIA is going to search us. I'm going to pretend to put it in my ass.
But isn't the first place they search your ass?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Fuck. That smells so bad. Wait,
No! Fuck off.
What?
Whose SD card was this? Was it one of yours? Probably.
I think you can have
it. It smells like it's mine, you know?
Is that a bit?
It smells like it might be my property right now. Isn't that what dogs do?
It's like no one
couldn't
told
tell.
you to put it in your ass. You just did it.
What? Well, where would you put it? Where would you put it? Hide this SD card.
No one said hide it. We just turned around and you just stole one and just went.
Last time I tried to keep our project safe. Now my fingers smell. Oh.
It's the second time we were scared away by security, but
What?
we weren't ready to give up yet. Now, we know Pine Gap is surrounded on both sides by these mountain ranges, so we decided to follow Donna's example and start climbing some mountains.
Yeah, look how
Prison
close we are
pocket,
to
our
Pine
creator's
Gap.
pocket.
If we go up on this ridge here, we're going to be like
in prison.
200 meters from the big balls.
I mean, I do really want to see the balls. Imagine if we saw the balls.
Yeah, I do want to see the balls.
So we set out for a day of trekking through hills in the outback.
If I see the balls, I'm going to feel like I've committed a crime.
Yeah. I've never climbed a mountain in a suit.
Well, we got to be inconspicuous, you know? If they see us up there, they'll be like, oh, carry on, fellow spies.
And does anyone have snake bandages? No.
No, we got nothing. This is actually horrible.
Oh, well, I don't like that. Are there snakes?
Yeah.
Of course there's snakes out here.
There'll be snakes, and then how do we fucking carry the person back down and tie them up and fucking... Oh, we got ties. That's a snake bandage.
Now, this turned out to be a very deceptive trek. Every
Because,
time we
yeah,
got
of
to the
course
top of the
there's
ridge,
snakes.
there was another plateau and an even bigger ridge behind it. The horizon just kept moving away from us.
Another ridge?
There's another ridge, yeah. Do we want to go one more, or?
Do you reckon that could be the last one?
I don't know. Let's look on Google Maps. After the next ridge, there's a road which looks like it's a gate. This is Pine Gap.
This is a bit fun.
We are right here.
In the middle of the day, we're like 100 meters away from there.
No, it's a couple of kilometers, I think. I want to see the balls in real life, a little bit. But I know that if I see them, then someone might be looking at me as well.
I just don't want to get arrested. I feel like I'd rather get arrested.
That's gunshots. You hear it?
Damn, this guy always hears the
Let me find
gunshots.
We go towards the gunshots, or we just go back home, have a nice meal, do a video comparing McDonald's and Red Rooster or something, you know, just like normal.
We decided to continue towards the base, but we were all moving inexplicably slower.
It's a lot
My dog
further
killed
than
through.
mine.
Damn, what kind of dog do you have? Freudinger.
Yeah, I think we got a good like.
I'm gonna start saying
hour
that.
till we get up there.
Yeah, it's not an hour.
Isn't it amazing that our fear subsided and our laziness kicked in?
It's fucking gave up.
I'm still scared.
You're saying we have to go to that one?
The horizon.
How are you feeling?
I mean,
I
it's your
hate
call.
my
We
bitch
came all
wife.
this way, but
Okay.
it's also easier not to. But you know,
It's one of those things. If we get arrested, what happens to the rest of our footage and all that other shit?
true.
It's in your ass.
It's not anymore. You guys won't let me put it in there anymore. But she was saying they were hiding from the front.
Oh my.
That's a gunshot. It's such horrible timing. I hate this.
Yeah, they're not shooting at intruders. They're just practicing their aim.
For when intruders come.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. If there's a firing range and you come on the back of it, you just get fucking murdered.
I hadn't heard the gunshots until now, and they're very clear.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, we can call it.
That's gunshots again.
I just don't think we should be walking that way.
What, towards
Whenever
the
I've heard a
gunshots?
gunshot, I've always thought go the other way.
They sound like they're over there. We're walking.
Yeah, I don't think they're going up the mountain.
Guns don't have such a big range. Yeah, we'll go that way. They won't get us. We're just peer pressuring each other because we get nothing from being up there.
They're so loud. It doesn't sound like a normal gun as well.
No,
It
they're in
sounds
the
like a
US.
machine
I mean,
gun.
they're in Australia.
Yeah,
The CIA is just keeping the property value down by firing in
that
the
much
air.
practice. When was the last time someone tried to get in? 20 years ago.
Since we didn't want to get shot by surprising a bunch of armed American soldiers in the outback, we decided to head back. Now, needless to say, I felt a bit silly. We came all this way and didn't really do much. We just showed up at the base and walked around it all day. Honestly, I was worried that we'd wasted a video here and that we didn't really do anything. But the next morning, we realized we'd actually done a lot more than we thought. So we
It's
woke up
at
the next morning.
Pine
it was our
Gap,
last
which is
day
an
in Alice
American
Springs, and I had an
CIA
interview
base.
booked. We were meant to be interviewing an Indigenous elder to tell us about, the significance of the land that was stolen from them. But out of nowhere, while we're getting ready, I got this call from the police.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, hey, just need to speak to you in regards to an incident that took place out of Pine Gap yesterday. You still in Alice Springs?
Yep.
You're available to come into the police station and have a chat?
No, I've got to fly back to Sydney.
Where do you fly, mate? Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, don't give them the flight times. You don't need to talk to them that much.
I choked. I obviously had no idea how to handle that call, but it was too late. The goddamn police were chasing us. They could rock up at any moment. It was now a race against the clock. We had to pack up the Airbnb and get on that plane out of town. And at this point, we started losing our cool.
So we're freaking out. I'm just saying the smarter to freaking out.
Let's just pack up and go.
They will call the airport.
But we quickly realised, if the police do catch us, we'll definitely have our footage confiscated and wiped. So we started the 2-hour-long process of backing it all up online, which gave us a bit of time to just kick back, relax, and blame each other for the horrible predicament we're in.
We're on the run now.
Yeah. I don't really like it. I don't know.
I like it because they called you.
I'm not the ringleader here, I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
This is your channel, Alexa.
I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
We're all here because of you.
I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
All here because of you.
I drove the car too.
Lives at
I mean, they probably already got all the videos. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's it. If Pine Gap's as
prove
good as it is, then they would have our footage already.
Yeah, prove it, boys.
Yeah.
I've hidden an Easter egg in all of our videos.
If you're really the CIA and not just some hucksters trying to act for fools, you know what we did at exactly 9:32 a.m.
Now, the one upside was that we had enough time to practice some cool lines to deliver to the cops when they catch us.
We should do this bit when we're arrested. Fools, fools, fools. I'm right where I want to be. I'm exactly where I want to be. Whilst you guys are busy here at the airport, Pine Gap is left woefully unguarded. I have 10 people sneaking.
Wait, they're gonna get this footage. It's gonna sound so much worse.
No, it's a joke.
And while our footage is uploading, we've also got enough time to tell you to join our Patreon. So, in all seriousness, we're being hunted by the federal police. There's no way we'd be brave enough to do that if it wasn't for the support of our patrons, right? Like, while it's terrifying, it's also just, like, really expensive. It's hard to find lawyers who would do so. You get to join. It's just... Okay, with our footage finally backed up, we were ready to head to the airport in a last-ditch attempt to get out of Alice Springs.
It's funny, are you ready to get arrested, Alexa?
I don't know. They just want to talk.
Yeah.
But
about what? We didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're watching officers. We didn't do anything wrong.
We did nothing wrong. I think the CIA is not very nice.
No. The CIA's lovely. I love the CIA.
Oh, yeah.
I like CIA. I like AFP.
No. So, yeah, technically, this is all... If they were to get in trouble for this, it would be the patrons' fault.
We made it to the airport, and so
Anyone
far,
who subscribed
no
to the
police
Patreon.
officers waiting for us.
Their fault,
But we kept
'cause they
watching
didn't
our
afford
backs.
them.
We just needed to get on that plane before they showed up, which started feeling harder and harder
broke into
since the
Pine
flight
Gap.
kept getting delayed. Now, at this point, we started
Fucking
thinking the police
Netanyahu.
stalled the flight until they could come and arrest us. But after another anxiety-riddled half an hour, we found
Massive
ourselves on the
Hobo race up?
tarmac,
Maybe.
coming up the stairs
We'll
and
see.
so close to getting back home. And it happened. The plane took off. We did it. I don't think I've ever been happier to be on a plane. We thought we were home free, but as you're aware, The federal police had a different idea.
Apollo Nova, could you please come off? Jordan Shanks.
This is the part in the
and
beginning.
Aliska Voluko.
They can't even pronounce your name right. That means I don't have to come off.
If you are on board, just make your way forward to the front of the cabin.
Now, we've never spoken to federal
my
police
God,
before,
it
and
is like
we don't know
getting
much
called
about
to the
what you're meant to
principal's
do when talking to
office.
cops, but the one thing we do know is that you don't talk to cops.
Anything that you say or do will be recorded and may later be used in evidence. Okay? Yeah.
So this federal agent turned on his little recording device and, you know, trying to get a statement from us that he could use against us in court. And we just did that thing they do in the movies where they keep saying, like, am I under arrest? Am I under arrest? And then, like, when it turned out we weren't under arrest, we just got the hell out of there.
I think we can leave then now. Yeah, we're free to leave?
You're free to leave. I did want to have a quick conversation with you.
I agree. Not helpful to talk about thanks for that.
The situation, if I talk, you don't have to say anything. Yeah. I'll just let you know.
I think
we're free to leave. There's an incident up there. You don't have to answer me.
So we made it back home, but I don't really know what's meant to happen now. Like, we've been talking to our
That police officer was relatively
lawyer non-stop.
Like, was like scary. Was like scary nice.
I'm just thinking the feds
yeah,
are
like
raid
a
the
fake
house any minute.
friendly.
It's honestly the most uneasy I've ever been in my life, and all of this for just trekking through the outback in our own country. Like, look, we get a bit of criticism on our
There's
channel.
the meta,
While the vast majority
apparently.
of our fans are Americans who like our videos, you know, there's a very small group of upset American viewers who don't like what we're saying, and instead of trying to point out our mistakes, they just say that we're obsessed with America. You know, they say we should stay out of it and focus more on our.
This is always ironic because, like, out of anyone who doesn't stay out of anyone's business, I feel like America stays the least out of other people's business.
Our own country.
Says.
But what no one understands is that this is America, right? I wish it wasn't, but it is, right? We don't have a choice. The Americans just run things here. Like, we can't vote on it. Our politicians won't even talk about it. American politicians can talk about it, though. Their congressmen are constantly invited to visit Pine Gap, but our elected officials can't go anywhere near it, even though it's meant to be our country. It's such a bizarre and pathetic relationship, and they don't pull this kind of shit with anyone else. Like Canada and Mexico are their neighbors, right? And when America starts telling them what to do or ask them to come along and blow up some random farmers in the Middle East, they tell them to fuck off. But their little Aussie lapdogs on the complete other side of the world have always done exactly what they tell us to do. And if you turn on the news in Australia, every single channel will tell you that we actually need the Americans here to defend us from China. China, our biggest trading partner, a country that not only has zero interest in invading us, but they haven't invaded anyone for the past 50 years. Like, we're meant to be scared of them, right? But meanwhile, the Americans invaded us a long time ago. Like, our country is littered with American soldiers, and if any of our politicians even questions it, they just get rid of him. And if any civilians happen to stumble upon the perimeter of a US base, literally walking through our own country, our federal police will chase us down on behalf of a foreign occupying army. We're in America, right? We're just a giant US military base just floating in Asia. And if,
China
if the
keeps
Americans
me up
decide
at
they want
night.
to go to war with China, then our beautiful island home is going to be on the front lines. No one ever gave us a say in it.
Cool video. I will say, I do feel like they got so lucky though with the Australian security guards. I feel like it could have been so much worse. Oh, such an interesting video though. I liked it. Let's watch more Fern. Friendly Geordies is very politically connected. Is that one person or is that multiple people? My dog farted. Let me take a picture of them for you. Look at them. They're both on my bed. Wait. Oh, you can see both of them. Oh. I love when he puts his head in his hands like that. It's so cute. Okay. Do you want... Oh, this one.
It's a quiet morning
I
in
haven't
an
watched this yet.
Australian suburb. The streets are still. The neighborhood sleeps soundly. In a few seconds, the silence will come to an abrupt end. Armed officers will storm through family
Can
homes.
I go pee again?
Flashlights will cut.
Your dog is an undercover agent. He heard what you said. Can I go pee? I'll be fast. I'll put on music for you. Okay, I'll be right back. No, but thanks for asking. I really have to pee. Okay, you can stare at a black screen and my chair. Stay, baby. Oh my god, wait, you can stare at my baby. Look at him, he woke up, he looks like a burger. Okay, stay. Stay, Fanfan. No, 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 stay. Stay. I'll go pee, right back. Give me my phone. Oh. Sorry. I'm back! Don't get excited. Wait. Cutie, new song? She hit the thing? Oh, I already watched it. I've seen this. Sorry. I thought this was already released. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, I've seen this already. Poggers, it's dude. Really good. She showed it to me already. Obviously. Raven, thank you for the new Prime. Welcome. Krillo, I saw that. I won't spoil, but I really love the video. I really like the song. It's very like home video-y and like personal.
At 6 years old, I couldn't understand how mom could always be so mad at dad with a rage like fire versus a wall of ice. I'd hear sisters say, let's play outside.
Isn't it so cute and home video-y?
Funny when I look back now.
Oh my god.
I understand why the house burned down. But
yeah, very authentic-y.
I only saw the smoke.
Yeah, she definitely did.
I couldn't have a
It's cute, right? The video?
when I had
not blood. That's also not cutie.
I got played. Ain't it funny when I look back now? I understand why the house burned down. But at just 15, you really do.
Stop vaping to fit in with this.
That this could be
Pretty.
the end of everything. I've got my father's
I like this shot.
eyes and my mother's lies.
I think she worked on this with Ryan King.
Just to remind myself, still I'm alive.
I like this one.
Still I'm alive. My mom left me at 23, and when I called my dad, he said, wished it were me. Ain't it funny when I look back now? I understand why the house burned down. But
Sick
almost
video.
33, I still put the blame on me. So I'll count to 10. Then I'll count to 5. I'll remind myself. Still
It's counting. The anti-fire song.
Still I'm alive. Still I'm alive. Still I'm alive.
Yay! Beautiful song, beautiful video. I told her my thoughts already. I like it
It's
a
a
lot.
quiet morning in an
I
Australian
like that
suburb.
it's very personal.
The streets are still. The neighborhood sleeps soundly. In a few seconds, the silence will come to an abrupt end. Armed officers will storm through family
Watching a
homes.
Christmas show because I'm in Canada.
Flashlights will cut through
I don't
the
want to fly
darkness,
over.
illuminating
I
the
couldn't.
startled
I have to go
faces
to
of
China
criminals
soon.
violently ripped from their sleep. Scenes like these will happen all across the world. A global storm is coming down on organized crime. As the sun is rising from Asia to Europe and finally to the Americas, police in 16 countries will strike. They will raid drug labs, secret warehouses, and private
I don't
residences.
I don't like
Around
subscribing to channels
9,000 police
anymore.
officers will make over 800 arrests. Nearly 40 tons of drugs, along with countless
I actually need to
weapons and
unsubscribe to
millions in
shit.
cash and crypto, will be
Hi, Marcus.
seized.
When what?
Operation Trojan Shield.
Global operation. The biggest investigation and operation that the
Investigation.
Entire organized crime rings will cease to exist from one minute to the next. It will be the final act of Operation Trojan
Eva.
Shield. The largest sting operation
Thanks,
ever.
puppy. I'm gonna
orchestrated
go
by
on
the
Tuesday.
FBI
Today's
and
my last
Europol.
stream before China.
And at the heart of it all is this phone.
Ooh. Drama. The most intense intro ever.
This video is partially based on the book Dark
Dual
Wire by
citizenship?
Joseph Cox.
Nope. I'm
Cox is an
Canadian.
investigative journalist. He went deep into the criminal
Haha,
underworld for his
Cox.
research.
This one is
Due to the
17
nature of
minutes.
some anonymous sources, we are unable to verify all the information
What's happening in
independently.
China?
We highly
Visiting the
recommend checking out
motherland.
the book.
Visiting my family for the holidays.
I have a cargo ship with captain on side too. They want to throw over load as they leave.
When can we start?
I have a job ready as tomorrow to pick up. It's already here.
It's
This is a
already
real
here.
Conversation between two
I just
drug
watched it, I
traffickers,
see.
Sent via an encrypted phone. Encrypted phones are very special devices. They often lack functions like camera and GPS and are designed to enable more privacy. People use these phones when they don't want to be tracked. Politicians, military, corporations, a wide range of people use privacy-focused devices. The market for these phones is massive. For obvious reasons, they are also very appealing to criminals. Encrypted phones are often modified consumer phones with additional privacy tools. Sky ECC, EncroChat, and Phantom Secure, to name a few, were big players in the crime world. Secure phones like these
do you guys
don't
know
come cheap.
what?
Phantom Secure, for example, charges up to
Hold on. Do you guys know what these things are?
operations. People use these phones when they don't want to be tracked. Politicians, military, corporations.
You didn't miss the reaction because like I couldn't fully react to it because I already watched it before, so it wasn't like a full reaction.
A wide range of people use
I just kind of watched it.
Devices.
But it's beautiful and very personal.
Massive.
That's what I said.
For obvious reasons.
You explained it to us? No, I mean like, do you know what this is? Like, have you heard of this stuff before?
They are also very appealing to criminals. Encrypted phones are often modified consumer phones
with
additional privacy tools.
Am I supposed to have
Sky
heard of these
ECC,
things before?
EncroChat, and Phantom Secure, to name a few, were big players in the crime world. Secure phones like these don't come cheap.
Oh, okay. I thought
Phantom
this was
Secure,
common knowledge
for example,
or
charged up to $2,000 for a 6-month subscription.
Oh my
This
god.
is the price you pay for absolute privacy. Some of these phones come with a very handy feature.
So, he picked up the load, and I think he's been arrested and in need. There's a lot of evidence and on my BlackBerry. Yeah, I need that evidence gone ASAP. 1 sec. But the thing is, cops can't.
Same. Until this day, I thought burner phones were just flip phones.
Access it, right? They can't
That's
even
you,
access that
Fern.
anyways, yeah?
If a phone is ever compromised,
Fern is you.
a remote wipe command known as kill switch can be activated. This kill
Not
switch
actually
wipes
you,
all
right?
the data from the phone, making it completely useless. For law enforcement, this is a nightmare. Even if police manage to seize one of these devices, all potential evidence can be destroyed remotely. Over the past few years, law enforcement has aggressively cracked down on encrypted phone companies. One by one, companies like Phantom Secure and Sky ECC
these are
were
encrypted
shut down,
phones.
leaving behind a massive
Which is not
vacuum.
the same as burner, which
As
you
in
just
any
throw
industry,
away.
a vacuum presents an opportunity, and one man seeks to seize it.
PGP, pretty good privacy.
It is 2018. A rather dodgy businessman has an idea. He goes by the name Afgu. Afgu is an expert when it comes to encrypted phones, selling Phantom Secure devices to criminals. He's
What
a bit
about
of a
his hair
geek,
color and
but
length?
Not much of a coder.
Is he going through
Afgu
puberty?
worked alongside one of Australia's most notorious drug traffickers, Hakan
Horrible
Ayak.
description.
Known as the Facebook gangster for publicly documenting his criminal lifestyle online, Ayak is deeply connected in the underworld. Observing the gap left by all those encrypted phone companies going down, Afgu hatches a plan. He wants to launch the next big encrypted phone, Anom. Anom devices are essentially off-the-shelf Google Pixel phones, modified to run a custom operating system called Arcane OS. This is where it gets interesting. At first glance, it looks like any other phone. It has apps like Tinder, Netflix, and Spotify, but when you tap them, nothing happens. They're just dummies.
What?
Anom phones come with several special features. One of them is pin scrambling. It randomly shuffles the numbers on the keypad, making it difficult for anyone nearby to figure out your passcode. The real magic is unlocked when you enter a different pin. When you unlock the phone this way, you only see these 3 apps: settings, the clock, and a calculator. The calculator works just like a normal one, but if you enter a special code, the heart of the device reveals itself, the Anom messenger. It allows you to chat with an Anom user anonymously.
That sounds
In case things go
awesome.
south, the phone also has a kill switch.
So cool.
Anom will soon
I would
become
have
a
no
thriving
use
tech
for this, but
startup
that's so
organized crime,
cool.
and Afgu will become its CEO. But his true plan goes far beyond that. This story is about a brilliant sting operation, but it's also about privacy. How many input fields have you filled in your life? Remember the account from that sketchy
Oh my
online
god,
store
I have
you ordered
PTSD
a
from
decade
that
ago,
font.
or that weird form
I
about that
realized
thing
it
you
just
once
triggered
cared
it.
about? Data brokers are
Oh, this is a fucking ad. I was so focused on the font. I had to enter data with that font. At my fucking
This is Andrew Young.
college job.
He works for the Department of Justice in San Diego, California. Young and his team are meeting the mysterious attorney. His client, none other than Afgu. Turns out the lawyer reached out to broker a deal. Afgu is offering his product, Anom, to the FBI. The offer, Afgu will build the next generation of privacy phones, and law enforcement will have total access, a hidden back door. The ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card for Afgu, in case he ever needed one. His
That's
personal
wild.
intentions for that are not clear. Presumably, there's already a lot of dirt on them. Afgu's attorney pitches the phone to the authorities like a Silicon Valley tech demo. Andrew Young and his team quickly realize this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What could be more valuable than having control over thousands of devices designed for criminals?
That is...
Young and the FBI agree to work with Afgu.
Oh
Many
my
questions
God.
remain unanswered. How should
That's
the backdoor
fucked.
be implemented in ANOM? And how do you get criminals to start using the phones? And there is of course another major problem. Without evidence of a crime, spying on phones inside the US is illegal.
That's why you go
Young
to
is
the
concerned
CIA.
The operation might not get approved by the Department
Instead of the
Justice.
FBI, right?
So the FBI reaches out to
Because
Australian
the CIA
law
wouldn't mind
enforcement
doing
instead,
that.
and they seem to be stoked by the idea.
Oh, NSA.
With the
never
help
mind.
from the Australian Federal Police, AFP, the first ANOM phones can
I thought
hit
I
the black
learned.
market in
Okay,
Australia.
I've watched FBI videos and CIA videos. We haven't watched NSA videos yet. That's why I didn't
The
know.
trap is set.
But next time I make a reference, it'll be good. Criminals should
Months
file
go
a
by as
lawsuit.
Afgu builds his company. The FBI remains hidden in the shadows. He hires coders from around the globe.
They'd reached
They
out
all
to them
work
for
from
this
home,
too? Oh.
completely unaware of their real employer. As
Wait.
Globe. The FBI remains hidden in the
Okay.
shadows. He hires coders from around the globe. They all work from home, completely unaware of their real employer. As CEO, Afgu collaborates closely with law enforcement. They soon manage to implement a backdoor that allows the Australian police to gather intelligence from ANOM phones. The FBI is still left out. The mechanism is
Always
straightforward.
the
When a user sends a
Australians.
message to another user, that message is silently copied and redirected to a third location, controlled by the authorities. The users will not notice a thing. Now, ANOM just needs users. The strategy is to rely on word of mouth, just like any other product in the criminal underworld. Afgu starts handing out ANOM phones to Australian criminals for free. They in turn tell
Wow.
others of the device. And
Oh my
so
god,
on
it's just
and
like in
so forth.
Schedule 1. Sorry for yelling.
After
It's
a
just like
series
in
of
Schedule 1.
tests, the
You
moment of truth arrives.
That's what we
In
did in Schedule
Australia-
1. You give them samples and then they like it and then they come back for more and they spread the word.
AFP officer stares at his screen in
I did that
anticipation.
with my weed in
He
Schedule
can hardly
1.
believe his eyes when the first intercepted message appears. All the hard work has finally paid off. It's 2019. ANOM has several hundred users. Demand is skyrocketing, and deliveries are spreading all over the country. Drug traffickers,
Oh,
Italian
that's why we
mobsters,
don't
and
know
bike
about
gangs,
it. I just
all of
realized.
them are using
'cause
ANOM
it's
to
a
discuss
criminal
business.
thing.
Meanwhile, the AFP is meticulously monitoring every message, gaining invaluable insights into criminal operations. But the FBI is still not allowed to read the messages. Young needs approval from higher
What if
ranks.
I want one?
After a lot of meetings and
I
persuasion,
don't care if the
he
FBI is
finally
reading.
gets what
I
he
want
wants.
one. It seems
His
cool.
approach is somewhat dubious, though. Running servers with intercepted messages on U.S. soil is prohibited, and Australia is legally not allowed to share their intelligence.
Yeah, I want to be cool
The
and have
FBI needs
secret
another
apps.
country to host the operation. and
Oh,
pass
so
on the
just get a
information to.
normal phone.
Young
then.
reaches out to members of the EU, searching for a willing partner to help. Finally, Lithuania volunteers to host the FBI
Okay.
servers.
Fine.
Let's put a pin into these legal
Can't wait to
shenanigans
use
for
my
a
new
moment, though.
ANOM to flirt
For
with
now,
my
Operation
FBI
Trojan
agent.
Shield can finally kick into high gear.
Operation
This
Trojan
is Swedish
Shield.
drug trafficker Maximilian Rivkin.
What?
His nickname
No,
is
he's
Microsoft.
not.
He has scars
He
on his
looks
knees
like
and
such a
fingers.
jolly guy.
His right arm shows a tattoo with 3 monkeys. Don't see, don't speak, don't listen.
Oh.
Microsoft runs a meth lab in Sweden and is well connected in the country's underbelly. He uses EncroChat to communicate with his accomplices.
EncroChat.
In the summer of 2020, Microsoft receives a weird message. In fact, every EncroChat user receives this message at that very moment. Law enforcement in Europe is cracking down on the encrypted phone company. Microsoft is screwed and urgently needs a new, safer way to conduct his business. So he travels to Istanbul.
What I don't understand about criminals is at that point where it's like you're almost caught. Theoretically, you would have made a lot of money already if you were a fucking drug kingpin trafficker or whatever. Why don't you just tap out? Actually, people probably do tap out and they just don't get caught.
Here he meets Hakan Ayak, the
Yeah, never
infamous
mind.
Facebook gangster. Ayak is working on expanding ANOM's reach and sees enormous potential in the company. The meeting leads to a new business partnership.
Okay.
Both men are
Oh,
convinced
okay.
that ANOM is the future of encrypted communication for criminals. Together, they set a goal: push Anom globally and become its biggest resellers. Back in Sweden, Microsoft wasted no time. He begins recruiting a network of people to help distribute Anom phones across the country.
Oh.
With the downfall of EncroChat, Anom grows at insane speeds. But users are skeptical. After the recent crackdown, everyone is extremely cautious. Trusting this new phone company is a huge risk. To build credibility, Microsoft tells others that Anom's founder is on the run from the FBI. If even the FBI can't crack the platform, they all should be safe. In a fairly foolish display of trust, he even sends photos of his own Swedish ID card over Anom to reassure his contacts.
Wow.
Meanwhile, law enforcement is watching the whole drama from a distance.
Yeah, that's really...
FBI agents are analyzing all the messages, including those from Microsoft. Everything is unfolding just as planned. Anom spreads autonomously and self-propelled within the criminal underworld.
He got desperate.
But one day, an officer reads a series of very concerning messages.
Van City?
Apparently, Microsoft is planning to murder a former cafe
Vancouver?
owner in Stockholm. Convinced that the man owes him $800,000, Microsoft hires a hitman.
City.
In a group chat,
Vancouver? Wait, why? I don't know about this. Is
the man
this
suggests
famous
disguise
Vancouver?
himself as a delivery driver, approach the target's door, and take him out on the spot. Microsoft.
What? I need to go back.
Officer reads a series of very concerning messages. Apparently, Microsoft is planning to murder a former cafe owner in Stockholm. Convinced that the man owes him $800,000, Microsoft
I don't know. Are
hires
you
a
in the
hitman.
criminal underworld?
In a
No,
group
that's
chat, the
why
hitman
I'm
suggests
confused
disguise
by
himself as a
people who
delivery
grew up in
driver,
Van
approach
City.
the
You should
target's
know
door,
about it.
and take him out on the spot.
Damn, fucking, who is the guy? I'm about to say something. If I guess his name, it's gonna be racist. If I guess his name, it's gonna sound racist. Who was the hitman from earlier? What's his name? Do you guys remember? I don't want to guess. It was Martinez. I fucking knew it. Okay. He was getting scammed. Jose Martinez? Okay. Luckily, I didn't guess. I was going to guess Juan. So, he was getting scammed. He killed someone for $500. This guy's getting getting offered $800K. What the fuck? News about your dad. Gameplay time.
Microsoft loves this. At this point, the Swedish police.
Oh, right.
realize the
Sorry.
threat
He's killing
is
someone
about to become
over.
real.
Sorry. I got confused.
The police has no choice but to warn the
Never mind.
target. The assassination fails. Anom is never mentioned as a source.
Okay.
It's 2021. Anom has spread at a phenomenal rate. With around 12,000 users and millions of messages sent in 45 different languages,
Microsoft.
the sheer volume of data has become overwhelming. FBI agents are sifting through countless messages from all over the world, ranging from drug deals and murder-for-hire schemes to money laundering operations, and even the occasional unsolicited pic. When lives are at risk, the police are forced to
sending
intervene.
They're sexting on
however, can never be
Anom?
named as a source during fieldwork, or the entire operation would be exposed.
Unsolicitedly?
The secrecy of the operation is paramount. With every new user, this problem multiplies. Eventually, the flood of intelligence becomes too much to process. At the same time, Lithuania's court order is coming to an end. Without Lithuania, where the Anom servers are running, the FBI cannot spy on people anymore. After 4 years, Operation Trojan Shield needs to end.
Why?
But when it does, it sends shockwaves through global organized crime.
Operation Trojan Shield.
Trojan Shield. Global operation. Biggest investigation and operation. Biggest criminal sting ever.
Ever?
Anom users all around the world are waking up to a nightmare. Heavily armed law enforcement enters their home, somehow fully and thoroughly aware of all their illegal dealings. Later that day, the FBI comes out publicly and reveals the secret behind Anom.
For the first time, the FBI developed and operated its own hardened encrypted device company called Anom.
Law enforcement agents.
How the fuck do you have this clip? And for the whole video, you still call it Anom.
Its own hardened encrypted device company called Anom.
Law enforcement agencies across the globe celebrate their unprecedented victory.
Also, this is kind of rude because they didn't make it. Yeah, they didn't develop it. They just...
This investigation,
They didn't make it at
called
all.
Operation Trojan Shield, shined a light into the shadowy industry of hardened.
Oh, maybe the agent's pronouncing it wrong. You're right.
This is a watershed moment in Australian law enforcement history.
Operation Trojan Shield results in hundreds of arrests, the dismantling of major criminal networks, and the seizure of enormous quantities of drugs, weapons, and illicit funds. The evidence seized by the police is staggering. It feels like the ultimate triumph against organized crime. It certainly is the biggest sting operation in FBI history, probably in all of history. But as the dust settles, a harsh reality begins to emerge. This mission, hailed as a success, could potentially turn into a massive failure.
My dogs are farting. I can smell it.
To this day, over 27 million Anom messages have been collected. Based on this intelligence, over 800 arrests have been made.
Damn.
But experts are growing increasingly skeptical about whether Anom's chats will be admissible in court. That's because the evidence may have been obtained through potentially illegal means. A German court has already set a precedent, ruling that Anom chats cannot be used as evidence in trials because they could not be physically linked to the suspects. In the case of 3 drug traffickers arrested in Germany, the court only approved physical evidence for trial, dismissing the encrypted messages gathered from Anom. In Australia, legal uncertainty has already delayed a major trial, with the court grappling over whether the data collected through Anom's backdoor can be used to convict suspects. If courts worldwide continue to reject the Anom chat evidence, hundreds of cases could be thrown into jeopardy. Criminals who are caught red-handed through these communications could potentially walk free, despite their obvious involvement in serious crimes. Other courts declared Anom's messages as lawfully obtained. Trials will likely go through higher instances in many cases, dragging on for years. It's unclear how many Anom users will ultimately be convicted. While official press releases praise the number of murders supposedly prevented, there's a troubling silence regarding those that were not. According to Joseph Cox, at least one assassination of a Swedish man was meticulously planned in Anom chats and executed while authorities observed in real time.
What?
As these cases become mired in legal limbo, an uncomfortable question arises. Was Operation Trojan Shield actually worth it? If key evidence is dismissed and trials are delayed or overturned, the operation's long-term impact may be far smaller than law enforcement had hoped. And there's another dilemma here, one that affects us all. It's about privacy. Today, almost every popular messenger is end-to-end encrypted. Preserving privacy is essential. It's a basic right. Encryption technology is not just for criminals. Journalists, human rights activists, and dissidents from authoritarian regimes rely on encrypted messaging. Privacy concerns all of us.
Oh no.
Data abuse can affect anybody. You might instinctively want
to
respond.
I thought it was like you should protect your privacy even more with NordVPN.
What if you lived in a totalitarian state rather than a liberal democracy?
I'm like paranoid about
Will
ads
that
now.
stance still hold?
Yeah, it does sound like a VPN ad. Okay. More! Oh my god, I'm gonna watch all their most popular. But then I don't care about this one, so. I also don't care about the submarine one. I'm gonna skip those 2. This one? No, I don't want to. Bin Laden's hard drive? 1 billion! Submarine one is good? Oh, it is? Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna watch it.
This is a narco submarine. A stealth marine.
But I don't like this narrator. I like the other narrator who says Iskro and Alpha.
Marine vehicle designed to transport drugs from South America to the US, and sometimes even Europe. Over the last decade, authorities have caught over 200 of these, but there are many more out there. Today, we will take a look at
so many of you said it's a
different
banger.
models, ranging from simple all the way to transatlantic high-tech. How do these submarines work? How do they avoid detection? And what does the Coast Guard do to catch them?
Burn.
There are many ways to smuggle cocaine into the high-profit markets of the US and
Ooh,
Europe.
please tell me how.
Each year, authorities seize several hundred tons of cocaine before it reaches the streets, and many more tons get past them. In this game of cat and mouse, cartels constantly come up with new ways to deliver their product. At first,
Like
narco
what
subs were made
ways?
for short trips, but over time, their production was professionalized. A hidden industry began to flourish. This is Oscar Moreno Ricardo. Colombian authorities named him the king of semi-submersibles. Here,
I'm sorry. I want to put my, I want to put my leg up under my desk, but then I don't have a thing to put my leg up onto, and then I have my PC over there, but then it's too far away. So I think I'm gonna steal. I'm wondering if I should steal their stairs for myself to use as a footrest. That would be kind of fucked up, right? Or I can take this little thing, but then I don't want to wake them up. Okay, I'm stealing it. Just for now. But I also don't want to wake them up. So I'm being careful. Okay, they're away. They're still sleeping. Shit, that woke them up. Go to sleep, baby. Go to sleep.
Deep in the dense Colombian jungle, hidden along a river, he operates.
Steal them like the criminal mastermind that you are. I already got your messages on ANOP about this brilliant robbery. Shut up. Who are you talking? Shut up.
A clandestine shipyard, far beyond the reach of authorities.
Comfy cozy.
In places like this one, Ricardo and his competitors
I feel
built
great.
submarines. They can travel thousands of miles across the ocean, carrying tons of cocaine. These narco submarines are designed to remain hidden, but there are rare moments when we get a glimpse into their world.
They're fine. Look at them. Look, they're both just sleeping. Look how funny he looks. He's so flat.
H.I. Sutton studies the craft of Ricardo and the others.
Hi, Sutton.
He has dedicated his career to
They're
uncovering
terrified.
their secrets. He's a specialist in defense analysis and unconventional naval warfare.
I've been looking at narco submarines for about 15 years and keeping a database of all the incidents of narco submarines and analyzing their designs and the trends that are evolving in that space.
Now, let's
He's sideways right now.
dive into our first sub.
This is a very typical narco submarine. They started to appear like this in the late 2000s and they're still being found today.
It's roughly 14 meters in length and not a true submarine. Rather, it's a so-called low-profile vessel. The top remains visible above the waterline. Its color blends in with the sea. Due to its low height, radar systems have a hard time detecting it. Currently, it is en route to Central America. Inside the cramped vessel, 5 men sit in tense silence. Every so often, the low hum of the diesel engine pulses through the hull as it pushes them forward at 16 kilometers per hour. The sub is divided into 3 compartments. This middle is the crew area. It's sparse and uncomfortable. Bunks cramped tightly together, a single hatch above for entry. Here at the rear, the diesel engine roars, vibrating against the thin fiberglass walls. It is located behind the crew compartment so they can access it to do repairs. Up front, the cargo hold is tightly packed with bags of
I was
cocaine.
listening.
7.7 tons, to be precise. The crew uses the weight of the
just wanted a
drugs,
pet
fuel,
baby.
and engine to keep the vessel low in the water. The cargo on board will earn the cartel a hefty sum, if the sub
They're pretty
reaches its
long.
destination.
I have an extension cord.
A Marine patrol aircraft spots the narco submarine and immediately alerts the US Coast Guard. Right now, they are operating in international
True?
waters.
No, I've barely
boats
heard
and
of
a
Fern.
helicopter race to
Even.
intercept the vessel. Once within range, Coast Guard officers jump onto the ship and give the door a friendly knock.
A friendly knock. Look at him slamming on that shit.
They capture the 5 smugglers along with the cocaine, valued at well over $200 million.
Why'd they
If
let
law
him in?
enforcement had not acted so decisively, the smugglers could have opened the scuttling valve, a last resort mechanism that floods the sub and sends it plunging to the ocean floor, along with all its evidence. This crew had a relatively short journey. Others travel half
Fred
across
knocked
the world.
Fred nicely.
While narco subs are obviously used for organized crime, their engineering and the ingenuity behind their design are undeniably remarkable.
I'm sorry. What is happening? I need to fucking read this. What is happening? Following since 2022. February. Are you good? Are you like high or something? Get a grip. He's just being schizo.
If you ever wanted
He's literally just tweaking out.
to build your own skills in these areas, on the right side of the law, of course, Brilliant is a great place to start.
I know
Their
he's been at it for a
interactive
while.
lessons
Here.
make it easy to
I'll give you a break so you can come back when you're not like high or something.
learn new skills, whether it's physics, math, programming, or artificial intelligence. Every
didn't ban him.
lesson
I'll
is
give him a break.
engaging and playful. You can customize the content and work through the exercises and QR code or visit Brilliant New Skills today.
I missed that.
A different part of the Amazon. A narco vessel departs near Manaus in Brazil and is making its way to Macapa, the Amazon's mouth. This semi-sub is over 20 meters long and nicknamed Che. Inside
Che.
Che sit 3 men. Agustin Alvarez, a former Spanish boxer and captain of the vessel, and 2 Ecuadorian men. They are about to cross the Atlantic. Traveling at around 19 kilometers per hour, they will cover roughly 6,500 kilometers from the Brazilian
That's pretty
rainforest
slow.
all
That's
the way
very
to
slow,
Europe,
right?
with no GPS and
Are
only a
submarines-
compass to guide their way.
Damn.
It will take them about 2 weeks
Submarine-
to reach
are
the
all
destination
submarines really slow?
if all goes according to plan. This narco sub is very similar to our first one, but it is more modern and larger. It also has 3 compartments.
Not
You've
built
got
to
the
fit-
engine
oh,
in the
okay.
back, the crew in the middle.
I don't know anything
and
about
the cargo
submarines.
bay.
Nearly half the sub's size is reserved for fuel. 3 massive
Some can
tanks
be
holding
pretty
20,000 liters, ensuring the vessel
Submarine
can make the
sounds
long journey.
horrifying to
The
be
men
in.
have no proper beds and use plastic bags as toilets.
Oh.
For food, they have the choice between energy bars, rice, or cans of sardines. There's only one proper seat, so 2 men must lie down at all times. The men endured 3 storms and almost hit a larger ship on the way, but finally managed to cross the Atlantic. But
That's
well,
so scary.
luck is not on their side. After 27 days, the sub runs out of fuel. The journey took twice as long as planned.
Oh my god.
Because of the conditions at sea, they can't deliver the drugs to another vessel. 2 attempts to meet with cartel boats fail. As a last resort, Alvarez contacts old friends from his hometown Vigo and hopes to get help from them to unload the cocaine. But this also fails. So they travel near the coast of
Why am I kinda
Galicia
rooting for them?
and sink the vessel. Afterwards, the crew wants to flee, but law enforcement has already spotted them.
Oh no.
The EU's maritime analysis
Dude, they do all that. They don't get the drugs. They're like suffering, and then they get caught. Like that
and Operations
sucks.
Center has notified Spain that a suspicious vessel is heading for their coast. They watched them using night vision goggles and observed their arrival in Galicia. Officials arrested 2 Ecuadorian men shortly after the sinking.
Not the boxer?
Alvarez can flee. He hides nearby in an abandoned house for 5 days and then finally gets arrested.
That
Spanish
sucks.
police refloat
Yeah,
and
the jail
confiscate
cell
the
was
sunken
probably so
submarine.
nice to be in.
They find 3 tons of cocaine, worth around $100 million. Every time one of these gets caught, a cartel loses a lot of money. Reason enough to innovate. At first glance, this just looks like a real submarine. It has the typical cylindrical shape and is around 24 meters long. This build can almost fully submerge. Only a snorkel protrudes from its top, allowing the vessel to breathe, drawing in air to cool its diesel engine and provide fresh oxygen for the crew. It also gives the vessel its name, the Snorkel Sub.
Unlike
Cute.
most real submarines,
I don't know why, I
or
find that
most
so
naval
cute.
submarines, it's not built out of steel or metal, it's built out of fiberglass.
A diesel engine powers the sub, while an onboard generator provides electricity for various systems.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think
including
that
a camera
submarines
mounted
without the
atop
little air
snorkel.
thing
So they always have an
use,
idea of what's around them when they're underwater.
preset
Ballast tanks
oxygen.
allow it to take in water and dive deeper when dangerous.
Right, Emsonia, this is a different narrator.
The interior feels cramped yet sophisticated.
I like him less.
There's a basic toilet and a sink. Small luxuries that make long journeys more bearable for the crew. The snorkel sub can haul up to 8 tons of cocaine, carrying its illicit cargo thousands
Seems
of
fine.
kilometers
I'm just a
from
picky
Colombia
bitch.
to destinations
And
like Mexico or
I'm just
beyond.
being judgmental
So
for no
far,
reason.
Not a single one of these has ever been caught at sea. But we know they keep building them because the ones that we have got like this have always been captured on land. So we can infer from that
it's not
that
his
they must be
accent.
very successful.
I never
And
hate
that
or
makes sense. Patrol
I never
aircraft
extra
will have a
hate or
much
extra
harder time
like
spotting
accents.
this
I don't
sub.
mind accents.
Through its camera system, it can maneuver
the
around
tone.
and evade Coast Guard ships with much greater finesse.
Yeah, his cadence. It's
The
mostly
fact
tone.
that such a complex machine gets built in a jungle in the middle of nowhere is remarkable. These shipyards are far from traditional supply chains or modern facilities.
Narco submarines are designed and the construction is overseen by
Not sure what it's called in English, but
These are
snorkel is a common
artisans.
name. Oh yeah,
Very
for in English, snorkel is literally that. Snorkel is not what you use when you go scuba diving. I think it's the thing that you put in your mouth, and it's a tube that comes out with air. It's like when you want to just look at fish while swimming at the top of the ocean, but not when you go underwater.
Proficient.
Unless that's
They're
also
impressive
snorkel. I don't.
designs
That's
in the sense that
scuba diving
while
stuff.
they might look very shoddy and minimalist, they really
fancy
are
straw.
the perfect example of the minimum viable product.
These subs need to be good enough to reliably transport extremely expensive cargo thousands
the
of
same as
miles.
English?
But at the
Maybe a
same
little
time, they have
different.
to be built with very basic materials.
Just
Not
use
many
a
people
PVC
are
pipe.
capable of doing that.
These master builders, there's only so many of them, and you can tell
Rebreathers.
that
That's what it's
because
called.
Each designer, if you like, has signature. They have certain ways of solving problems that reveal themselves in the designs.
And one of these builders far outshines the rest.
Oh, that looks like a
In
fucking
November
rocket.
2020, law enforcement stumbled upon something extraordinary in the Colombian jungle. A fully
Hi, Hoyd.
submersible, 12-meter-long narco submarine. There's no fuel storage and no diesel engine in the back. Instead, the sub houses a whopping 10 tons of batteries, powering 2 electric motors.
Oh, it's
This
an
is the
electric
peak of narco
one.
sub ingenuity. Construction costs roughly $1.5 million. Dive planes control the depth of the submarine. Its batteries have an estimated endurance of 12 hours. Traveling at 5 kilometers per hour, this sub could reach
That
a
is
travel
so
distance
slow.
of about 60 kilometers. This sub can travel neither fast nor far, but it doesn't have to. This vessel is not designed to make long journeys on its own. Do you see this little thing here? That's a towing ring. It can be attached to larger ships, allowing the narco sub to be pulled long distances.
How does it? Hold on.
Is
Oh,
undetected.
well, I'll just keep watching. I was
When
gonna
the
say, how does it stay under?
smugglers reach their destination or Coast Guard appears, they simply unhook and continue on their own. This sub is extremely hard to detect.
Oh, the little
In
thin
fact,
things. Okay.
it has never been found in action.
Wow.
Authorities have only discovered this one example in the Colombian jungle, but there are most likely many more of them out in the waters.
Pressure. Oh.
We can infer that it's incredibly successful, just like the other. All narco submarines are statistically successful, most get through, but these ones are even harder to find and has never been seen in the wild.
This narco sub
Wow.
is proof that drug smugglers continue to design new, sophisticated vessels to move drugs into profitable markets.
The trend has been towards smaller payloads, so they carry less.
Wow,
drugs
drug
than they
smugglers are
used to,
so
but
business
there's more.
oriented.
And so it's really about optimizing their supply lines and getting the drugs to the market, minimizing the risks.
When the sub completes its mission,
They're
it
so
may end up
innovative.
here, in a
Such
massive
hardworking
graveyard
individuals.
of narco submarines on the ocean floor. Because
But like, that's actually like kind of crazy though. Exactly. That's what. This is how. Blah, blah, blah. This is what I'm thinking. Like, you are such a drug smuggler that you're gonna You're gonna come up with a fucking you're gonna invent a submarine? A fucking submarine? Like, that's serious shit. That is a huge step away from, oh, I'm just dealing weed, to submarine.
Almost all of them are only built for a one-off trip.
Like, wow. They really got real engineers to sell drugs. Yeah.
In 2022, the reign of Oscar Moreno Ricardo, the so-called king of narco submarines, came to an end. After years of eluding authorities, he was finally arrested in a joint operation by Colombian and American authorities. His capture marks a significant victory for law enforcement, but it is far from a decisive blow.
For law enforcement.
Another worthy successor will most likely have already taken his place. Somewhere in the depths of the Colombian jungle, a new genius is already working on the next generation of narco submarines. More advanced, more sophisticated, and designed to beat the latest tactics of law enforcement. It's the 10th of August 2015. A large crowd of One Direction fans are waiting outside the Natural History Museum in London.
I need to respond to my messages. Big stretch. Oh, what faking cancer looks like? Are you kidding me?
It's the 10th of August 2015. A large
Good night, Romaine.
crowd of One Direction fans are waiting outside the Natural History Museum in London.
I hope you're doing
Today,
swell.
Lewis Tomlinson is hosting a charity event at the museum.
Wait, Lewis Tomlinson? Isn't that the fucking... Isn't that the Sugoi? The One Direction guy? Right?
The
Okay.
Cinderella Ball. He has brought along his bandmate Liam Payne
I hope you had fun at the cutie Cinderella Ball,
and
Zoil.
his mom to raise money.
Oh, it is him.
Terminally
Oh, it's
ill
literally
children.
him. Never mind.
These children and their families are going through an incredibly hard time.
Where they say it's a One Direction event. I'll restart.
It's the 10th of August 2015. A large crowd of One Direction fans
There
are
it is.
waiting outside the Natural History Museum in London. Today,
I need to... Okay, I can't hear unless I'm reading subtitles.
Lewis Tomlinson is hosting a charity
Yeah,
event at the museum.
I'm looking now.
The Cinderella Ball. He has brought along his bandmate Liam Payne and his mom to raise money for terminal...
I'm bad at listening. I'm really good at reading. Install this extension to skip sponsored videos. You think I need an extension to skip sponsors and videos? You think I can't tell when an ad is coming up and there is an integration? Does it automatically? You think I need that? I do it automatically. Okay, no, I do want it. I'll just leave it as default. Folded
it's the
in
10th
seconds.
of August. He has brought along his bandmate Liam Payne and his mom to raise money for terminally ill children. These children and their families are going through an incredibly hard time. They spend a lot of hours in hospitals because of their illnesses. But today, at the Cinderella Ball, it is going to be a magical and unforgettable evening for them. Dressed in beautiful dresses and suits, they have already walked the red carpet and are now eagerly waiting for the One Direction stars inside. The ball is a huge success. Everyone has a good time. It's hosted by a British charity organization. Believe
我朋友给我的东西吗? It's the thing that Boger gave me. Morena from Bulgaria. Chocolate wafer.
In magic. The charity was founded in 2011 by the then 16-year-old Megan Barry and her mother Jean. Megan understands the needs of terminally ill children. Since the age of 13, she's been
I don't think this one's sad because the title is What Faking Cancer Looks Like.
seriously ill herself.
Thank you.
And had numerous surgeries and hospital visits. Then she was diagnosed with brain cancer. She decided to help all those children like her and founded Believe in Magic.
They have
At
the kind of
event,
cancer that makes
both
your face
Thomas
blurry.
and his mom have nothing but good things to say about Megan, Jean, and their work.
The charity is absolutely incredible. Anyone here that knows Jean and Meg that believe in magic will need no introduction to their kindness. These two ladies are the charity. No admin, no drivers, no advertising department, they do everything themselves. Very simply, they just want the children of the charity to have some magic and have some experiences.
Megan and Jean sure seem like incredible people. But are they? What if they are lying?
Is Megan really as ill as she claims that she is?
What if Megan doesn't actually have cancer?
Maybe Meg and Jean are just spending it on themselves. What's going on?
What if
Oh
she
my
and her
God.
mom are stealing donations? A small group of people on the internet suspects just that. They find more and more clues that the mother and daughter are scamming people.
No way.
But no one believes them. That's not stopping them though. They will come after Megan and Jean for years, hacking them, setting a PI on their tracks. And one day, Megan is dead. Supporters will say she got hounded to...
I'm sorry. Oh my god. That's wild. I thought they were scamming. I thought what? What? I got baited by the fucking title. Oh wait, died from what? Okay.
to death by these online bullies.
Okay.
A angry, jealous, bitter internet troll.
What
Okay, I'm gonna
happened
hear it
here?
out.
Who is telling the truth? And who isn't?
We think we know the story. We think we've heard about this amazing woman who started a charity and then sadly died of a brain tumor. That's not what happened. Something else has happened here.
This is the case of Believe in Magic.
Oh my god.
My name is Jamie Bartlett.
Wow,
I'm the
I
writer
love
and
that.
presenter of the podcast
Thank you,
series
Igor.
Believe in Magic.
That was
Jamie and
awesome.
his team have been investigating the
I didn't
story
have to
of
reach
Megan
to my
Barry
mouse.
and her charity in 7 brilliant episodes for the BBC.
So
Be sure
good.
to check them out. You can also find Jamie on Instagram.
Believe.
Megan Barry was born in 1995 in the south of England in Guildford. She's the youngest in her family, with 4 older half-siblings from her mom Jean's first marriage. Her parents separate when she's a child. Megan ends up living alone with her mom as her older siblings have already moved out. She lives a normal life, at least for a while.
When Megan is 13 years old, she wakes up in this sort of agonizing
Pause. Do you wear your marriage ring on your left hand or your right hand? I know it's 4th finger, but which hand is it? Because
pain.
'Cause-
She's sick.
I don't know anymore. Left. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I keep seeing people with rings on their right hand. So I thought maybe it was like a cultural diff or a country diff or a something diff. But I didn't know what the diff was. Depends on gender. Oh. When they're engaged? I don't know. When they're engaged or married, I guess. What? That's engagement ring? There's a difference between engagement ring and wedding ring? Engagement is right hand. Ask Squeaks. You didn't know that? No? I thought you... What? Wait, you're telling me you get 2 different rings for engagement and marriage? Or do you just move it from one hand to the other? Wait, you get 2 different rings? Huh? Wait, so which... Engagement ring and wedding band. doing research so she doesn't get scammed. I'll be like, you do have a second ring ready, right? He proposes with a fucking ring, and I'm like, one ring. I'm gonna get a second one, right? Because I was talking to my chat, and they told me I'm supposed to get 2 of them. Let me see the second one. Wait, engagement ring is usually a flashy with stones. Wedding ring is a band. Wait, I don't understand. I am so confused. If you get if I get a wedding ring, right? Or if someone proposes and they're like, will you marry me? And I'm like, yes. I take this, I put this on my left 4th finger. And then after I do this, when I go, this is my engagement ring. And then when I go to get married, this just goes away. What happens to it? Just goes to waste? And then I just wear a second ring? You save it. You wear both. Can safe keep or wear both. Keep it and wear it on special occasions. The engagement fairy. Wait, that is so... I feel like that's so excessive. Because I also don't want to... Why the fuck would I want to have 2 rings on my finger? That's so uncomfy. And then if I'm going to pick one or the other, I want the better one. Why would I get an awesome ring and not fucking wear it? I'm just like, wait, that's stupid. Because it's just a business? Yeah, I guess. Whatever. I just had no idea there was a difference.
She can't see properly.
Oh my god, I had no idea. That's wild.
Sort of agonizing pain. She's sick, she can't see properly. She sort of tells the world that she's been rushed to hospital where they diagnose her with something called idiopathic intracranial.
I got that question from this guy here because I thought like with this view that meant his wedding ring was on his right finger, and I'm like, I thought it was supposed to be left because I had this thought already where I'm like, thought it was supposed to be left. I keep seeing people with it on their right hand.
Years old. She wakes
up.
up.
It could be mirrored. You're
pain.
right.
She's sick. She can't see properly. She sort of tells the world that she's been rushed to hospital where they diagnose her with.
As a woman-loving man, I would actually buy my woman loved a ring, diamond, for every day of the week. Right after saying, so at what point does the guy receive the cock ring?
With something called idiopathic intracranial hypertension.
That's a rare brain condition where the fluid around the brain, the cerebrospinal fluid, doesn't drain properly.
The duality
this
of man.
Leads to increased pressure inside the skull. Patients experience severe headaches and vision problems. Megan starts blogging about her hospital treatments and doctor appointments. She leaves school and has to undergo numerous medical procedures.
Well, I've had 24 operations in the last few years. Wow.
Megan is not too sick to watch TV
wow.
though. And around that time, 5 young men meet as contestants on X Factor. They end up forming a boy band.
Is One
Well,
Megan,
like
so
nobody
many teens
else.
around the world, is a huge fan. In March 2011, a dream comes true for her. The band is on tour and performs at the O2 Arena in London. After the show, Megan gets to meet the boys along with other ill children.
She faked cancer just to meet One
Shortly
Direction.
after, her health seems to get much worse.
Oh, just kidding.
In April 2011, her mother Jean announces that her daughter has a brain tumor. Instead of falling into despair, Megan and Jean set up their own charity, Believe in Magic, to help.
I actually was such a pick-me when I was younger that anything that a lot of people liked around me, I would vehemently dislike just to be a pick-me. Because so everyone at my school, this was around the time that I was like 11, all the girls, I went to all girls school. They were all just like, oh my God, One Direction. And so I'd be like, you guys like One Direction? I don't even think Louis Tomlinson is hot. What? Wait, you're a Harry Styles fan? I don't even like him. I think he's ugly, actually. That was me at age 11. So no, I was not a One Direction fan. Because of that, I was so like I method acted so hard that I didn't listen to their music or anything.
Ill children.
But I actually don't think they would have. I don't think I would have liked them that much anyway.
I've been in and out of hospital and seen so many other very poorly children, and I just sort of realised how much that you miss out on when you're poorly and how much the other children are going through. And just wanted to do something to sort of give them the magical experiences back and to be able to be children again.
Megan is just 16 at the time. She and her mom are looking for support and turn to One Direction. The band members are touched by Megan's story and start supporting her charity. They start wearing Believe in Magic wristbands. Fans immediately jump at the purple accessory
God!
and bury.
Wait, I just had like a fucking flashback. I remember this. I remember kids at my school wearing this shit. My dog's growling at me because he hates One Direction.
Squeeze it in between the others.
Oh my
Other
God.
Celebrities also start supporting Believe in Magic. But the relationship with One Direction remains special.
Hi, it's Louis from One Direction. We've been working with Believe in Magic now for a few years, and we think Meg and the team are absolutely incredible. Donate below.
Harry Styles' stepfather gets his chest hair waxed for Believe in Magic in July 2012.
Harry Styles' mum even climbed Mount Kilimanjaro to raise
Mount
money
Kilimanjaro.
for Believe in Magic. That's how sort of close they were.
And in 2015, Louis Tomlinson hosts the Cinderella Ball with his mom. Megan and Jean look incredibly happy that evening. Their charity is an enormous success. They fulfill wishes and gift trips to Disneyland or VIP tickets for a Chelsea match. Some children are even invited to Buckingham Palace to decorate the Christmas tree.
All the children were given beautiful handmade dresses that were made by whoever made the bridesmaids' dresses for Kate and William.
Despite Megan's illness, she and her mom do everything they can to make the children happy. Megan even receives an award from the then British Prime Minister.
Oh, we're watching what faking cancer looks like.
David Cameron. He praises Megan's courage to fight for the fulfillment of others' dreams despite her own illness. He calls her an inspiration to us all. Meanwhile, though, Megan's health seems to be getting worse and worse.
Is it
According
though?
to Jean, she has to take over 100.
It keeps saying, every time there's this scene, it keeps saying, according to Jean.
Pills a day.
Which is her mom, by the way.
Endure injections and cope with continuous pain. Numerous hospital stays, surgeries. In fact, she is so unwell that Megan and Jean have to repeatedly ask the Believe in Magic community for money. For example, in 2012, when Megan needs special treatment at Boston Children's Hospital in the US.
The message is, Megan has helped everyone. Megan has given up her life trying to raise money for others. It's now time to
No,
help
I didn't play
Megan
Repo.
back.
Cam never
3
woke
years
up.
later follows another appeal. Help save Megan.
He
Jean
passed
announces
away.
that Megan's brain tumor has worsened. Megan requires proton beam therapy in the US, and they need about
No. He woke up and then he went back to sleep. Or he woke up and then he had his football game or whatever. And then I'm assuming he was super tired and took a nap.
$180,000 for it.
And hasn't woken up from his
The
nap.
fundraising goal is reached in just 33 hours.
Yeah, we can
But
watch
then
Fern.
Jean posts an update that Megan's tumor is much worse even than they thought. It has, in her words, developed tentacles which have wrapped itself around one of the 2 main arteries in Meg's brain and the primary blood supply to her brain. As a result, the surgeons couldn't operate and had to cancel the proton beam therapy. Then a third appeal in 2016. Hashtag Meg's turn for magic. Once again, a huge wave of donations come in. They really are struggling and feeling very alone. Meg has come very close to losing her life.
Wrong lose. What the fuck? Wrong lose.
Several times over the past few weeks. A woman in England reads
Chili's
these
woke up with
fundraising
one less
appeals,
cook today.
and she is growing increasingly skeptical. What she uncovers completely turns the story
Yeah, because how is
upside
she
down.
how is she this sick and attending all these events just like fine? Like she can be sick, but not that sick. Like, yeah, I was gonna say the head of hair. Looking very full there. Considering you're taking 100 pills a day for cancer.
Joanna Ashcroft first met Megan at a Believe in Magic event. She herself has a son who was diagnosed with neuroblastoma in 2011. That's a cancer of the nervous system. At the time, she also had to organize a fundraiser to finance her son's treatment. But after reading Megan and Jean's fundraising appeals, she is left with a strange gut feeling.
To me, it just all sounded very, very strange.
Oh,
And
Gypsy
as I'm
Rose
reading,
story
I'm
is really
trying to
scary.
see where she's being treated, who a doctor is, where the hospital is, and there was no information.
She shares her concerns with a group of friends, other parents of children with neuroblastoma.
And they start to wonder, is Megan really as ill as she claims that she is? And they weren't convinced.
They are cautious though.
I mean, who asks someone with a serious brain condition to prove that they're ill? I mean, and if you're wrong about it, you're the worst person on the internet. It's terrible.
That is fucked.
But when she sees Believe in Magic's latest appeal for donations in the end of August 2016, Joanna is certain something here can't be right. So she writes a message to the
Show me your
Facebook group
tumor.
Meg's Turn for Magic to find out which hospital Megan is being treated in.
Hi, I'd love to send Megan something, just like she sends all the poorly children. Which hospital do I send it to? To which I got a reply, thanks so much, but Megan's at 3 different hospitals at the moment, so it's very, very difficult.
Under the pseudonym Sarah Smith, she writes to a supporter listing the inconsistencies in Megan's story.
Do you have any evidence that Megan is seriously ill? Oh, Sarah.
Freudinger's cancer.
I can't for 1 second believe they're not being truthful.
Many people saw with their own eyes how much medication Megan had to take and how badly she was doing. These supporters have no doubts about her condition. Meanwhile, Megan's state of health is supposedly getting even worse. She's on constant oxygen and has multiple infections, they say. In short, it doesn't look good. But none of it adds up for Joanna and her friends. One of
Did
them
she
is a
pretend
bit
to
of a
die?
hacker.
They send an email to Jean.
Ooh, it's always
and-
hacking.
but they've embedded a
with
piece
this
of
channel.
code
It
in
always
the
comes
email
back to hacking.
that will reveal her location.
As soon as Jean opens
Man,
it,
I wish
they
I was
will
a
know
hacker.
where Megan and Jean are. And
Everyone's a fucking hacker.
jackpot. Megan
come I don't
is
know how
not
to
in
hack?
the hospital, so ill that her supporters are incredibly
I
worried
know
about her.
system.out.println.
She's at the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida. To be exact, in Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge.
She's just taking a fucking
There's no
vacation.
way
What?
that anybody
Having a
with
staycation?
a child who is that sick would be in a Disney resort. So I rang the Kidani there and then without really thinking it through. And they put me through to the room and Jean answered. So I said,
Hi, can I speak to Megan, please?
and she said, sorry? I said, is Megan there, please? She said, who's calling? She's asleep at the moment.
All right, I'll ring back, thank you.
And I put the phone down.
She calls again.
I said, is Megan awake yet? Oh, Megan's not here. Megan's seriously unwell. Megan's in hospital. I said, oh, so you're not in Disney? And she said, no, I'm not in Disney. Megan's in hospital. Who is this? And then I put the phone down.
Jean
She
and
just
Megan
called
deny
Disney.
any wrongdoing. According to them, they are at Disney World, but
They
their
ultimately
hotel room
admit.
supposedly has been converted into a hospital room. Joanna doesn't believe any of it. This has to be a massive scam. She contacts the charity commission, doctors, and the police, but no one takes action. She and her friends don't give up though. When a new
I'm sorry, what were they even doing at Disney? Because like they can't just go around walking around because people will see them or whatever. So they just like, if they're gonna do all this, why are they at Disney in the first place? They can't go explore Disney. They're not that famous. Oh, really? Never mind. Sorry, I thought this was like a huge fucking thing.
Opportunity arises to
I thought they were like
uncover
hiding
Jean
out in
and
Disney.
Megan's apparent scam. They seize it.
Oh my god, wait, go back.
The police, but no one takes action. She and her friends don't give up though. When a new opportunity arises to uncover Jean and Megan's apparent scam, they seize it.
Okay.
For her
Keep
special
asking on the
treatments,
scam.
Megan can only travel to the US and back by ship. Commercial airplanes are not an option due to her brain tumor. The pressure in them is too high. The group learns that Megan and Jean are returning to England. They usually sail on the luxury ocean liner Queen Mary II. So Joanna and friends check the sailing times. The cruise ship has just left New York and is heading towards Southampton. The group hires a private detective.
Oh my
They want to
god.
know, how bad is Megan's condition really? According to Jean's updates,
How do you
she
find
should
a
be
private
in a wheelchair.
investigator?
Also,
Megan's going to have an oxygen tank with her.
the Queen Mary II has just arrived. Guests are leaving the ship. The hired
Look
private
easy to
detective
find.
is
Oh,
at the dock,
I did not know that.
observing the scene. More and more people pass by. Finally, he spots the two women he was looking for. He writes in his report, Megan and Jean are observed exiting the arrivals area. He snaps a picture.
She's just perfectly fine.
Where there was no oxygen tank with her, she wasn't in a wheelchair. In fact, there were porters there that helped people to move their luggage, and Meg and Jean just walked past them, pushing bags and bags and bags, like huge bags, to their car.
The
Oh my god,
private
she's
detective
so
also
strong.
observes they are talking and laughing with each other. Megan doesn't seem to be doing half as badly
It's a
as Jean
miracle.
claimed.
Megan does look like she's overweight. She's not, doesn't look the healthiest, but she does not look like someone who just a few days before was knocking.
That's not, well, come on. That's not necessary.
On death's door.
Jimmy
Yeah,
Butler has
crazy
seen the
stray.
receipts for Megan's
Show
and
me
Jean's
YouTuber.
stay at Disney World.
Over 5 or 6
Big
month
news. Thank you for
period,
the
Megan and
3
Jean had
months.
spent tens of thousands of dollars.
Pancake, thank you
at
for the gifts of
Disney
this oil
World,
earlier.
Florida, money that they had raised for this life-threatening condition
Damn.
that Megan apparently had.
The Jean just wanted a little vacay.
Joanna's group is now absolutely certain. Megan is lying about having brain cancer. Joanna notifies the authorities and, in December 2016, opens a Facebook group.
Oh my god.
The truth about Megan and Jean. She even travels to London and presents her research on Believe in Magic to the Charity Commission. In February 2017, the commission initiates an investigation.
Holy
The
shit.
group is reassured. They have done everything possible to uncover the fraud.
Nice.
They are convinced it's just a matter of time before Megan and Jean's scam is exposed by the authorities. But just a year later, on March 28th, 2018, Megan is dead. She passed away at the age of 23 at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery in London.
Ooh.
The Believe in Magic community is shocked. Supporters, parents of ill children who were supported by the charity mourn Megan and remember what a great person she was.
I can't explain that enough. What an amazing human being she was. She
Hmm.
really was. She had more sympathy and love for people than I'd ever met anybody before. She got on with children so well, really, really well. It was beautiful to see.
Because she was like a fairy godmother to these children. That's how she was. That's how these children, very ill children, saw her.
Some Believe in Magic supporters blame Joanna Ashcroft and her friends for Megan's death. They allegedly hounded Megan and destroyed her life.
And what Meg used to say was this woman was a pain in the arse. She was very demanding. She started up this, I'd call it a witch hunt.
Bewilderment, anger, and grief dominate the community. They lost Megan, the young woman who did so much for them. So, did Megan Barry have cancer or not? Her body was examined after her death, and according to the forensic pathologist, Megan's brain was morphologically normal. no swelling,
No cancer.
no high pressure, and no trace of a brain tumor.
Oh my God.
Megan Barry did not die because of a brain tumour. There was no evidence that she had a brain tumour or any brain abnormality.
I'm
What
surprised she actually
of
died.
at 23 years old was an acute cardiac arrhythmia, a sort of irregular heartbeat, which was caused by liver disease.
It's a natural death, but very unusual for a 23-year-old.
Yeah. Did
This
her mom?
poses so many new questions. Why did such a young person die of heart failure?
Why did she lie about having brain cancer?
Why?
Well, okay, that answer is easy to fucking answer. She was farming money. I mean, she was farming donos for her cancer treatment. I mean, why did she lie? So her mom.
That
Okay,
the
yeah,
lie
that's what I was
go
thinking.
unnoticed for so long?
And what about all the medication people saw her take?
This isn't like a Gypsy Rose situation, is it?
There once was a German nobleman. He was known as the Baron of Lies because he would always
Yeah,
tell
because if she was actually taking the meds and stuff.
crazy, fantastical stories of his adventures. His name was Hieronymus Karl Friedrich Freiherr von Münchhausen.
I can't take that name seriously.
His name was Hieronymus Karl Friedrich Freiherr von Münchhausen.
You just keep
He's the
getting more and
namesake
more
of
German with each
psychological
word.
Disorder, the Münchhausen syndrome, where people intentionally fake.
Hold on, there's a fucking joke there's a fucking joke here and I can't think of it. Fuck, shut up. Munchhausen. That's Munchhausen. That's what I call my place. Ladies.
An illness. They make up symptoms and present them very dramatic.
I'm timing you out. Nope. You don't get credit.
Sometimes they might try to get sick on purpose. They go from doctor to doctor, describing their fabricated or self-induced complaints for attention, pity, or even money. Could that be the reason why Megan claimed to have brain cancer?
Maybe? Or did she actually believe she had brain cancer?
She especially loved one member of One Direction, Harry Styles.
She was absolutely obsessed
boring.
with One Direction. Completely in love with Harry Styles. I think she changed her Twitter to Meg Styles or something like that. She wouldn't stop talking about them.
When Megan first met One Direction in 2011, she was supposedly dealing with idiopathic intracranial hypertension. It causes discomfort, but usually it's not life-threatening.
What, a
Though
headache?
Only a few weeks after that encounter, she suddenly claimed to have a brain tumor.
You know, there are so many people
Oh my god, she read too many fanfics and she thought if she had a brain tumor, Harry Styles would come like save her.
trying to get One Direction's attention online at the time. But if you're extremely unwell, you're more likely to be able to do that.
Ever since she claimed to have brain cancer, she became famous and had regular contact with her favorite stars. But that's not the full answer.
And Jean said, "Oh, Natalie, all you need to know is the sicker Meg is, the more attention we get, the more money we make."
I don't think people realise how dangerous she is, how manipulative she is, how much of an effect she's had on people.
There's another condition related to Münchhausen syndrome, known as Münchhausen by proxy, or fabricated or induced illness by carers.
Oh my god, that's so fucked up.
It's a rare form
So
of
it's like Gypsy Rose.
child abuse, where a parent tries to convince doctors that their child is ill. In addition to lying about the child's symptoms and diagnoses, it can
evil.
also involve intentionally causing illnesses. Sometimes the parents are aware of their behavior, sometimes they are not. The parent's behavior can also make the respective child firmly believe it is in fact ill. You might remember Megan had several half-siblings. On Jamie's podcast, they talk about their own childhood and how it was to live with Jean.
In our kitchen,
Psycho.
we had an oak table, like a farmhouse table, and we had above it some cupboards 4 of us would sit around the table, and every time we'd sit down for dinner, we'd play this game because there would always be a tin that would roll off the top of the cupboard and nearly hit us on the head. Jean wanted one of us to have an accident, and for us, that doesn't seem unusual or far-fetched. That explains what she was like.
They seem to have the memory that Jean somehow revelled in her children being unwell, that she liked the attention, she enjoyed the drama, she got to be seen as the heroic caregiver.
One of the daughters had kidney issues when she was 9. Jean's solution? Giving her cups of salty bovril.
And that's the last thing you should ever do if you have those kinds of conditions.
You would know as an adult that giving cups of very salty drinks to a child who's got kidney problems is bad.
That's so scary.
Within a couple of years of each other, they didn't get bovril, only I got bovril. So was it a deliberate thing?
According to the sisters, whenever someone they knew was sick or injured, Megan would suddenly fall ill with a similar condition. At this point, they were already grown up and Megan lived alone with Jean. When the newborn niece needed oxygen tanks, Jean suddenly announced that Megan in America also relied on oxygen tanks. If the half-brother had crutches due to a knee injury, Megan also had them shortly after. When the half-sister had sepsis, Megan was suddenly hospitalized for sepsis too.
I'm going to predict this is going to happen next, and then we'd like put little bets on it, and we'd be like, yes, we got it right.
Megan was just 13 years old when she supposedly got ill. Her entire teenage years were marked by doctor visits and surgeries. Her whole life revolved around her supposed illness.
From a
That's
very
so
young
traumatizing.
age, Megan was kind of encouraged and indulged to be a very unwell person. So rather than, as most parents would do, you encourage your child to be healthy, and if they are unwell, get them over it as quickly as possible. This was the opposite.
She took a lot of meds, including opioids. Doctors noted opioid-seeking behavior in her, and always by her side was her mother.
I'm sorry. Doctors noticed opioid-seeking behavior in her and still wrote them the prescription for it? That's so negligent.
Jean was the one who often posted the fundraising appeals, and she was also the one who first mentioned Megan's brain tumor in a Twitter post.
Part of the motivation here seems to have been to become a celebrity, to meet
the opioid epidemic
to meet One Direction, to
horrible.
become this hero that could then look after other kids, because they were able to help a lot of children. A lot of children got a lot of benefit from the work Megan and Jean did.
They thought she was terminal or something?
And I think they...
Yeah, but they don't... They're doctors. Surely they do tests to make sure. Like, I don't think they're like, oh, her mom says she has terminal brain cancer, therefore I believe them. And I'm gonna prescribe them opioid medication. Like,
enjoyed doing that for those children.
That's bullshit.
I believe that's why the charity came about and why the charity was started. To get the attention of One Direction.
Later, a special review was conducted into Megan's death.
Despite their
It is? Are you fucking kidding? Are you serious? They literally just... Really? That's how it works? They just take their word for it? They're like, you have terminal brain cancer and you need opioids? Okay. Here you go. Sure, I guess. I'm gonna write down in my notes. Is extremely desperate for opioids, but I'm gonna let you have it anyway. That's horrible. So like, okay, so going back to what I initially said, they are negligent. That is still on the doctors.
Formal diagnosis of FII in this case, the presentation and coroner's conclusion lead all involved to think it was likely to have been FII.
That's scary.
Belief in Magic was investigated in 2017.
Much
It was
house.
found that charity money had been
Sign me
transferred
up.
into Jean's personal bank
I like
account,
that one better.
and £100,000 were unaccounted for. In August 2020, Believe in Magic was closed down. Jamie and his team tried to locate Jean. They tracked her all the way to France and back to the UK, but to no avail.
And Jean never ever responded to us until right at the very end, just before we were about to publish, where she sent us a sort of blurry picture of a brain scan and said, look, this is proof that Megan really did have a brain tumor. How dare you question me? And she, of course, denied everything, denied that she'd ever wanted to harm Megan, denied that she'd lied about it.
Interesting. Not
In the
interesting.
end, we
just
may never get all
horrifying.
the answers to this case. But hopefully the story of Megan Barry can help to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Munchausen syndrome by proxy, or as we call it now, FII in the UK, is not just something that can happen to small children. You can be an adult and still be heavily under the influence of your parents or a caregiver. And that is something that the NHS here in the UK has now recognised and is starting to put out more guidance about this problem.
That's fucking
partly, I think,
crazy.
as a result of this case.
Oh my god. Yeah, is she in jail? Minecraft one? Oh my, I do want to watch the Minecraft one because that's the one I wanted to watch and I fell asleep to. I'm trying to find it just by doing this. Am I blind? Oh, here.
A Twitter employee is getting an unexpected phone call. The caller
Yeah, the mom
claims to
kinda
be
just
from
got away
Twitter's
with it.
internal help desk. He explains there are issues with the company's VPN connection. Apparently, it's been happening a lot lately. The Twitter employee logs in again. He enters his credentials, username, password. Then he just needs to confirm the login on his phone. Done. Everything seems to be working now.
Pyramid.
The help desk person sounds pleased and wishes him a nice evening.
Sick intro!
Graham hangs up. He cannot believe how easy that was. He doesn't work for the help desk, and definitely not for Twitter. He's 17, drives a white BMW, has a high-end gaming setup, and wears a Rolex
sick
covered in
transition.
gemstones. He's pulled off a few scams before, but this one will be the biggest hack of his life, by far. Graham is about to drag the Twitter team into a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. With a small crew, he'll hijack the accounts of some of the most famous people on the planet. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Kanye West, Mr. Beast. He'll even break into the account of the man who just a few years later will end up buying Twitter. By the time it's all over, Graham will be sitting on a stash of Bitcoin, and it will all go down in just over 24 hours. This is the wild story of the biggest hack in Twitter's history.
A fake tweet be a major security breach at Twitter. With ties to a Florida response to the most high-profile
WDHD access? I don't know what that is.
It's 2016. A 13-year-old kid is sitting in his bedroom in
Hi,
Tampa,
Jazzy.
Florida, playing Minecraft. His name is Graham Ivan Clark. He's playing Minecraft in hardcore mode, one death, and it's game over. On YouTube, Graham goes by the name Open.
Open.
In his
Sick
videos, he
name.
talks about being homeschooled and how he doesn't have many friends. His parents split up when he was 7. He's raised by his mom along with his sister. Minecraft is his escape, a way to get away from real life. It doesn't take long for Graham to start bending the rules.
This video is about a scammer, a liar, and just someone that is pretty scummy. You guys probably know him already. It's Open.
Graham, aka Open, makes money selling rare Minecraft skins and flashy usernames. The catch, he never actually delivers them. According to him, by 2017, he's pulling $5,000 a month. He's only 14. But scamming a few Minecraft noobs isn't enough for him. He wants more. In 2018, Graham starts getting interested in crypto and stumbles across a forum called OG Users.
My god, YouTube
OG Users
watcher.
is a shady corner of the internet.
I like YouTube
It's a forum to
watchers.
discuss and buy rare online usernames. It's crawling with hackers and scammers. They trade stolen or hacked online accounts. For $1,500, you could buy the late XXXTentacion's old Minecraft account or get a clean Twitter handle, like @beers. Graham signs up under the name Graham $, and gets banned just 4 days later.
Oh.
Again, he took money, but never delivered.
Oh.
But in his few days on the forum, something else grabbed his attention. A new
I thought that
kind
was
of scam.
acid.
SIM swapping. An AT&T
Got
store
here
in
from
the
YouTube
center of
last
Boston.
month. Sick.
Tech investor Greg
Hi,
Bennett has a
85.
problem. He's lost his phone. Luckily, the store rep can help. In cases like this, mobile
Wait, I
carriers
actually don't know what SIM swapping means. I've heard that phrase so many times, but I don't know what it is.
can transfer your number from the lost SIM card to a new one. All Greg has to do
Multi-streaming?
is show some ID.
Funny thing about multi-streaming, I've been wanting to set it up for approximately 6 months now, and I haven't gotten around to it. But it's 2026. 2026 I will. 2026 I will multi-stream.
And the process gets started. It takes a little while though, so the man leaves the store while it's being handled.
Wait for 2FA.
The only thing...
Did I miss it? I missed it, didn't I? I missed the whole fucking
new
SIM
kind of
swapping
scam.
explanation.
SIM swapping.
Explanation. Okay.
An AT&T store in the center
Sorry.
of Boston. Tech investor Greg Bennett has a problem. He's lost his phone.
Yeah, the video of the torture is them trying out CIA torture methods or something. It'll
Luckily,
happen.
the
I'll do
store app
it.
can help. In cases like this, mobile carriers can transfer your number from the lost SIM card to a new one. All Greg has to do is show some ID, and the process gets started. It takes a little while though, so the man leaves the store while it's being...
SIM swapping is me calling your phone provider and convincing them that I own your number and I need it transferred to a new SIM card which I own. Then have access to your... Oh. Oh. I see.
being handled. The only thing is that man...
That's why they want, that's why they're starting to use the authentication apps instead of SIM, like phone number 2FA, right? Okay, that makes sense.
wasn't Greg Bennett. Not even close.
It was
So it looked like
Graham.
somebody walked into a store and said they were me to an employee who was collaborator, then swap out give them a phone with a new SIM card, and then wiped out my SIM card in that process.
This is the real Greg Bennett. He shared his story on the Cybercrime Magazine podcast, and his case is by far not the only one. Most of the time, the scammers don't even have to walk into a store. They just call the mobile provider's customer service line,
Oh, Mike, I have a exclamation mark Mike.
pretend to be someone else, and talk their way
I
in.
use it does require an audio
The next
interface
day,
though.
the real Greg Bennett is at home in Seattle, sitting with his son, talking business. And suddenly, his phone stops working.
There's no cell signal, no nothing. And I noticed also that I'm having trouble. I'm working on trying to get into my email accounts, and I can't get into my email accounts either. So I'm now thinking very bad things.
While Bennett's on the phone with AT&T trying to figure out what's going on, the scammers have already taken over his phone number.
No.
Since two-factor authentication is often tied to a phone number, getting access to that number means getting access to all other accounts.
All these folks have to do is use your email address to try to log on to these accounts, and then say forgot password. So then the password resets is sent to your text, which is now controlled by another phone that you don't have.
So the fraudsters now have access to his emails, his bank accounts, and his crypto accounts. 164 Bitcoin gets stolen from Bennett's wallet. Back then, they were worth around $856,000. Today, it would be well over $10 million. Authorities were able to recover 100 of the stolen Bitcoin, but 64 are still missing to this day. Maybe there
Where
were
is
multiple
it?
people involved, but in the end, only one suspect was ever identified.
It was a 17-year-old with an accomplice who was very good on a computer, and they were actually very good, very efficient. I got to give them some credit for how good they were.
Because the suspect was still a minor at the time, he wasn't arrested, but there is evidence pointing to the teenage hacker behind the attack. During the scam, Bennett received an extortion message. It was signed with Scrim, reportedly one of the online aliases used by Graham Evan Clark.
Yvonne?
According to the New York Times, additional evidence links Graham to the attack. For one, afterwards he suddenly started living large. He moved into his own apartment, bought a BMW and a Rolex.
That's so
And
dumb.
before turning 18, Graham wants to pull off his biggest stunt yet.
It's just kids.
Among his targets is none other than the man who would one day become the richest person on the planet.
Oh, sponsor.
About 24 hours before he gets hacked, the Tesla CEO
They used that.
is busy on Twitter.
They used Elon Musk to segue into an ad.
Handling customer
Oh, never mind. Okay.
support.
Should do this.
Never mind. Sorry. That is a crazy segue though.
Around the
'cause
same time, Graham is sitting in front of his PC in Tampa. His plan is to sell rare usernames and access to Twitter accounts, just like people do every day on OG users.
Oh,
He figures
Igor
each
gave me an
account could go for
extension for
thousands
the
of
automatic
dollars.
skip.
But instead of hacking individual users, Graham chooses the easier
Because I kept here. I can't find it. What's it called? Sponsor block for YouTube. I kept missing the ads because I can't tell when they integrate into the ad. It's like they do it so smoothly sometimes, and I can't tell.
route. He wants to come at them from the inside. He picks a new nickname for this mission, Kirk, like the captain from Star Trek. Time to get a crew. He messages what appears to be his first collaborator on Discord. His name is Lowell. Graham claims he works at Twitter and has internal access.
Clean username.
We don't know exactly who Lowell is, but the New York Times spoke with him and confirmed he worked with Graham. Most likely Graham brought him in to help sell the stolen accounts. Over the next few hours, their group will grow to at least 5 people. Then phase 1 begins. Graham must have been preparing for this moment for weeks. We know that from court records. He used LinkedIn to dig up contact info for Twitter employees. That's his entry point. Now he's going to call them. A 17-year-old kid wearing a Rolex.
Hi, this is Eric from the help desk.
He keeps bringing up the Rolex.
Your VPN connection?
Graham gets a few Twitter employees on the phone. Some get suspicious. A few even report a call to Twitter's fraud monitoring team. But one employee stays on the line and believes he's really talking to someone from the help desk.
Okay,
Oh, no.
so your VPN's acting up? I'll send you a new link. Hang on. Try this one instead.
How are you gonna work at Twitter and fall for this shit?
Graham sends the employee a fake login page.
Oh my
When the employee
god.
types in his credentials, Graham does the exact same thing.
Come
but in the real
on.
VPN login form. Now all he needs is the two-factor authentication code. Graham triggers the 2FA request. The code gets sent via SMS to the employee, who then enters it into the fake login page. Done. Graham is in. Phase 1 is underway.
Come on, man.
Through the VPN connection, he's essentially inside the Twitter employee's computer. The question now,
I feel like
how
you'd
does
be
he
more
get to the
careful
backend?
if you were like
place where he can
a fucking smart computer nerd working at Twitter.
reset access to individual
Like, because they work at a tech company, so I would think they would be more aware.
Twitter accounts. Graham starts poking around, but it turns out this particular employee doesn't have the right permissions. From here,
Never
Graham
mind.
can't access account
I see.
credentials. So Graham digs deeper into Twitter's internal network. He's trying to understand the system, reading through countless internal messages. There has to be something useful here. Then, jackpot. He finds the login details for someone in Twitter's legal department. That's his way in. The legal department has deep access, and
Oh,
now so does
no.
Graham. With just a few clicks, he can now take over any Twitter account he wants. It's simple. Change the registered email to his own, or to the buyer's. Set a new password. Done. Now Graham needs buyers. Phase 2 begins.
Jesus.
But there's a problem. Graham's reputation on OG users, the perfect marketplace for rare handles, is trash. No one's going to buy anything from him. So he needs middlemen, dealers. Lowell has been on board since yesterday. Today, Che-Wan joins the crew. Che-Wan is 19 years old and lives on the south coast of England. His real name is...
You're telling me that's Che-Wan? White boy right there is Che-Wan.
Mason Shepard. Not long after, Rolex signs on. He's 22, from Orlando, Florida.
Rolex.
His real name is Nima Fazeli. Graham probably doesn't tell either of them the full story. He claims, just like he told Lowell, that he works for Twitter, maybe to gain their trust. Because unlike Graham, both Che-Wan and Rolex have solid reputations on OG users. On Wednesday morning, Che-Wan posts this on OG users. From $2,500 to $3,000, you can buy any Twitter account. Che-Wan even name drops some past customers, supposedly people who...
Oh, why? What is the I wonder what the censor is. The drug?
have already bought from him successfully. Payment is
Dick?
Bitcoin only, and no small talk. Buyers are told not to start the chat with hey, just drop the handle they want and make an offer. Serious offers are discussed with Graham over Discord. 1359, Che-Wan.
5K for @XX, 3K at dark. Let me know. Guy wants them. Also, is @vampire doable?
5K for all three.
Later that day, a potential buyer seems to become part of the crew. Joe. His real name is Joseph O'Connor. He's British too,
Nice
and 21
alias.
at the time. He knows his way around SIM swapping, and is rumored to have been involved in an earlier hack of Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey. His exact role isn't clear, but Joe does post a tweet that shows that he's on the inside. It's Twitter's admin tools. Twitter takes it down shortly after it's posted.
Wait, was that in a different video? I've watched this scene before. Oh, it was probably I fell asleep and then I woke up and I saw that. Never
Behind
mind.
the scenes, the platform has already started investigating. Since early that morning, they've been looking into strange calls from people claiming to be help desk staff.
I was
By
like,
now,
I swear I've
suspicious
seen
login
that.
attempts are piling up. It's becoming clear this wasn't just a prank call. Someone is deep inside the system. For Graham, the clock is
Dad Lee.
ticking. It's only a matter of time before Twitter.
Hold on, let me read. Don't get me wrong, a ton of companies are borderline incapable of securing their systems against anything other than the most basic attacks, but more often than not, a hacker's most efficient weapon is charisma. It's funny how if you pick the right dialogue options, you can get anywhere you want. That's terrifying. I have really horrible charisma.
Twitter catches on and shuts him out. So he comes up with an
Social
idea,
engineering gets you deep
a
as
way to
fuck.
squeeze even more money out of the hack.
Shit. I would never be
Enter
a
phase
successful
3.
hacker.
Graham sets his sights on the crypto community. By mid-2020, the economy is in freefall because of the COVID pandemic. Stock markets are down, and so is crypto.
I can't believe J1 from Lyric
So
would
Graham
do
launches
this.
a website, cryptoforhealth.com. To help people in these hard times, he makes an irresistible promise. Send Bitcoin to his wallet, and Crypto for Health will send back double, just like that.
Well, that's...
His new plan is simple. Convince people to send him money, voluntarily. Now he just has to promote the platform.
That's wild.
And he has the best tool to do so.
Oh, I did. I was awake during this.
Graham gains access to the
I
accounts
woke up
of
for
several
this.
crypto influencers and platforms. The first tweet goes out from the account Angelo BTC. Then come at least 10 more, all from well-known names in the crypto space. For the next 2 hours, he tweets almost non-stop from major crypto companies' accounts.
I remember
Binance,
this.
Gemini, Coinbase, Ripple, and more. Then at 4:15 p.m.,
Give me one sub,
he
I'll
takes it
give you
to the
2
next
back.
level. Graham stops using the Crypto for Health link. Now he tweets his Bitcoin address directly. He wants more reach, so he leaves the crypto
French
space
Prison Break?
behind
No,
and
I want to
targets
watch
one
it.
of the biggest influencers on Twitter.
Is it Fern video?
At
I
exactly
only want to watch Fern.
4:17
I don't know
p.m.,
why.
Musk's account tweets that he wants to give back to his 37 million followers. in
You
the
got
spirit of
scammed by
COVID
this,
relief.
OMJ?
But Graham doesn't stop there. Next up, Bill Gates, with over 50 million followers.
Oh, this was...
Then Kanye West.
This was only 2020. This is very recent. Wait, 5 years? Over 5 years ago. Oh my god. Whatever. Still relatively recent.
30 million. Jeff Bezos,
I don't
Mr.
remember
Beast,
this.
Barack Obama, Joe Biden. Even corporations like Apple and Uber.
Damn.
In total, Graham breaches over 130 Twitter accounts, blasting his crypto scam from 45 of them.
That's wild.
Millions see the messages.
I
So
wasn't
do
on
the Twitter
Twitter during this
employees.
time. If
Security
maybe that's
incident
why.
impacting accounts on Twitter.
At this point in time, I was waking up at like 8 p.m. playing League of Legends for 18 hours straight, and then sleeping whatever the fuck time that was, and then waking up 10 hours later.
We are investigating
I must
and
have
taking
missed
steps to
this.
fix it. We will update everyone shortly.
Graham tweets, Twitter deletes, and with
The
every
Dark
passing
Ages?
minute,
The
Graham's
Golden
Bitcoin wallet
Ages.
grows fatter. Most people see through the scam, but many others fall for it. To stretch the reach even further, Graham reposts from the same accounts multiple times. The last tweet goes out from Kim Kardashian's account.
Damn.
Meanwhile, the others in his crew are still selling usernames for a few $1,000s each.
I put 1K minimum. Let's say that's for non-OG. 2.5K minimum for OG.
1K min for all is fine.
He said he'll do those for 20.
Sounds good. You can trust me by now. I need email for all.
22K including criminal?
Okay. Send
Hold on. I can't follow along with this conversation. I put 1K minimum. Let's say that's for not... Wait, what? Am I stupid? I can smell my dog's fart from here. And I recognize this fart smell. You don't understand?
me
Okay.
full list of emails and the 22.
Usernames? Oh, okay. It's just their crim comms. He'll do this for 22K. Whatever.
Okay to my Addy.
But these will be the last sales they make. Twitter is finally about to shut the whole thing down. On Wednesday evening, no one at Twitter is thinking about going home. Someone is inside
woke
their
up for
system,
this.
reading Slack messages, accessing sensitive credentials, and flooding the platform with scam tweets. Things are spiraling out of control, so Twitter pulls the plug.
You may be unable to tweet or reset your password while we review and address this incident.
The platform limits core functionality across the board. Many verified accounts can't post. They can't change passwords.
Hi, how are you?
Every account that had changed its password in the last 30 days is locked out as well. Twitter is
I'm
trying
responding
to
to
cut the
Mary. I
attackers
think
off
we're
completely.
canceling repo because Cam has fucking perished, and Mary has
Review
a
and address
sponsor
this
tomorrow.
incident.
The platform limits core functionality across
We'll
the
just
board.
we'll just
Many
watch
verified
Fern.
accounts can't post. They can't change passwords. Every account that had changed his password in the last 30 days is locked out as well.
Right?
Twitter is trying to cut the attackers off completely, and it works. Graham can no longer change passwords, sell usernames, or push his crypto scam. Internally, Twitter starts killing all active VPN sessions, one by one.
I'm good too.
Every employee
Cozy
is forced
watching
offline,
games. I mean,
including
watching.
Graham.
I'm not watching
The
games.
hack is over,
Watching videos.
and slowly a full picture of the fallout begins to emerge.
Sorry, I missed your high yesterday. Scrolled up and
In
I
the
saw.
scramble, Twitter didn't just silence celebrities.
too locked in on
they
my
also
game.
locked out news outlets and even the National Weather Service, which missed posting a tornado warning. By late that night, many accounts started working again, but some will stay offline for longer. Elon won't post for 3 days, highly unusual.
3 days!
On the other side of the world in England, Chaewon wakes up.
So what's been Twitter's response?
All verified accounts, locked in essentially.
Details on how this
It's likely the first time he realizes the full scale of what just happened. The others probably feel the same, except for Lowell, who had already started getting suspicious of Graham earlier in the day. Later that night, Chaewon sends him a disappointed DM.
I'm not sad, more just annoyed. I mean, he only made 20 Bitcoin.
Graham reportedly walked away with up to $180,000. Authorities alerted major crypto platforms. They blocked the wallets tied to Graham, preventing an estimated $1.5 million in additional planned transactions. Tracking
Oh my
the
God.
attackers down doesn't take long. Chaewon and Rolex are traced
I know,
via
the
OG
Discord ping
users,
is pissing me
linked
off too.
emails on their crypto accounts, and matching IP addresses. We don't know exactly how they got Graham. His case was sealed due to him being a minor at the time. But just 2 weeks after the hack, authorities make their move.
Today I am making a charging announcement on the Twitter hack. The first defendant is Mason Shepard, also known as Chaewon, age 19, of Bognor Regis in the United Kingdom. The second defendant is Nima Fazeli, also known as Rolex, age 22, of Orlando, Florida. The third defendant is a juvenile who we will not further identify.
Because of COVID, Graham's hearing takes place over Zoom, and it quickly descends into chaos. Zoom bombers hijack the call, blasting rap music and explicit content.
I'm gonna end this.
In spring 2021,
Oh my
Graham was
God.
sentenced to 3 years in a juvenile detention facility. He cooperated with authorities, avoiding an adult conviction.
Wait, so what happens
His
if you
229 days of
are
pretrial detention counted
convicted
towards
as
his
a
sentence.
kid, but then you turn 18? Like if he was 17, but then he gets a 3-year sentence, what happens? Is that still juvie? Like 3 years in juvie until you're 21? Oh, unless charged an adult. Okay.
As of February 2023, he's out on 3 years of probation.
They
What happened to
forget you
Nima
could.
Fazeli,
No, I was wondering
Rolex,
if they
isn't
move or
entirely
not.
Clear. Some reports say he served 3 years in prison. Others point to ongoing negotiations or a possible plea deal. Mason still lives in the UK. According to the BBC, he was never arrested or extradited to the US. If he's ever
Oh.
brought to trial in the States, he faces up to 20 years in prison. Joe was arrested a year after the Twitter hack in Spain. He was sentenced to 5 years, not for the Twitter
Damn.
hack, but for earlier crimes. According to him, his only involvement in this case was buying a handle for $10,000. Lowell was never caught. Graham was the mastermind behind the
Damn.
hack, but he wasn't a brilliant hacker. The foundation of the attack was simple social
Lowell was
engineering.
never caught.
He manipulated the
You guys
employees
just
and used
said
basic
that.
phishing tactics.
You just said that.
With
Social
surprisingly
engineering.
little skill, he managed to collect money from thousands of unsuspecting people.
I love how in other videos they were like, these kids are super, super skilled. And then with him, they're like, he didn't even have much skill.
Authorities not acted so quickly, he could have stolen much more. His posts reached millions. Without fully realizing it, Graham held something incredibly powerful in his hands. Massive reach on a platform that plays a major role in shaping public discourse. Today, more than ever. Definitely something that shouldn't be abused.
Cool. They grow up to a full adult while staying around children in a children's jail because that's the most obvious thing to do. Thank you.
July 1st, 2018,
Prison
9:20
escape!
a.m. A high
Oh my God, yes,
security
okay.
prison south of Paris. One of the
He could have tweeted as Donald Trump saying,
largest, most modern,
No.
and most secure detention centers in France.
mathematician? No, I haven't.
Hundreds of guard.
I only found out about Fern like 3 days ago or 4
Ma-
days ago. I don't know when, but I've been loving it.
Massive 17-foot walls lined with barbed wire and armored doors.
I haven't seen that
The
either,
courtyards
Corvo.
are covered with anti-helicopter
Sorry, I
net.
need to restart with subtitles on.
July 1st, 2018, 9:20 a.m. A high-security prison south of Paris. One of the largest, most modern, and most secure detention centers in France. Hundreds of guards. Massive 17-foot walls lined with barbed wire and armored doors. The courtyards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. On all 4 watchtowers, snipers with assault rifles stand at the ready. In solitary confinement cell 207, inmate number 001018
I couldn't escape shit.
waits to be escorted to a visiting room. He is the most heavily guarded prisoner in the country. He was involved in at least 30 robberies, some including hostages.
Noted.
One involving a cash and transit heist that led to the death of a police officer. Twice, he slipped away from the police right at the scene of the crime. And 5 years ago, in 2013, he pulled off a spectacular escape from another high-security prison, using a smuggled gun and explosives to blast his way out.
Whoa.
2 guards unlock his cell to pat him down.
Scary.
They do find something suspicious, but it's just a pack of gum. The guards like him, despite his staggering record of high-stakes crimes. He's easygoing, funny, and likable. It's almost like he's perfectly
Once again,
comfortable behind bars.
charisma.
20 miles away, 65-year-old flight instructor Stefan
It's always
Bide
the charisma.
welcomes 2 new students, Frederic and Julian, father and son. They're both hyped for their flight. They say they just want to tag along and watch him fly, not pilot themselves, but they do request it to be on board the Alouette 2, a vintage collector's model from the 1950s. The pair have been marveling at it because it just looks so pretty. Something feels sketchy. Stefan will later recall that he thought they were wearing wigs. But hey, money is money, right? They pay 500 euros in cash up front. Back in jail, the prisoner is escorted to the visitors block for high-risk inmates. It's situated as far away from the prison entrance as possible. Prison management has been on edge for a while, noticing a change in the inmate's behavior. He's received more visits and seemed to be sending coded messages during phone calls. His casual vibe with the guards could be a tactic to extract useful intel. A couple of days ago, a drone was spotted scouting the facility from above. Stefan is waiting for his students on an open field. He has landed on the clearing because they said they needed to stop to pee. They stepped out and disappeared behind some trees. When they return, they're armed. They claim to know his family and his home address. They say they have been watching him for months, and that their accomplices are waiting at his house as they speak. If he doesn't do exactly as they say, his family dies. They'll tell him where to fly next. On the visitor side of booth number 50, the inmate's older brother
That's
is
so
willing to see his
mean.
sibling.
I feel like he was cooperating already. You don't have to scare him extra. Like,
He has no idea that his little brother is about to pull off the most spectacular prison break in French history.
whoa. The eyebrows are so distinct. So mean. These criminals are acting like bad guys. Spoilers. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Actual fucking movie.
The prisoner calmly waiting for his helicopter ride is Redouane Faïd. He's the country's most infamous criminal. He's also a best-selling
Wow, fucking accurate. Hold on.
author.
Look.
He's the country's most infamous criminal.
Wow.
He's also a best-selling author, a movie buff and adrenaline junkie, and to many in France's immigrant suburbs, he's also a legend. But to understand all this, we need to go back to the
Render
beginning.
eyebrows thicker. He looks like a One Punch Man.
1978, a suburb near Paris. This is 6-year-old Redouane.
Eyebrows.
He's still in kindergarten, browsing through a newly opened store with his brother, who's 2 years older than him. There's
Or
not a
him
single
and
thing in this
47,
shop
yeah.
the two could afford. Their parents are Algerian immigrants. The father works in a factory. The mother cleans houses. At home, the boys shared a cramped 3-room apartment with
Lot
9
of
other
plates.
siblings.
Oh, never mind.
The social housing block is surrounded by wealthy
Jesus.
suburbs, full of wealthy French kids.
Stop fucking. 9 other siblings? 9 other siblings and you can't afford stuff? Stop fucking.
Redouane and his brother do not fit the mold. And the store detective makes sure they know it. He calls them petite merguez, a racial slur for Algerian immigrants.
Oh.
But other than that, he doesn't really pay attention to them. Out in the parking lot, the brothers divide up their haul. It's Redouane's first theft ever. A couple of weeks later, he gets caught. His parents are furious. and his father whips him 20 times with a belt.
Oh.
His mother makes him promise he will never steal again.
I mean...
Around this time, Redouane discovers
fair.
the world of film, especially French crime thrillers and American gangster movies. He watches them on repeat, memorizes entire scenes, and acts them out at home for his family. By his teens, stealing isn't just survival anymore. It's a way of life. He and his friends swipe TVs, stereos, VCRs, car radios, and computers. They use the money to buy Adidas sneakers and flashy tracksuits. But more than anything, they go to the movies. Again and again.
Oh,
then,
that's
at 18 years old, Redouane commits his first bank robbery.
Never mind.
He walks in armed, holds the bank employee at gunpoint, and threatens her with a line straight from the French crime film, Marine. Shut up. Do what I tell you. I've got nothing against you. I only want the money. Think of your children. After the robbery, he simply goes back to school and studies for his high school exams. There's no one to scold him anymore at home. His father has moved back to Algeria, and his mother is dying of leukemia. He'll later write in his autobiography that, from that moment on, he stopped caring. Redouane Faïd's crimes are getting bigger, and they seem to be directly inspired by American action films. During a heist, he and his crew end up taking a bank director and his family hostage. They are wearing rubber masks with the faces of famous politicians, just like Patrick Swayze in Point Break.
Terrifying.
Redouane even delivers a line from the movie when they leave the scene.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and please don't forget to vote!
In another hostage situation 2 years later, Faïd and his men show up in sharp black suits in homage to Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs. They even adopt the thing with the color-coded aliases.
Mr. White, Mr. Blonde, Mr. Blue, Mr. Orange, Mr. Pink.
But this time the job goes sideways, and they have to flee
cool.
from the cops, just like in the movie.
Fuck, that
However,
is pretty cool.
all these spectacular crimes still don't seem enough for Faïd. One of his all-time favorite gangster films is Michael Mann's Heat, and after watching it over and over again, he sets himself a new goal. The holy grail of robbery. Armored trucks.
Oh no, I've never seen
this. In
this.
an industrial area on the outskirts of Paris, Faïd is behind the wheel of a Renault. He spots his target, a 6-ton armored truck with 3 armed guards inside.
Like 3 hours? Wait, what is it called
slams his
again?
car straight into it. Within seconds, 2 more cars appear, blocking
Just
the
Heat?
truck from the front and back.
I will
5
watch
men in
it.
hockey masks jump out, AK-47s in hand, just like in the movie.
You used to
Heat.
work as an armored
They
truck
surround
driver?
the truck, moving fast. One of them slaps an explosive-looking package onto the windshield.
Scary.
The guards step out and surrender. Faïd and his crew start emptying the truck, but there's a problem. It's simply too much cash. Moving the money out takes way too long. After just 3 minutes, police are on the scene. Gunfire erupts. Faïd takes a bullet to the shoulder. He does manage to escape with his crew, but he has lost blood on the crime scene. Now the police have his DNA and start to investigate his identity. And if they catch him, he's looking at 15 years behind bars.
Oh no.
Stefan Bai and his 2 captors land for a second time. The hijackers have 2 more men waiting on the
Oh
ground.
my god, the
They
storytelling!
haul large black duffel bags into the helicopter. One of them climbs in, all dressed in black, hood pulled over his head.
This is like
Stefan
fucking
is held at
Memento.
gunpoint the entire time. Now he is ordered to take off again. He flips the ignition switches and presses the starter, but nothing happens. The kidnappers think he's trying to outsmart them and start freaking out. They beat and threaten him. If he doesn't do as they say, his family dies.
Poor guy.
Stefan manages to convince them that he really needs to step out to check the wiring. Finally, the engine roars back to life. They take off again.
See?
The hijackers are well prepared. The duffel bags are packed with tear gas, smoke grenades, masks, AK-47s, and an angle grinder. And so the heli thunders towards the
'Cause I have feet
high-security
and I'm
prison,
fertile.
where Redouane Faïd is sitting calmly in visiting room 50, chatting away with his older brother.
Sponsor skipped. Beautiful.
20 years earlier, the Movenpick Hotel in Basel. An employee enters a room to prepare it for the next guest. She has no idea she is not alone. Redouane Faïd has been hiding there for over 3 hours. Outside, the police are searching for him across the entire city. A few hours earlier, Faïd was arrested on a train heading from Germany to France. German federal police took him into custody. He had been hiding abroad for months. But when the officers escort him off the train, he manages to break free. He runs straight across the tracks to shake the cops. A train roars in and blocks the officers from following.
Oh my god.
He jumps several meters down and twists his ankle, so now he's limping. Somehow, he makes it to the back entrance of the Move and Pick Hotel and sneaks inside. He finds several open doors.
Literally
since the
Hitman
cleaning staff are
47.
still working. He needs to get out of here somehow. He thinks about calling a contact in Strasbourg, but he doesn't have a phone.
Oh, I love
So what now?
Strasbourg.
There's a
This
payphone right
video
outside
is
the hotel,
about a prison escape in France.
but he also doesn't have any coins. He calmly approaches the receptionist to ask
Oh,
if
I
she can
love
give him some change for a
Strasbourg.
bill.
I really
She
want to go
places
back.
the coins in front of him, which leads to another problem. His hands are still cuffed. What if she notices and calls the police? Faid keeps it cool, acts like he's casually reading a promo poster behind the desk. The moment the receptionist turns away, he quickly scoops up the coins. The first call fails, and he disappears onto the hotel rooftop to hide for a couple of hours. He tries again, turns around, and finds himself surrounded by 20 police officers. The next day, Faid is at the hospital with 2 officers to have his ankle checked. He seems to be in serious pain, but that's just an act. In a fraction of a second, he drops his crutches and snatches a gun from one of the officers. He trained in Krav Maga during his time in Israel.
I was about to say, is he
a super
trained?
efficient military combat technique designed for fast defense.
This
and
is about
brutal
a
disarmament.
French prison
Before
break.
the second officer can react, Faid drives his elbow into his face. The officer drops, and Faid takes his gun too. Then he runs, as fast as he can, for the second time in 24 hours.
Jesus.
You would think a guy like that would be watched extra closely in jail.
Right?
At 11:18 a.m., this prison guard hears a strange noise. A low hum or buzzing sound coming from outside.
Helicopter?
To her, it sounds like a leaf blower. Weird, she thinks. The gardeners are not supposed to work on Sundays. Well, it's not a leaf blower.
Yeah. It's a fucking
But
helicopter.
the facility is prepared for this. This sentinel receives an urgent order over the radio: unseal. The same thing happens on other watchtowers. Each one is equipped with a special case. The guard has to break the seal to open it. Inside is an HK G36 assault rifle. He grabs it and takes aim. The helicopter just keeps descending. The prison yards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. Flying in here would be a suicide mission. But this is not a random
Yes, I
helicopter.
watched the KKK
It's
one.
a 60-year-old vintage model, just small enough to slip through this unsecured
Oh
gap
my
in the last
God.
one of the prison yards. Also, this is not a regular landing. In fact, they're not touching down at all. Redouane Faid must have known somehow that prison guards are not allowed to shoot at a flying helicopter. There's a proper protocol for this. And maybe he also knew that Stéphane Bay is one of the few pilots in all of France who are skilled enough to pull this off. To keep this specific type
Let's
of vintage
go,
heli steady
Stéphane!
enough while hovering above the ground.
Sorry, I feel so bad for
Investigators
Stéphane.
will later discover
Stéphane
that
is
Faid
so
had been writing letters to
fucking-
Stéphane's stepdaughter for 2 entire years. And this friendship was not Faid's only connection to the outside world, because at this point, Redouane Faid was already a star.
What? Where is that connection? Wait, what about fucking Stéphane's daughter?
October 2010, 12 years after his escape in Basel, 8 years before his helicopter prison break, Redouane Faid sits in a French talk show.
Gangster, braqueur, voyou, voleur, appelez ça comme vous voulez, il revendique à peu près tous ces mots-là. Bonjour Redouane Faid.
Bonjour.
Les banques, vous en avez braqué combien en tout?
Alors, officiellement, j'en ai braqué qu'une, puisque j'ai été condamné que pour une banque. On m'a soupçonné d'en avoir braqué une trentaine, mais bon, ça, c'est que des dires et des racontards.
He's a welcome guest at the time, a bit of a sensation even. Redouane Faid has written a book about his cinematic crimes, so now he's making the rounds on French TV to promote it.
Whoa.
C'est terrible de dire ça, mais le cinéma a été pour moi un mode d'emploi pour braquer.
Et on voyait ça un petit peu, l'attaque de fourgon blindé en ligne de mire. Pourquoi? Parce que quand tu attaques un fourgon blindé, c'est le top des tops.
The caption on screen reads,
C'est
former
top des
gangster.
top.
Well, not so long ago, he was anything but. In late
I'm not
1998,
gay,
3
but
months
I
after
wanna
his
suck
escape in
him
Basel,
off.
Faid was caught and sentenced to 18 years in jail for armed robbery. He was granted parole for good behavior after just under 9 years. Now he presents himself as a changed man, as someone who has learned his lesson.
La vie de bandit, c'est que de la vie de merde. Vous savez, vous faites souffrir tout le monde. Quand vous allez en prison, c'est une sanction carrément qui est collective parce que votre famille, votre femme, vos enfants, vos frères, vos sœurs, vos parents, tout le monde paye.
He got married. His brother has landed him an office job. He appears to be taking it easy now. At one point, he attends a film event where Michael Mann is physically present, the director of Heat, the very
Wow.
film that inspired his biggest heist.
Moi, personnellement, je suis un ancien gangster. Malheureusement, je m'en vante pas.
Je viens de faire une dizaine d'années de prison. J'ai attaqué des fourgons blindés, des bijouteries, des banques, monsieur Toubiana, je pense. Et je leur ai répondu que non. J'avais un conseiller technique, un prof de fac, une sorte de mentor, et il s'appelle Michael Mann. Alors ma question, en fait, elle est simple. C'est est-ce qu'il a conscience qu'il y ait des gangsters qui puissent s'inspirer de son cinéma? Parce que moi, ça m'est arrivé.
Fayed addresses Mann directly. Michael Mann looks amused, but also a bit uncomfortable. He doesn't know what to say.
Thank you for that. I don't know how to respond.
In another talk show stint, Fayed is asked if he thinks he could ever relapse.
Ah non, moi mes démons, vous savez, ils sont morts, ils sont pas endormis.
That's a bold-faced lie, because at this point, he's already back to committing crimes. And not just petty theft, but a crime so shocking it will shake the entire country. May 20th, 2010, Créteil, a suburb southeast of downtown Paris. Two officers are on routine patrol, grwm and his partner Aurélie Fouquet. Fouquet is 26 years old. She became a mother just a year ago. For them, it's just another day on the job. But then they get a call from the National Police. They're told to head to the A4 highway exit. Some criminals are on the run in a white van. They pull up at an intersection with flashing lights and blaring sirens. They have no idea what they're about to get into.
Oh my god, I'm scared.
These men had a plan to rob an armored cash truck
okay.
carrying 16 million
Oh my god, we've mementoed.
But 30 minutes ago,
Cool.
a routine traffic stop turned their heist into a high-speed, all-out chase with the police. Now they've crashed and need a new getaway car.
Never mind.
But at that
Different?
exact moment, the two patrol officers arrive. The gang doesn't hesitate to open fire. The windshield of the patrol car alone is pierced by 16 bullets. Fouquet is hit multiple times. The gunmen flee. Fouquet is rushed to the hospital. And by the end of the day, she is dead.
No!
The murder of Aurélie Fouquet sends shockwaves throughout the entire country. At her funeral,
That's
thousands
so
of police officers
sad.
stand in mourning. Among them is French President Nicolas Sarkozy. He posthumously awards her a Medal of Honor and delivers a promise. He will
Not
do
so
everything it takes
cool
to find
anymore.
out who did it.
Les meurtriers d'Aurélie Fouquet, je le dis devant son cercueil, seront punis avec la sévérité qu'exige l'ignominie de leur crime.
Redouane Faïd feels safe. So safe he keeps telling his gangster stories on camera. Here he is in a documentary.
Too cocky.
The film recounts how Fouquet was gunned down. And then Redouane Faïd appears. Not as a suspect, not as a fugitive, but as an expert on this kind of heist. At the time, the filmmakers had no idea that the man sitting in front of them had a part in the killing of Aurélie Fouquet.
Oh my god. Don't get greedy.
The failed attack on the armored cash truck has Faïd's signature all over it. But he has an airtight alibi, and he swears he was not involved. But investigators keep digging and eventually find compelling surveillance footage. A security camera has caught Faïd inside the white van used by the criminals. Faïd was not on the scene when the shots were fired, but police gather enough evidence to pin him down as the mastermind behind the operation. After 1 year on the run, Faïd is captured. Again, and he goes straight back to prison.
Oh my god, here.
Two inmates
Here's
are
the
taking out
escape.
the trash, accompanied by a prison guard. Suddenly, they see a helicopter in the courtyard next to them. They wonder if it could be firefighters. The unarmed warden bolts into a nearby office, hiding behind bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, the two prisoners are about to witness Redouane Faïd's spectacular prison escape up close. One of the three men stays with Stefan, the pilot, and continues to press a gun to his
Poor
head.
Stefan!
The
Leave
other
him
two jump out.
alone!
They are masked and wearing bulletproof vests beneath their clothes. Each of them carries an AK-47.
How easy
They've
is it
just
to get an
landed in the courtyard.
AK-47?
Prisoners do not have access here.
How come everybody
It's
just has
only
a
used when
fucking
inmates enter or leave the
AK-47?
facility. That's why nobody thought anti-helicopter cables were needed here. The man in green runs towards a reinforced white door. He carries an angle grinder with a
Pretty
14-inch,
easy.
35cm
Well, that
blade.
seems dangerous.
His partner sets off 3 smoke grenades, releasing thick white smoke. The helicopter's spinning blades churn it into a roaring chaos. Until releasing thick white smoke. The helicopter's
smoke
spinning
grenades.
blades churn it into a roaring chaos. Until the entire courtyard is engulfed. A complete whiteout. The sound of the cutting angle
Fuck,
screeches
that's
through the
cool.
entire prison. Faïd knows what that means. It's time. By now, it's clear to everyone that nobody here is blowing leaves.
I know. Stefan is literally, he's flying helicopters through anti-helicopter netting and flying it super low, all while having a gun pointed at his head. Like, the fucking skill.
The blade of the grinder slices through the locking doors. Clean,
He's so
precise.
cool.
40 seconds is all it takes. The man in green can just push the door open and step inside. The guards slowly realize what's happening, but they're not carrying firearms and are unable to interfere. One of them sticks to protocol and calls the Civil Aviation Authority. They don't understand what's happening. Another calls the standard line for police emergencies and gets put on hold. A third contacts the local police, but the officer on the other end thinks it's a prank. The sentinels on the 4 watchtowers are the only ones carrying firearms, but they can't see the helicopter because their view is blocked by other buildings. And they're not allowed to fire at a flying aircraft anyway. Total, utter chaos. By now, Fayid's brother knows exactly what's going on. He's furious. He thought his brother was ready to change. And now this, another escape. He just can't help himself. Fayid's accomplice has already cut his way through several locks. And now he has reached the door to visiting room 50, where Redouane
Why
Fayid
are
is
they
waiting.
so useless? I
The angle grinder
know.
slices through the metal. The
Like,
door
this
is open.
can't be that.
Fayid has been waiting for this. He storms out and
Like, they can't be this
rushes down a
helpless.
long corridor, followed by the man in green. His brother is left behind, frozen and stunned. At 11:28 a.m., Redouane Fayid steps into the prison courtyard, 10 minutes after the helicopter got there. He sees the 2 inmates that have taken out the trash, brings his right hand to his temple, and gives them an Air Force salute. Then he climbs into the helicopter. Dozens
Sick.
of inmates stand pressed against the bars of their cells to watch.
Did he just
As the
was
helicopter
ass?
lifts
Move
off,
on.
the entire prison erupts
Holy
into
shit.
applause. It's almost like a movie scene.
A French gangster
my
who
God.
broke out of jail by hijacking a helicopter.
notorious gangster is on the run again.
No wonder your name is La Shit.
He has broken out of prison twice
And
now.
you can just about make out the helicopter flying off. into
Yeah,
the
so
distance.
badass, but obviously bad. But so badass though. I think if he didn't end up, like, if his shit didn't end up killing that police officer, I would find this to be cool.
From within the prison grounds.
The news of Redouane Fayid's prison break spreads across the world. He was already famous, a TV figure, the center of a cult-like hype. But this is a whole new level. A well-known French actress writes on
Hi,
social
Paige!
media, "Bravo, Redouane
I'm
Fayid.
just
All of France is with you."
degenning.
The French police declare him the country's most wanted man.
Oh my God.
3 months later, the authorities track him down. Hiding in an apartment in his hometown, Cailles, he's been disguising himself under a burqa during public outings. When he finally stands trial in 2020, authorities
Channel.
take
I just
extreme
found out about
security
this channel
measures,
3 days ago. I've
including
been
a no-fly zone above the
theming.
courthouse.
The arm pervert found me again. By the way, he might be back.
The court
for you
cites a
soon.
psychiatric assessment
No,
describing
well,
him as a
He's never found me, guys. Okay, the arm pervert that Paige is talking about is this guy on TikTok or something who posts pictures of female streamers with their arms showing, being like, "Oh my God, I love these nice milky arms," whatever. And he posted a bunch of pictures of multiple different streamers in a bunch of album, like album versions with different slides. Not a single picture of me. Okay. Yes, picture of Paige. Yes, picture of extra Emily. Sends that post to Duty saying, "Your girlfriend has nice milky arms." That's how I find out about it. You did a self-racism because with that, because Showing found a pic of you in it. Not the one that he sent to Duty. He sends a screenshot of it with Emily in it and tells Duty, "Your girlfriend's got nice milky arms." About Emily. About me.
a social predator.
Who's
and gifted at
Duty? My
manipulation.
friend who is not my
He uses
boyfriend.
his charm and intelligence to control others and get what he
Wrong
wants.
Asian, wrong
Fayed
girlfriend.
himself says that for him, it was always about the adrenaline. He says he is addicted to it and calls himself a sick man. His Hollywood-style heists made headlines worldwide, but he also made his family suffer, traumatized hostages, and caused the death.
Pause. $2025 account created 2025 October. Dude, we were just talking about people like you earlier. We were just talking about people like you.
Of a 26-year-old police officer. Fayed stood two separate trials. For his heists, his role in Aurélien Fouquet's death, and his two escapes from prison. He was sentenced to a total of 39 years in jail. His lawyer says he's
I'm not allowed to say anything.
Hell no. I didn't know it said that. Girl, hell no.
I'm not allowed to say anything.
He's been held in solitary confinement since 2019. He is strip searched.
I just watched a clip, that's all. I didn't say anything. I just watched a clip. I didn't comment on it. I didn't make a face. I kept a straight face. No words. Nothing was said.
Times a day at random intervals. At least 4 guards escort him to.
That was shout out to _LOL. That was Lashit's stream. Shout out to him. Go give him a follow.
To each and every one of his phone calls. And even then, his hands have to remain in shackles. Faid himself says he feels like he's been buried alive. His earliest possible release date is 2060. He would be 88 years old by then.
Okay, next video. Hitler's insane train. The bizarre kidnapping of Aldi's CEO. No. Okay, I'm just gonna go from popular and scroll down. Whenever fanfan pauses randomly and resumes, I feel like she read some whack chat message and decided it was. That does happen occasionally. Do you guys care about what was on Bin Laden's hard drive? Or $1 billion stolen? Okay, this one. Mom! Fafa keeps farting.
Yeah, I smell it.
你要带他出去吗? He's sleeping though. He's so sleepy. Fafa. No, Mom! Wait, 我要牵着他 Please. 你把他带回来可以吗? Nini.
May 1st,
Poor baby was sleeping.
2011, Abbottabad, Pakistan. This compound is large, but it's nothing fancy. Inside, you'll find dozens of chickens.
It's
some
horrifying
vegetable
waking up to
patches,
it. It's like a
cow,
hot box.
And the world's most wanted man. Only a handful of people know that Osama bin Laden and 16 members of his family have been living here for the past 5 years.
Oh, I'm gonna send a picture of this to Duty and say, I'm watching a YouTube video about you. I know. Watching a video of you. Mail.
Years.
Mm-hmm.
They've taken great care to be as self-sufficient.
1 billion.
and under
Oh,
the
a little
radar
late.
as
It's okay. We'll watch
possible.
that one after.
They're a tight-knit family, and of his family.
It's my cat.
have been living
What's
here
it?
for the
No,
past
just
5 years. They've taken great care to be as self-sufficient and under the radar as possible. They're a tight-knit family, and every night they have intense debates about the future of Al-Qaeda, especially lately.
Intense
Like
debates.
always, bin Laden goes to bed with one of his 4 wives. Tonight, it's the youngest, Amal. They're fast asleep, cuddling their 3-year-old son, when they're startled around 1 a.m. Is that a storm? Amal reaches to switch on a lamp, but bin Laden stops her. He knows this sound.
I
It's
know
not a
he had
storm.
a
It's
like
helicopters.
children.
Bin Laden panics. The Americans are here. They found him. He's forgotten to load his AK. This won't end well for him. And another realization
Horrible
sets
foresight.
in. We are going to find his hard drives. 3 terabytes of Al-Qaeda's secrets. Nothing could be worse. He'd rather be captured and killed than to have this data exposed.
Yeah, everybody knows you always load your AK before you go to bed. 24 kids!
Before we begin, for more background, we would like to recommend these fantastic short docs by our colleague and friend Neo on how bin Laden was found.
My mom says it stinks so bad from my dog's fart, so she's gonna open my window.
This video is largely based on the book The Bin Laden Papers by Nellie Lahoud. Links are in the description. Now, let's dive into the incredible story behind these hard drives.
他还在外边吗 ？Nova， 他在你床上。No， 你把他带过来行吗？他刚才睡觉呢。My mom stole him and put him in her room. Polly， Mom Polly 跟着你呢。
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world.
My fellow Americans.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed
she wants the parts for herself.
Leader of Al-Qaeda.
When the U.S. Navy SEALs raided Abbottabad to capture bin Laden, they were supposed to stay for only 30 minutes or less.
What if you're dating? Sorry, not dating, but like if you're married or dating someone who's a terrorist, do you think they tell you they're a terrorist? Hi, baby. Or do you think they pull a Walter White and just lie? Baby, baby, baby. Hola. Sleep. Do you think they're one though? I don't know. Well, bitch face found out eventually. Are you talking about Skylar?
Most successful missions take no longer.
Wrong message. Hold on. Wait. They would not because I use NordVPN. Use my code FANFAN.
Any delay would amplify the danger. But when they spot, quote,
I don't have a
shit ton of
NordVPN sponsor
computers
right
in
now.
the compound,
Well,
the potential intelligence value is too tempting. They deviate
I'm in
from the
Canada
plan
still.
to return ASAP.
I'm going to China on Tuesday.
They gather up the electronics and deliver them to the CIA. Sifting through the files is a gargantuan task. Every Arabic-speaking linguist in the intelligence community is on the job. There's lots of normal stuff you might find on just about anyone's computer. Home videos, news clippings, memes. Excessive amounts of pornography.
Oh.
Then there is the expected terrorist content, Al-Qaeda propaganda, and so on. But that's not the interesting part. On these hard drives, US intelligence discovers a treasure trove of letters.
Some of them share it to get groupies? What the hell?
The bulk of Al-Qaeda's communications were typed or handwritten, then transmitted by couriers on a SIM card. For security reasons, bin Laden did not have internet access the whole time he was in hiding.
I didn't know
NordVPN
NordVPN didn't work in China, actually.
A closed circle. A courier moved between 2 intermediaries, one on bin Laden's side, and one on the side of his trusted associate in North Waziristan, a mountainous part of Pakistan bordering Afghanistan.
It's not much of a hassle because I have family there, but I don't have
Security measures were
citizenship.
so stringent that the courier did not know about the letters he was transmitting, and bin Laden never met him or knew who he actually was. Using couriers was cumbersome and dangerous, but it worked. For 10 years, bin Laden successfully remained hidden, and the world was in the dark when it came to Al-Qaeda. Until, of course. Upon discovery of the hard drives, the CIA got straight to work extracting the immediate intelligence gains. What they found, they acted upon quickly. For example, the files helped them locate Al-Qaeda's chief operations officer in Pakistan's tribal regions. They killed him by a drone strike within 4 months of the Abbottabad raid. Al-Qaeda's top legal scholar was found and killed shortly after. But after these quick results, many of Al-Qaeda's secrets remained buried on these hard drives, coded in the countless letters. It would take years to grasp the content of all these communications, and help came from outside the CIA.
And what I wanted to do is actually to chronicle Al-Qaeda's history post 9/11. And I wanted to do it through the letters. Not through secondary sources, but through the letters.
This is Dr. Nellie Lahoud. She studies the evolving ideologies of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and she led a team that analyzed and contextualized the contents of bin Laden's papers.
The declassification process began in 2012. And by 2017, the declassified files were massive. At one point, I came to realize this is where Al-Qaeda's internal communications. And these were about 97,000 files. I was fortunate that I was able to have the support of 2 research assistants who were native Arabic speakers like me.
Lahoud and her assistants looked at all nearly 100,000 documents, and what they uncovered is astonishing. The letters reveal bin Laden's character and Al-Qaeda's—
Pause. Look at my baby. Look at him. He has his body on this side of the cover and he has his head on the covers and he looks so cute. And there's Nova. Okay, they got excited. If I look at them for too long, they get excited. I don't know why.
inner workings. They lay bare bin Laden's future plans and deepest fears. They help map out the global jihadi landscape, and they offer a definitive account of Al-Qaeda's post-9/11 history, which up until then was deeply misunderstood.
Wait, what do you mean John Cena was the first person to know that bin Laden was killed?
Tora Bora, which means black
lore?
dust in Pashto, is a remote and barren part of eastern Afghanistan. Bin Laden loves this region and knows it well. It held a special place in bin Laden's heart since the 1980s, when he made a pilgrimage from Saudi Arabia to assist the Afghan Mujahideen in the holy cause of fighting the Soviets. He helped fund the construction of cave complexes in the region.
I've never seen the iconic
fighters
clip.
Who contributed to the broader resistance movement. The Soviets eventually withdrew, and bin Laden believed his contributions to be decisive. The victorious Afghan jihad inspired the formation of Al-Qaeda, which means the base of an Islamist region that could wage jihad anywhere. At that time, bin Laden and the Americans were on the same side, both in Tora Bora, supporting the Afghan Mujahideen and resisting a Soviet invasion. Now 14 years later, bin Laden is cowering from them, fleeing into the same mountains that he once used as a stronghold.
They will cower!
But the CIA are on his tracks. On December 3rd, 2001, the situation turns grim for Al-Qaeda. The Americans start bombing relentlessly.
He's walking. Look at him. They're like getting angry at me for some reason. And I don't know what's happening. They hate bin Laden. Nova's tail wag is really cute.
Al-Qaeda members are hiding in caves at 9,000 feet, shivering in 10 degrees below freezing. They have no access to drinking water because it's frozen. The bombs
Hope
keep
of
raining
attention and no
destruction.
attention.
Against all odds, bin Laden escapes
Yeah,
the
he's
US
missing an
troops,
eye.
but he's not feeling celebratory. He knows that at any moment he can be killed, so he hastily
I'm
draws
watching
up his
fern
will.
videos. This is
And in
about
his will,
Osama bin
Laden writes
Laden's
to his
hard
children,
drive.
"Forgive me, because I have given you only a little of my time since I answered the jihad call. I have chosen a road fraught with dangers, and for this sake suffered from hardships, embitterment, betrayal, and treachery. I advise you not to work with Al-Qaeda." It's a low moment for bin Laden, and it's not just because death is around the corner. It's also because he made a horrible mistake, and now he knows it.
What the letters reveal is that Al-Qaeda had not anticipated that the United States would launch a war in response to 9/11. At most, they thought that the United States would respond with limited airstrikes.
Al-Qaeda was completely unprepared. They didn't even have a plan A. Bin Laden made a huge miscalculation. He believed the United States was fundamentally weak, a paper tiger with no real bite. Not all jihadis suffer from this delusion. In a council shortly before 9/11, high-level jihadis and Muslim religious authorities warned bin Laden that the Americans would attack the whole Middle East if he launched an attack on US soil. But he waved off their concerns confidently. He was certain that the United States didn't have the resources for a counterattack. Bin Laden's stated purpose of 9/11 was to serve as a decisive blow to force the United States to withdraw its military forces from Muslim-majority countries. Well, quite the opposite happened. Now bin Laden had no choice but to acknowledge the true power of his sworn enemy. Several key Al-Qaeda members are already dead, captured or displaced into unfriendly countries. The Taliban, who has been aiding Al-Qaeda, has fallen rapidly, but it would take bin Laden years to publicly admit his mistake. For their part, the United States also misunderstood the power of their enemy. But in their case, the opposite was true.
A lot of
They
goodies in the
believed Al-Qaeda was
region.
far more powerful than it actually
I don't know,
was.
William. But I don't really care. I don't know how trustworthy. I don't know
Up
how
until Bin
accurate. I don't
Laden's
know how
death,
credible. But I
Al-Qaeda
like
was
it.
widely perceived to be the major player
like the
in
cool
global
animations.
jihadi landscape. 9/11 shocked the world, and it was assumed that only a very powerful network could harm the world's greatest superpower in such a devastating manner.
Also, no one would
Most
lie,
people
right?
believed Al-Qaeda was still pulling the strings when it
Surely
came to
people
other
don't
Islamist
lie
terrorism.
on the
The
internet.
Madrid and London bombings of 2004 and 2005 were falsely reported to have been orchestrated by the group. And for a while, Bin Laden fed that
That would be
narrative,
mean.
publicly cheering on jihadis and allowing people to believe that he was calling the shots. Al-Qaeda
The
continued
info's
to
around the
release
framing
public
isn't great.
statements,
I do
which allowed
feel
them to
like
project
with these videos, like if you're gonna take them seriously, I wouldn't take them that seriously, considering it is still just a YouTube video. Because I think with every video, they do kind of present the information with a certain stance, you know. But exactly, Jake. Like, there's no reason for me not to believe it, though.
strength that they did not
I'm just like, oh, awesome information. Next video.
have. They fed the illusion that the jihadi landscape
It doesn't
was a
change
united
anything
front.
about me.
But the papers show that the post-9/11
Yeah,
reality
they do
looked quite different.
They do
So when
make
Bin
it a little
Laden
more dramatic, but
disappeared from the scene, we
but it's
learned that
entertaining.
he stopped communicating
Exactly.
with his associates for about 3 years. Now he was watching the news, he was releasing public
oh, they provide their
statements, but
sources.
he had
No,
knowledge
I'm
of
I'm
it.
not saying that they're like lying or like saying wrong information, but for the sake of entertainment, it's probably more like, you know what I'm saying? It's for the sake of entertainment. So like we wouldn't watch it if it was just like, here are the facts and that's it.
was happening in the world
They like build up so much suspense and stuff, you know?
of Al-Qaeda itself because he was hiding. So between 2004 all the way to 2011, all the
I need to go to
records make it
Facebook for the real
absolutely
facts.
clear that Al-Qaeda did not have the resources and did not have the personnel to mount international terrorism.
Quote
No,
unquote,
I just watch it for
successful
entertainment.
jihadis capable of international terrorism were in almost all cases operating independently of Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, the storytelling is
From the outside, the movement
amazing.
appeared to be united under Al-Qaeda, but in reality, the network was riddled with internal
And I
divisions.
love the animations.
Al-Qaeda was at
Amazing
constant
animations
odds
and
with
editing.
affiliate groups because of differing strategies, power struggles, and serious trust issues. Later letters show that much of Al-Qaeda's post-9/11 focus was on managing these tensions. In highly bureaucratic Al-Qaeda memos, you can tell that bin Laden's educational background is in business administration and not religious scripture. He's a hands-on boss with a tendency to micromanage, running Al-Qaeda like a failing company.
Osama bin
He's
Laden was a
preoccupied with the
massive
competition,
furry.
with
He was playing
rebranding,
League on his
with
cave
PR
computer and
scandals,
actually
and with
achieved
potential
diamond.
mergers. He's anxiously trying and failing to control the affiliate groups. He's afraid different strategies are tarnishing the Al-Qaeda brand.
These groups ended up focusing their attention locally, and in the process, they mounted many indiscriminate attacks
Team
that
Solo
saw
Song.
many Muslim casualties, and
Nova,
this upset
Nova,
bin
stop
Laden
yelling.
deeply.
Beauty.
Many, if not probably all these
Beauty.
attacks, were not authorized by bin Laden or the top leadership of Al-Qaeda. We find bin Laden and his associates remarkably calling for less terrorism rather than more terrorism out of these groups. But this isn't to kind of paint them as being, peaceful makers. They wanted the attacks of all these groups to be targeting the United States.
The United States' counterterrorism efforts didn't reflect any of this complexity. The Americans believed that Al-Qaeda was growing stronger by the day. They were fixated on Al-Qaeda as the main threat, pouring a huge amount of resources into finding bin Laden. And just after the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration passed the authorization for the use of military force. This legislation allowed military force to be used against anyone considered to be associated with the attacks, without requiring explicit approval from Congress. If a jihadist could reasonably be linked with Al-Qaeda, then military activities in the region could be pursued more swiftly. Meanwhile, other, more threatening jihadi groups were growing in strength, outside the purview of the Americans' enormous military resources. As a result, in 2014, Al-Qaeda was overtaken by a rival jihadist group. A group that was formerly an offshoot, they had broken away, largely due to strategic disagreements. Bin Laden tried and failed to keep that group under control, but after a point, they simply stopped responding to his letters. That group is now known as ISIS. The letters reveal another fascinating
Goodbye,
delusion
Al
of bin Laden,
Qaeda. Hello,
which
ISIS.
helps explain why he was ultimately captured.
Good one, thank you.
For nearly a decade, bin Laden has been on the run from the US. His entire life and the lives of his family members are focused on evading capture. It pains bin Laden that his family is stuck in hiding. The papers show that he's a caring family man who is intensely worried about the safety and well-being of his loved ones. He might be a mass murderer, but he reads his grandkids stories every night. It's a tough life in isolation, but his careful security measures have kept him safe. At one point in 2010, bin Laden receives a letter that one of his couriers might have been captured. This would compromise everything.
But instead of really starting to pack his bag, he chose to stay where he did. Why? Bin Laden had a soft spot for his family. At that time, his wife, who was detained in Iran, as well as his son, were released, and they wanted to join him.
So bin Laden's role as a kindly patriarch may have been the reason for his ultimate downfall. He was too wrapped up in his family matters to give the courier threat his full attention.
Oh no.
But there was another reason, something completely unexpected. A world historical event. Not he nor the world at large saw it coming. Suddenly, bin Laden's obsession with security took a backseat role because his attention shifted. In December 2010, a wave of uprising thunders throughout the Arab world. People are fed up with corruption, poverty, and authoritarianism. The Arab Spring sends shockwaves through the Middle East and the rest of the world. The initially peaceful protests turn deadly. Governments are overthrown. Civil wars erupt. At first, bin Laden is overjoyed. The people are demanding the removal of corrupt dictators, which he and other jihadists have been advocating for years. Bin Laden sees a power vacuum, and he plans to fill it. He's long wanted to instigate regime changes in the Arab world. After all, that was the whole point of September 11. The United States was backing
Wait, he thought they would want him?
from Muslim-majority countries like Egypt and Saudi Arabia. The attack was meant to force them to retreat from the region. Then their puppet regimes in the Arab world would fall, and Al-Qaeda could swoop in and install Taliban-style
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought,
and
sorry.
now that people are overthrowing these regimes themselves.
I took it the wrong
What
way.
could be better?
I thought
Bin
they thought
Laden
they
and his
would
family
want
are
him
excitedly preparing their response.
and be like, "Yay, Bin Laden!
We know
Yay,
this from a handwritten family
Osama!"
journal found during the Abbottabad raid. The journal recorded the conversations of Bin
Yeah,
Laden's
never
family.
mind. Yeah, he may not have done it
leading
through
up to the night before
democracy
his
and
death.
voting. Yeah, I
Every
just
day, they're having
misunderstood.
intense debates about how Al-Qaeda should navigate this new reality. There's just one problem. Al-Qaeda isn't exactly at the forefront of the protesters' demands. It seems that many people want democracy
they got elections
and not
going on.
the caliphate. And the situation keeps changing rapidly, so strategizing is tricky. In his last few days, Bin Laden relies a lot upon his two millennial daughters to formulate a stance. Maryam and Sumaya are 19 and 21 at the time. The journal reveals them to be sharp, passionate, and willing to challenge their father. They ask him the hard questions, like, is it possible that some among the new generation will believe that political change can occur without jihad? After all, the West intervened in support of overthrowing the Libyan dictator and seems generally in
apparently
favor of the
2 or
uprisings.
3 of his kids
Bin Laden
died
is
during the
stumped.
raid.
At points, he is almost hopeless in his confusion. One day saying, "We cannot do anything except intensify our prayers." But his daughters push him to make a statement. The political moment
There's a
is too
YouTube channel. They
important
do
to
like
waste.
mini documentaries.
So the role of his daughters was remarkable, and we find in the letters by various family members that Maryam and Sumaya, to quote one letter, worked very closely with their father, and their writings were broadcast on TV.
Whoa.
Meaning that it was their work, their writings, that Bin Laden had delivered in his public statement over the years. So clearly they were doing the heavy lifting at home.
Oh my god,
They
he was
were
getting, he
all
had
on the same
ghostwriters?
page in terms of their loyalty to jihad, their loyalty to, their commitment rather, to the cause for which Bin Laden had spent his life doing. It was a family affair.
Oh, so they did know, obviously. I'm just
At the
gonna
end of
say
Bin
it.
Laden's
El
life,
Bin
the
Laden.
papers reveal a man who is fearful, paranoid, and incapable of materializing most of his plans, large and
My
small.
friend Gay
He
Saudi
never
told
achieves
me
another
about
large-scale
it.
attack on the United States.
Damn, they didn't mention the anime. I saw people saying he had anime on his hard drive. They didn't mention it. This one.
July 10th, 2016.
How hackers stole $1 billion from banks.
Two men are walking into the entrance of a bank in Taipei.
Wait, what is this? It's me. Yay? And be like, yay, Bin Laden.
You know
Yay,
this
no!
Bad raid.
What's the wait? What was the context? What was I saying? I was saying no. I was talking about what I thought they were. Whatever. I don't want to talk about it.
They're wearing medical masks and fisher hats. One of them guards the entrance, while the other stands in front of the ATM. He doesn't do anything though. He doesn't withdraw money with a card, nor
I
does
need
he try to
subtitles.
blow it up.
Can't focus.
July 10th, 2016. Two men are walking into the entrance of a bank in Taipei. They're wearing medical masks and fisher hats. One of them guards the entrance, while the other stands in front of the ATM. He doesn't do anything though. He doesn't withdraw money with a card, nor does he try to blow it up. He just waits. And then something curious happens. The ATM starts spitting out banknote after banknote. All he has to do is collect the money. As a stranger approaches, they immediately abort and leave. The stranger will find the cash just lying there. Even though it doesn't exactly look like it, he just walked into a massive heist. While those two men collected their money, 20 others did the same thing at other branches. This is just one puzzle piece of a larger operation, a 2-year-long sophisticated attack that shook the global financial system to its core. More than 100 banks in over 30 countries with stolen funds amounting to roughly $1 billion US. One of the biggest bank heists in history, orchestrated by hackers. The Carbonac Group. They are led by one elusive mastermind. But on this one night in Taipei, he and his team made a crucial mistake.
Uh-oh.
One that they will pay a heavy price for.
Carbonac was a game changer, I think.
Poof. The attackers, they have the password of the administrator. So at that point, we knew that they were watching what we were doing.
It's very hard to arrest a piece of code.
These are all such
The actual events of
movies.
this hack are known,
Skipped
but the names
ad.
of the attacked banks and involved employees were never disclosed. So to tell this story, we created Maxim. That's him. It's the 8th of April, a regular Tuesday. He works in a Ukrainian bank.
Okay,
He's
and
a
his hair?
well-respected employee, but he has a bad habit of not
puberty
installing
status?
his Windows updates. As he sips his coffee and thinks about the receptionist he has a crush on, an email from his colleague pops in. It's from Sergey, his coworker.
Boger!
The mail has a Word document attached. It translates into Compliance with Federal Law 115, dated 21/7/2014. Sounds important enough. Maxim clicks on it. He reads it, closes it, and continues his very ordinary workday. A few months later, Maxim is sitting in a meeting. His boss seems distraught. Some of his bank's ATMs started spitting out banknotes at seemingly random times of day. It seems like whoever was lucky enough to show up at the right time could just grab the money. The bank might be the victim of a cyber attack. The employees should act cautious and avoid suspicious emails. The bank hired Kaspersky to investigate their problem.
Suddenly all your ATMs are empty. You know that something has happened.
This is Jort van der Wiel. He was part of the team on the case.
Sick
He checks
name.
the hard disks of the affected ATMs for malware and finds nothing. Not one suspicious activity, not a single trail to follow. A few months later, van der Wiel gets a call in the middle of the night. It's 3 a.m. It's an account manager working for a large Russian bank. He says van der Wiel and his team need to call his IT guy ASAP.
Van der Wiel.
A couple of minutes later, one of van der Wiel's Kaspersky coworkers shows up at a bank in Russia. The IT guy on the site is panicking.
Right?
Someone has gained control over their domain controller. That's the heart of their server network. If
Oh,
you
the
control
narrator's
domain
Dutch?
controller in a Windows environment, you
I had no
basically
idea.
control everything. And without a good reason, it's sending data to China. The Kaspersky specialist starts to look
China
for
number
malware right
one.
away. Eventually, he finds a software that lets you watch and control a computer remotely. Could it be that the intruder is watching them right now? He has an idea. He opens a Word document and writes the Russian word for hello. They wait for a few minutes.
Привет.
Nothing happens. Then, suddenly, the cursor moves, and letters appear. The hacker answered. He adds, in Russian, "You will not catch us." To which the Kaspersky employee replies, "We will catch you." No, you will not catch us. Okay.
You will not catch
It's
us.
on.
Yes, I will. Nuh-uh.
It will take some time, but eventually the Kaspersky team finds the malware. It is similar to the grwm Trojan. One configuration file of the malware is called Ananak, so the team decides to call it Carbonak. This incident at the Russian bank gave Van der Wiel and his colleagues hints about what is going on, and they link it all back to those hacked ATMs in Ukraine. Now they can reconstruct how the Carbonak hackers operate. So let's wind back.
Good night, AGB.
This is one of the Carbonak hackers.
Sleep well.
Again, it's the 8th of April, 2014. He already got into Sergey's email account, but he wants access to Maxim's computer. So he sends out this email with that attachment. The Word file exploits vulnerabilities in Microsoft Word to download malware that contains a backdoor. The hacker now has remote access to Maxim's computer. Next step, gain access to the whole network, and he knows exactly how to do it. The hacker installs a specific software on Maxim's computer, which slows it down, which in turn frustrates Maxim, so he calls IT to come by and check. By the time the IT guy comes over, the hacker has installed a keylogger.
Let my message
This way
through.
he'll be able to see everything one types into Maxim's keyboard. The IT guy starts to investigate. To do so, he needs to type in his admin password, and bingo. The hacker got the admin's password. He tries it out on the domain controller.
That
and yep,
easy?
It's the same. Now he can go look for the computer in the network that controls the money transfers and the ATMs. But he doesn't attack right away. Instead, for months he silently observes the employees managing the transactions. Once he fully understands the process, he proceeds. To steal the money,
Sorry, I
the
meant that
Carbonak group
easy for
developed
them.
3 different methods. One way is to transfer money from so-called transaction management accounts to their own accounts. To avoid suspicion, they raise the balances by the stolen amount beforehand, keeping the total unchanged. Since banks check accounts only every 10 hours, the transfers go unnoticed. Another way is to take control of specific ATMs to let them spill out banknotes right into the hands of money mules. These are men hired through the Moldovan mafia who collect the money and send it to their bosses.
Wow.
In exchange, they get to keep a small cut.
Moldovan
The third method is the most
mafia.
sophisticated. The hackers set up a couple of bank accounts in the names of their money mules.
That is so
including
smart.
Debit cards. Then they make sure they all have the same small amount on it. Let's say $3.33. Then they update the bank's database, exchanging that $3.33 for $1 million. Suddenly, all the money mules have $1 million on their bank account. Now they just use their debit cards to withdraw the cash. As a side effect of the database update, some broke bank customers will suddenly find themselves to be millionaires. The better the Kaspersky team understands the methods of the Carbonak group, the more they begin to grasp how complex this operation is.
I'm jet lagged from my
Kaspersky
shitty sleep
teams up
schedule.
with Europol, major European banks, and various national law enforcement agencies to hunt them down. They're able to take down some of their servers, but then the hackers start using different tools and continue to work under the radar. By the beginning of 2015, Carbonak has robbed at least 100 financial institutions in almost 30 countries. Most of the victims are in Russia, but also in the US, China, and Europe. Within 2 years, they steal roughly $1 billion.
Change your sleep schedule? I don't know, I might as well.
Until someone screws up.
Oh yeah, I need to watch Hoog as well. Someone mentioned it earlier.
The first bank reported that over 70 million NT dollars was withdrawn illegally. The withdrawals were made in both Taipei and Taichung across 34 ATMs and 20 branches.
In July 2016, Carbonak attacks the so-called first bank in Taipei, but the Taiwanese police are quick on their feet. Very quick.
China! Oh, sorry. Taiwan. Shit, sorry. I went on my phone for a second. I heard Chinese. I heard Chinese and I instantly was just like, oh my God. Because the previous lady was speaking English.
At least 500
plus 20
police officers checking the CCTVs. We track all the footage from the ATMs.
I was right.
Hotels of all the suspects.
这一个车手的一个身份，陆陆续续，接下来3、4天的时间，全部把22位的一个身份
22 money mules, most of them Russian, the rest from Eastern European countries. 19
Very
of them
square-head.
successfully flee Taiwan, but 3 remain in the country with the money. Their faces are all over the media.
Shit.
To escape, they have to get rid of the money somehow. One of them hides 2 sports bags with some of the money at the Dongku Park. He then flees to Yulong County and hides there. But he is caught and leads the police back to the sports bags. But instead of 2, there is only one left. An elderly man found one of the bags and took it home.
He probably think that was fortune from God.
The police seized the second bag and searched for the other money mules.
Lucky.
A man called Bobby hides the rest of the money in 2 suitcases and stows them in 2 lockers at Taipei Central Station. Shortly after, 2 other men from Eastern Europe arrive in Taiwan and collect the suitcases from the main station.
Nice.
They go to a hotel to have brunch. As they sit down, they're interrupted by the police.
Put down the knife, your fork, stay calm, don't move. Recognize the interaction with us, such as Shyam.
They ask the men to take them to their hotel room. In their hotel room, law enforcement finds banknotes that are worth roughly $1.5 million US.
Yeah, right?
The Taiwanese police managed to recover 90%
The whole
of
place
the
is all
stolen money.
Asian.
The 3 money mules
There's
are
just
sentenced to a little over
2
4 years in
Moldovians
prison.
there.
These guys are just
brunch.
low-level operatives. But on the phone of one of the men, the Taiwanese police find pictures of stacks of money in various currencies. They also find emails from the suspected head of the Carbonac Group. Europol, the FBI, cybersecurity companies, and several authorities from different countries work tirelessly to find the Carbonac mastermind. Little do they know he is hiding all the way across the globe, living a life in luxury.
There he is. Oh my god, spoilers! He gets caught. Oh, and the fall of a mastermind.
March 6th, 2018. This is Dennis. He's Ukrainian, but now he lives with his wife and son in Alicante, Spain. He's a rather private person. He doesn't really leave the house. Right now, as per usual,
Oh my
he's
god.
coding new malware. He's
Same,
one of the best of his
minus
trade.
the malware.
To keep a low profile, he does most of his
Malware.
spending in Bitcoin.
I pronounce it like
At
the
the
guy.
time, he's worth 15,000 Bitcoins.
And minus
in
the
2018,
wife
that
and
was worth
child.
roughly $162 million. Today, it would be more than $1 billion. But there are some things that
Malware,
Bitcoin can't buy.
up.
Not a lot of car or house sellers like
I
to be
said
paid
it
in digital
wrong.
currencies. So he needs to use real money to
Minor
buy these,
speech
which leaves traces.
mistake.
This is what tipped off the police. They start to follow the money and eventually realize who he is. His laptop is still on and unlocked. The forensic team immediately starts to collect evidence. The authorities will seize 2 BMWs and jewelry, valued at $500,000, and of course, his bitcoins. But the vast majority of the stolen $1 billion remains missing to this day.
Wow. The wife and son are
Dennis
living
K.
good.
may have been the mastermind behind the Carbonac operation, but he certainly didn't work alone.
We think that it was quite a big team, at least between 10 and 30 people all together that was able to
Yeah, but
pull
does he
this
have a
scheme off.
bedazzled
You find the
Rolex?
same piece of code being used by different
Does he
groups.
have
And it's
medium
very
length
hard as a
brown
security
hair?
researcher to know the difference which group is
does
using
he
what code,
has he
because
gone
the
through
code is very
puberty?
similar. It's very hard to arrest a piece of code.
In late 2018, 3 Ukrainians were arrested who were allegedly involved as well. The Carbonac malware still exists today. The hackers who use it go by many names: Fin7, Joker's Dash, Carbon, and Cobalt Spider. Experts suspect that those Russian
Sick-ass names.
cybercriminals are given free rein by the Russian government in order to cause chaos in the Western world.
Damn.
Maxim's bank lost millions. As we know now, this could have easily been avoided. The Carbonac Group exploited a vulnerability in Microsoft Word, one that had already been fixed 3 years prior, but Maxim was too distracted to install those Windows updates. So make sure to keep your systems up to date. It could save your employer a couple million.
Update our system. That felt like it was going to be an ad, but then it wasn't. South Korea is a dystopia. Is this one good? Not from Bavaria for an esque. Let me see.
Just let me know.
Search for DB Cooper. I want to watch this one first. What did I just click? I just clicked something. I just clicked one of these buttons. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. I'll watch it first.
A daring parachute escape from a flying 727 somewhere between wings.
A search was made of the plane immediately. We don't know who he was, where he came from,
It's low-key.
or where he went.
I expect that we'll keep looking until we find him or find out what happened.
Lamino. I'm gonna have to watch Lamino's videos. I didn't realize I loved watching these types of videos until 3 days ago. This is so fun. Charles Westmoreland.
In the afternoon of November the 24th, 1971, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase walked into Portland International Airport and purchased a one-way ticket.
Sorry, South Korea was the other video.
Seattle,
I'll watch it
Washington.
after.
The man identified himself as Dan Cooper, and along with 36 other passengers and a crew of 6, he soon boarded Northwest Airlines Flight 305.
I liked that
Once
guy
aboard,
in
Cooper made himself comfortable in the middle of the last
Break.
row of seats on the right side of the cabin. He ordered a drink and had a smoke, because this was the 70s. Once the flight was cleared for departure, Cooper turned around and handed an envelope to flight attendant Florence Schaffner. Inside the envelope was a note featuring a handwritten message stating he had a bomb. Schaffner reluctantly sat down beside him and glimpsed what appeared to be 8 sticks of dynamite inside his briefcase. Cooper's demands were quite simple. He wanted $200,000 in cash and 4 parachutes. He also demanded a fuel truck to stand ready to refuel the aircraft once they landed in Seattle. Should they fail to comply with his demands, he threatened to, quote, do the job. Once the flight was airborne, Schaffner went to inform the cockpit crew, while another flight attendant by the name of Tina Mucklow remained by Cooper's side. By using a telephone in the rear of the cabin, Mucklow acted as an intermediary between Cooper and the rest of the flight crew for the remainder of the hijacking. For the next hour and a half, Flight 305 maintained a holding pattern near Seattle, while local and federal authorities scrambled to procure the ransom.
That'd be so scary
as well
to
as
have
the
been
4
on
parachutes.
on that flight.
10,000 $20 bills were collected from a local bank, while the owner of a nearby skydiving school supplied the chutes. At 5:45 p.m., more than 2 hours past its scheduled arrival, Flight 305 finally touched down in Seattle.
Sorry.
By this point, it was well after sunset.
You know what? Bombs are bad.
And the aircraft was brought to a remote section of the
bombs
tarmac.
seem scary.
Once the flight came to a stop, both the ransom and the parachutes were handed over to Mucklow, who then brought them back aboard. In exchange, Cooper permitted 2 of the flight attendants, as well as all the passengers, to disembark, many of whom had not yet realized.
Oh, they didn't even realize. Never mind, I fucking lied. Apparently it's not no shit.
And only 4 crew members remaining on board,
Apparently they just thought
Cooper
this flight was
told
taking a
Mucklow to
long ass
inform the
time.
captain that he wanted to fly to Mexico City. They were to fly with the landing gear down, the flaps at 15 degrees,
Yeah, I
and
think I'd
below
just be
10,000
sleeping.
feet. The lights in the cabin were to be switched off, and the aft stairway, which opens from the underbelly of the fuselage, was to remain extended. 2 of Cooper's demands could not be satisfied. First of all, the flight configuration he'd requested would not allow for a non-stop flight to Mexico City. As such, Cooper proposed a refueling stop in Phoenix, Yuma, or Sacramento before they all agreed on Reno, Nevada. Second of all, it was not possible to depart with the ventral staircase extended.
This
Cooper
one is
agreed to
Lamino, not
retract the
Fern.
stairs on the condition that Mucklow remained by his side and taught him how to extend them once the plane was airborne. Parked for nearly 2 hours due to complications with refueling, Flight 305 was back in the air by 7:36 p.m.
Long ass day.
Less than 5 minutes after takeoff, Cooper told Mucklow to head for the cockpit and that from this point onwards, he was not to be disturbed. The last time she saw Cooper, he was standing in the middle of the aisle as if though he was preparing to jump. Mucklow joined the rest of the crew, locked the cockpit door behind her, and some 3 hours later, Flight 305 safely landed in Reno. Once the flight came to a
That's
stop,
your take,
the crew
long
carefully
ass
ventured
day.
into the rear of the
Yeah,
cabin,
so many
but there
delays.
was no sign of Cooper nor the bomb. The aft stairway had been extended mid-flight and was slightly damaged upon landing. It seemed there was only one explanation for the hijacker's absence. At some point between Seattle and Reno, Cooper had strapped on a parachute, walked down the stairs, and leaped into the dark of night.
Leapt. Sorry. I'm such an annoying bitch sometimes. I actually would hate myself if I was not myself. No, I hate myself a little
As soon as
bit.
it became clear that Cooper was no longer on board, dozens of FBI agents converged upon the aircraft only to discover a disappointing
Sorry, I
amount
had
of
a
physical
moment.
evidence. a black clip-on tie.
I take it back. I don't hate myself.
8 cigarette butts, and 2 of the 4 parachutes were all that Cooper left behind. Evidently, he'd brought the ransom and briefcase along with him. In interviews conducted on the night of the hijacking, Cooper was described by the crew and passengers as a white male with brown eyes and dark hair. He appeared to be in his mid-40s and wore a dark trench coat, a dark suit, a white shirt, a black tie, and dark shoes. Soon after boarding, he'd also donned a pair of sunglasses. Based on this description, the FBI produced the first of several composite sketches. Before they could mount a search, however, the FBI had to figure out when Cooper abandoned ship.
Rip King.
But that was easier said than done. None of the 4 crew members...
Wait, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, maybe, yeah, because Canada follows British grammar. Yeah, I didn't know that. And that's why you guys all agreed with me, because it's 1 a.m. right now and you guys are mostly EU, I'm assuming. Mostly.
Were jumping from the plane, nor did the pilots of 2 fighter jets which escorted the flight between Seattle and Reno, which is not all too surprising given it was the middle of the night. Although the flight crew did report something odd, the last communication with the hijacker occurred at approximately 8:05 p.m. when the crew used the intercom to offer
Human
assistance,
Shoes, this is my first
which
Lamino
Cooper
video.
declined. Within the next 10 minutes, the crew experienced what they described as an oscillation or vibration of the aircraft. At the time, the crew suspected it might have been produced by Cooper's jump.
How
and
hard
the subsequent
would he...
recreation of the hijacking supported that
Oh,
conclusion.
you can
Okay,
feel
so that
that?
took care of the when, but what about the where? While Cooper was very explicit about the flight's configuration and destination, he never
Cicada?
specified any
Someone
clear
earlier
route.
mentioned
In fact,
Cicada. Can you
Cooper grew
remind me
so
to
impatient
watch
with the
Cicada
slow
after this?
refueling in Seattle that he dismissed the captain's request to file a flight
Aiden
plan
mentioned it
and
earlier.
simply told him to, quote, get the show on the
Hijacker,
road.
I hardly know
As such,
her.
the captain chose to fly along an airway known as Victor 23 without any input from Cooper. By using Victor 23 as a guide, authorities estimated the most probable location of the flight at the approximated time of the jump was about 40 kilometers north of Portland. And so, at the break of dawn, the FBI mounted an impressive search operation using helicopters, airplanes, and ground troops. The problem was, even if the estimated bailout point was accurate, Cooper's eventual landing or drop zone was far more difficult to pinpoint. The loosely defined search area covered a vast stretch of mountainous wilderness occluded by a dense forest, so it was truly like finding a needle in a haystack. Apart from the difficult terrain, the search was further complicated by low temperatures and inclement weather, which persisted for days. Despite their best efforts, authorities never managed to find a single trace of Cooper, nor the items he'd brought along with him.
I wish there was an explanation.
Having made little to no progress by early December, the FBI turned their attention to the $200,000 ransom. The money had been collected from the Seattle First National Bank, which maintained a ransom package of $250,000 just for such an occasion. Because of this, the serial numbers of the $10,020 banknotes given to Cooper had been documented in advance, a complete list of which were quickly made available to financial institutions, government agencies, and the general public. The intention was to make it as difficult as possible for Cooper to spend his money. Northwest Airlines and several newspapers even began to offer rewards to anyone who could find a note with a matching serial number.
Unless they just completely miscalculated where he jumped from?
That is until nearly a decade later. In early 1980, a young boy named Brian Ingram was building a campfire on a small beach in southern Washington. As he was digging into the sand, Ingram discovered 3 bundles of cash totaling $5,880. Having heard about the infamous skyjacking, Ingram's parents brought the severely degraded bundles to the FBI. The notes were promptly inspected, and sure enough, the serial numbers matched those.
Cicada's next! I need to search for it. I don't know what video it is, but you guys can link it to me.
However, the money managed to raise far more questions than it answered, the most significant of which was...
Wait, see this one? Look at Nova. Oh, he opened his eye. Singular.
How? How did the money end up so far away from the drop zone?
Okay, I didn't know all this lore, actually.
Looking at this map, it might be tempting to think that
Wind?
Cooper simply dropped some of the money,
Oh,
which then fell into the Lewis River. The bundles could then have been carried further downstream by the Columbia River before finally being washed ashore at Tina Bar, which is the name of the beach. Tina Mucklow, Tina Bar. Coincidence? Yeah, coincidence. Anyway, the problem with this idea is that the Columbia River flows in the opposite direction. This has led some, including members of the FBI, to re-evaluate the initial drop zone assessment. For instance, if the drop zone was much further southeast, close to a river called the Washougal River, it is conceivable, albeit improbable, that the money floated all the way down to Tina Bar. Alternatively, the bundles may have simply landed on the beach if the flight path was further to the west. Even so, natural explanations struggle to explain how three independent, potentially free-falling and/or free-floating bundles of cash ended up at the exact same place on the same beach. To complicate matters, sediment from the...
Wait, was it all the money? Or just some of the money that was found?
Bed was excavated and dumped onto Tina Bar as part of a dredging operation in 1974. And according to one analysis, the money was discovered above this layer of sediment.
Little.
If true, that would mean the money came to rest at Tina Bar sometime after 1974. But a re-examination of that analysis found that what was believed to be a layer of deposited sediment might actually have been a perfectly natural layer of clay. Not only that, but the sediment was clearly dumped some distance away from where the money was discovered. Furthermore, when Ingram discovered the bundles, the rubber bands which held them together were still intact. This is significant because experiments conducted in 2009 revealed that this brand of rubber bands could not withstand exposure to open air or water for more than a year. So, unless the bundles were somehow protected from the elements, they must have become buried at Tina Bar within a year of the hijacking. The most probable explanation, therefore, seems to be that Cooper or someone else deliberately buried the money.
Yeah.
Did Cooper survive and bury the money himself?
Or did someone find it and was like,
bury the money
ooh,
after stumbling upon
let me
Cooper's
leave
remains?
this for a rainy
If there is
day.
an explanation which does not require human intervention,
Has everyone planted
it's
3,000
managed
black
to elude
holes?
investigators for
No.
decades.
I did not know that.
Suffice it to say, this is a mystery within a mystery.
Fucking wish there was an explanation.
Since Ingram's discovery in 1980, both Tina Bar and the grounds around the Washougal River have been subjected to numerous searches. But to date, there's been no sign of Cooper, nor the rest of the money.
I hate that there's no conclusion. Oh, never mind. Much. I thought that was the end of the video. What is this
From the
video
very
again?
beginning,
Oh, the search.
it was
okay.
assumed by many that Cooper did not survive his daring escape. It would not make for a very thrilling conclusion
That's what you guys
to this
think,
story,
right?
but that's the thing about stories. They're usually far more exciting than reality. While there is no hard evidence for nor against Cooper's survival, the assumption that he fell to his death is not without merit. When Cooper leaped into the darkness, Flight 305 was plowing through a frigid rainstorm at roughly 170 knots, 10,000 feet above southern Washington. The wind was so violent that it ripped out a placard from the aft stairway, which was later recovered in 1978 almost directly below the estimated flight path. To say that Cooper was not dressed for the occasion would be an understatement. The ground beneath him, meanwhile, was obscured by multiple layers of clouds, which likely means that Cooper jumped without knowing his precise
Good night, Udon.
location.
Sleep well.
Even if he could see the ground and had a specific drop zone in mind, the
How do you
parachute
die
he selected was
mid-fall?
non-steerable, meaning he would not have been able to steer his descent towards a specific landing spot.
Oh my god, he
thus
just falls.
precluding any potential coordination with an accomplice stationed on the ground. While Cooper expressed some familiarity with parachutes, his actual competence level is up for debate. It's widely believed that Cooper demanded 2 pairs of parachutes level
Completely familiar with the parachutes, which has been furnished him. Instructions on how to jump, and he said he didn't need that.
is up for debate. It's widely believed that Cooper demanded 2 pairs of parachutes, 2 primary and 2 reserve, to make the authorities believe that he intended to take a hostage. That is precisely what happened, as the FBI contemplated but eventually decided against sabotaging the chutes, as they did not want to risk the life of an innocent civilian. But in their haste to obtain them, they unintentionally provided Cooper with a non-functional dummy chute intended for training purposes. This mishap seems to have gone unnoticed by Cooper because that dummy chute was one of the 2 missing from the plane. Not only that, but Cooper chose the older and technically inferior parachute out of the two primary chutes provided.
He lost the 50-50?
So in both cases, it seems like Cooper made the worst possible choice.
Oh my god.
But there are other ways to interpret this information. For instance, it's possible that Cooper used the dummy chute not as a reserve, but as a means to secure the bag of money. In fact, that is precisely what Cooper tried to do with the functional reserve chute. First, he tried to place the money in the chute's canopy before removing some of the suspension lines and wrap them around the bag. Perhaps he used the dummy chute for a similar purpose. And Cooper's decision to use the older primary chute is not necessarily an indication of inexperience. It could also be a sign of familiarity, because the chute he left behind was a civilian luxury chute, while the one he used was a military chute. The argument is that Cooper might have been trained as, say, a paratrooper, and chose the older military chute because that's the one with which he was most familiar. And there is at least one other reason to suspect that Cooper had a military background. While the flight was in a holding pattern near Seattle, Cooper mentioned that McCord Air Force Base was only 20 minutes away from the Seattle-Tacoma airport. At the time, that was an accurate assessment and might suggest a military background.
I get a little pickish
Apart from the potential
sometimes.
military connections, Cooper may even have had links to the Central Intelligence Agency.
CIA!
You see, the
Full
type
circle!
of aircraft which Cooper chose to hijack, a Boeing 727, was also used by the CIA to covertly drop agents and supplies during the Vietnam War. A task for which the Boeing 727 was uniquely qualified due to its distinctive aft stairway. So it's fairly safe to assume that Cooper chose to hijack a Boeing 727 specifically because it provided a relatively safe means of escape. Whether he learned of this from the CIA or came to that conclusion independently is another question. However, the fact that Cooper chose to hijack a flight operated by Northwest Airlines was apparently random chance. When Tina Mucklow asked Cooper about his motives, he responded, "It's not because I have a grudge towards your airline, it's just because I have a grudge." He further clarified that Flight 305 just happened to be in the right place.
Oh my god, I want to know what the grudge is so bad. Please.
Even so, it's
oh my god, I wish they. I feel like. Sorry, I'm gonna. Thank you for the posture check. I wish. Like, I don't wish he was caught, but then I wish he was caught just so he could tell us. Like, why?
clear that
and
Cooper
all the
came
details
prepared.
and the tea.
He seemed to know a great deal about aircraft and aviation. He appeared to be familiar with the local terrain. He maintained a low profile to avoid a panic. He covered his eyes with a pair of glasses to conceal his identity. He left very little evidence behind.
He did not want passengers to be
and he demanded
informed.
4 parachutes to force the assumption that he was taking a hostage. He was even cunning enough to reclaim the note which he'd initially given to Florence Schaffner. Apart from the name he wrote on his plane ticket, there are no other samples of Cooper's handwriting.
Wow.
But for all his planning and cunning, it seems Cooper did not give enough thought to his eventual escape. Not only did he fail...
I swear I did not shit in my seat, but there is a fucking chocolate on my... It's from the thing that my mom brought me. There's chocolate on my seat, and I sat on it. And I was like, what is that? Why is there like clumpiness on my seat? And now I look over and I see that it's chocolate. I don't know if you can tell. It's brown. And now it's just within my seat and I'll have to clean it out. I'm going to make it flaky. Because I was like, what is that? Ugh. I swear
a route, but he was forced to make a last...
Aiden, no! Aiden, I'm going to watch Cicada next. That's the one you were talking about, right?
...minute destination change.
Someone
from
else
Mexico
recommended it
City
too.
to Reno. He could have demanded more appropriate parachuting equipment like a pair of boots, a helmet, or jumpsuit.
Wait, you know what? Okay,
He could even have
it's literally
specified the ransom to be
the
delivered
boger
in
snack
larger
that he got me from
denominations to make
Bulgaria.
it lighter and less cumbersome to carry.
Why don't say ew, it's just chocolate. I actually think spit would help. If I clean it and it's wet. I think it helped a little. It's mostly gone.
Presuming he did survive the fall
it was like
and
the
made
OG
it
dude.
safely to
That's
the
what everyone's
ground,
been saying.
he may then have had to make his way through a dense, partially snow-covered forest in nothing but loafers and a trench coat in late November. I get the distinct impression that Cooper's escape was much more of a leap of faith than a carefully executed jump. On the other hand, authorities never received a missing persons report matching the description of Cooper in the wake of the hijacking. This might suggest that Cooper did survive.
Yeah, this is
and that
Lamino.
he
It's my first
swiftly
Lamino
and
video.
Quietly resumed his normal routine. Furthermore, other hijackers have performed similar stunts, and many of them did survive, even if they were quickly apprehended. Finally, the simplest explanation for how 3 bundles of cash ended up at Tina Bar is human intervention. At the end of the day, most of this is based on nothing but supposition. Without any concrete evidence of Cooper's demise, it leaves the door wide open to the far more exciting
What is cicada? Is it
that he did, in fact, survive.
It's not about bugs, is it? The next video? No. Oh, okay.
By the time the press got wind of the hijacking, the FBI had already begun to investigate a few potential suspects.
Nova?
Among them was a man in Portland with initials DB and surname Cooper. This Cooper was quickly eliminated as a suspect, but due to a mix-up by the press, the name Dan Cooper was confused for DB Cooper, and the rest is history. While Dan Cooper is most likely a pseudonym, there is a comic book series of the same name. The comic is written in French and centers around a Canadian pilot named Dan Cooper. While the comic was not translated into English nor sold in the United States before 1971, it was available in Canada, which has a large
Watching the video with
French-speaking
one eye
population.
open? Go to sleep!
Given that American and Canadian accents can be difficult to distinguish, it's possible that Cooper, who was described as having no discernible accent, was a bilingual Canadian. This might even be supported by something that Cooper might have said. You see, when the captain relayed Cooper's demands to air traffic control, he used the phrase negotiable American currency. It seems doubtful that an American citizen would specify American currency, so perhaps Cooper was not American. The problem is we don't know if this is a direct
I'm
quote
also
from Cooper
Canadian,
or paraphrasing
and
by
I'm
the
bilingual.
captain. For instance, notes taken by the crew during the hijacking merely contain the phrase negotiable currency, while testimonies provided by the crew after the hijacking include phrases like $200,000 in cash and circulated US currency. So Cooper might have been Canadian, and he might have taken his name from the Dan Cooper comics, just as he might have been American and might have taken his name from
So many
something or
mites,
someone
just
else.
tell me the true
Nearly half
tea,
a century has gone
please.
by since the hijacking took place,
please.
and in that time, thousands of suspects have been questioned and investigated. It would obviously be impossible to cover all of them here, but let's take a look at some of the people that at some point or another have been suspected of being DB Cooper.
Fine, you got me. I was his associate. I helped DB
Robert
Cooper
Rackstraw
escape.
first became a suspect in 1978,
It was
and on
me.
the surface, he seems like a solid candidate. He was a decorated Army paratrooper and helicopter pilot. He had experience with explosives. He had an extensive criminal record. He had an uncle named John Cooper who was an avid skydiver.
Ooh.
He was expelled from the army only months before the hijacking,
means you're
which
old,
might
yeah.
suggest a motive. After all, the hijacker did say he had a grudge. When confronted
From Army, okay.
by journalists and private investigators, Rackstraw would neither confirm nor outright deny that he was DB Cooper.
Why would he
Instead,
not?
he'd say things like, "I could have been," or "I would not discount myself." On
Damn,
the
he
other
was a
hand,
fan.
Rackstraw had light-colored eyes.
You've never seen
which
someone call me
Cooper did
auntie?
not. More
With all the kids
significantly,
on Twitch
Rackstraw
nowadays?
was only 28 years of age at the time of the hijacking.
Oh,
this
dinosaur.
is well outside the range of ages
Madcap Music, thank you for
reported
the
by
new
the
prime
crew
earlier.
and
Thank
passengers,
you.
most
And
of whom
Pancake,
believe
thank you for the
Cooper
gifts
was
of
in his
Paige
mid-40s.
and Milky Arms.
Kenneth Christensen first became a suspect in 2003 when his brother noticed certain parallels between him and Cooper. Christensen had briefly served as a paratrooper in World War II, and since 1953 he'd worked for Northwest Airlines as both a mechanic and a flight attendant. He was 45 years old at the time of the hijacking.
Interesting.
He was left-handed, which Cooper might have been.
Why
For
might
instance,
have
Cooper
been?
used his left hand to interact with his briefcase, and the clip-on tie he left on board was affixed with a tie clasp applied from the left. Shortly before he died in 1994, Christensen had supposedly told his brother, "There is something you should know, but I cannot tell you." After his passing, his family discovered over $200,000 in his bank accounts. To top it all off,
Interesting
Florence Schaffner
amount.
stated that photographs of Christensen bore a strong resemblance to Cooper.
Oh, I hate that he died.
On the other hand, Christensen did not match the physical description of Cooper. He was both shorter and lighter. While Schaffner did see a strong resemblance, she remarked that Cooper had more hair, and that is supported by the composite sketches.
Yeah, but he also... If Cooper had more hair, maybe he just had male pattern baldness and lost hair, right?
And there was nothing
Wasn't him the amount was 194K?
suspicious
Dismissed.
about the large sums of money which he'd simply earned by selling land. Richard McCoy
Or a wig,
first
right,
became
or
a
a
suspect
wig.
in 1972 when he hijacked a Boeing
Don't mention bald
727
around,
and
I hate
escaped
it.
via the aft stairway, much like D.B. Cooper.
Nippy!
Because of the
Shut up.
significant overlap between the two hijackings, some believe they must
he
have been
looks
committed
really
by the
similar
same
to the
person.
drawing.
McCoy used a fake name, he used a fake hand grenade to threaten the crew, he used handwritten notes to issue his demands. Both McCoy and Cooper used the phrase "no funny stuff" as a warning to the crew. McCoy demanded $500,000 in cash and 4 parachutes. McCoy also bailed out the back of the plane once they passed over his hometown
Wait
in the
a
state of
second.
Utah. Apart from the similar modus operandi, McCoy had also served in the Vietnam War as a demolitions expert and a helicopter pilot.
That
McCoy
seems
did actually
pretty on
survive the
point.
fall and managed to evade authorities for 2 full days before he was apprehended and sentenced to 45 years in prison.
Damn.
Before his death in 1974, McCoy refused to confirm or deny that he was D.B. Cooper. On the other hand,
Dude, why do all these people have like, I don't know, it's like they're fucking, just like just tell us. You don't have to farm suspense anymore. You're gonna die and you're not gonna be able to tell us the tea.
McCoy was an avid recreational skydiver and even came prepared with a skydiving helmet and jumpsuit. He gave very specific instructions about the flight path. In addition to the fake hand grenade, McCoy also used an unloaded handgun
Farming
to
to
threaten the
death.
crew. He failed to retrieve one of the notes he'd given to a flight attendant. He was only 29 years of age at the time of the hijacking, and all 3 flight attendants were quite certain that McCoy was not Cooper. While there are meaningful parallels between these 2 cases, McCoy might simply have been a copycat who'd read about D.B. Cooper in the news.
True. Yeah, I think he just
Dwayne
wanted
Webber
the
first became a
clout.
suspect in 1995 when, shortly before his death, he supposedly told his wife, "I've got a secret to tell you. I am Dan Cooper." Following his deathbed confession, Webber's widow recalled a number of fascinating details. She claims to have found a bank bag resembling the one used in the hijacking. She claims Webber had sustained a knee injury after jumping out of a plane. Webber supposedly had a nightmare about leaving his fingerprints on the aft stairs. And a year before the money was
May have injured his knee by jumping from a plane. May have had a nightmare about leaving his fingerprints on the aft stairs. And she's not like, huh. May have visited Tina Bar in 1979. May.
Webber had allegedly paid a quick visit to the same location. In addition, Webber
she
was a
wasn't like,
World War
that's
II
weird.
veteran. He had an extensive criminal record. He matched the physical description, and he was 47 years old in 1971.
But
on the other hand, Webber's fingerprints did not match any of the prints collected from Flight 305. Although, to be fair, there's no way to know if any of those prints actually belonged to Cooper. Furthermore, Webber's DNA...
Exactly, because if he had a nightmare about leaving fingerprints, that means he was careful to not leave fingerprints, right? Dude, I don't know why. Every single one of these, I'm like, oh my god, it's him.
Did not match a DNA sample collected from the tie clasp. But once again,
But also,
there's no
it
way
might
to
not
know
have
if
been
the
his,
DNA
'cause
on
he
the
might
tie
have been
clasp
super
actually came
careful.
from the hijacker and not someone
If
else.
these are the only 2 points, I'm
What's
set
so
on him.
frustrating-
Oh my god. If these are the only 2 non-Dwayne Webber points, I have him.
Is that the FBI likely had a much better source of DNA at one point. If you recall, 8
Oh my
cigarette
God.
butts were collected from the scene,
That's my guy.
and there's a good chance they were all suffused with Cooper's DNA. The problem is, that evidence was lost at some point, and has not turned up since.
No way. Okay, I've got
William
Dwayne Webber.
Smith first became a suspect in 2018. Smith served in the Navy during World War II and likely had some experience with parachutes.
They would not forget that nose.
He was 43 years old at the time of the hijacking. He had dark
It's
brown
not
eyes.
him.
He matched the physical description. He shared
No,
a
the
certain
fuck he
likeness with the
didn't.
composite sketches, especially this speculative
He does not.
sketch of an older D.B. Cooper. A student named Ira Daniel Cooper,
He
who was
he
killed
looks
in
like
World
De
War
Niro.
II, attended the same high school as Smith. Smith worked as a yardmaster for a railroad company for most of his life, but in 1970 the company filed for bankruptcy. As a consequence, Smith lost his pension, which might suggest a motive. He could, for instance, have developed a grudge towards the airline industry for their role in bringing about the downfall of the rail transportation industry. It's further speculated that Smith could have used his knowledge of railroad networks to hop on a train and escape undetected. On the other hand, Smith spent his entire life in the northeastern United States. Given that the hijacking occurred on the other side of the country and was committed by someone who at least appeared to be familiar with the local terrain, Smith is not the most ideal
like
candidate.
the man in Up!
However, the fact that Smith worked as a yardmaster is interesting. You see, the tie that Cooper left behind was recently examined using an electron microscope, which uncovered various metallic particles.
Wow, what
Some
the
of these
fuck?
particles, especially pure titanium, were quite rare in 1971. This might suggest that Cooper worked as a manager at some sort of chemical or metallurgical facility.
That is so interesting.
Or possibly a rail yard.
Wait, shit.
If
I
nothing
changed my
else,
mind, I don't know.
hope this limited selection of suspects illustrates just
It's
how
one of the last
difficult
two.
it
It's
is
one
to
of the
be
last
certain
two.
when you have so little evidence to work with.
Or maybe I just have recency
These
bias, I
five
don't know.
individuals look nothing alike, yet any one of them could be D.B. Cooper. Was Cooper really in his mid-40s, or did he simply look old for his age? Did Cooper really serve in the military? Which one of these sketches most closely resemble Cooper? In 2016, the FBI had to admit defeat and officially close down the case. Unless someone stumbles upon Cooper's remains or manages to track down the rest of the money, it seems there is little hope of resolution.
The search for D.B.
Did Cooper
by
survive?
Lamino.
I have no idea. But as long as that
Stupid, Lamino,
possibility cannot
stupid,
be
why don't you
dismissed,
know?
the legend of D.B. Cooper will no doubt persist.
Crazy soundtrack. I'm pissed off. Cicada! Holy shit. It's the
Just
top
let me
video. I get it. Lamino. Let me know. Let me know. Listen.
Just let me know.
I get it.
On the 4th of January 2012, a user on 4chan posted this image to the site's infamous B or random board. The anonymous author, who went by the 4-digit pseudonym 3301, challenged users to uncover a message hidden within the image. Unbeknownst to those who stumbled across it, someone had just set in motion one of the most elaborate scavenger hunts the internet has ever seen.
Ew. People say this is linked to QAnon
Within
now?
minutes of
What
the image being
hell?
posted, someone discovered that by opening the file using a text editor, an appended string of readable text could be found. The string contained a cipher that, once deciphered, formed a link to yet another image. At first, this
Sorry, I gotta go back. I was on my
appended
phone.
string posted, someone discovered that by opening the file using a text editor, an appended string of readable text could be found. The string contained a cipher that, once deciphered, formed a link to yet another image. At first, this appeared to be a dead end, but using an application known as OutGuess, users were able to extract hidden information embedded within the first image. The extracted information led to a subreddit, which in turn contained information about the book. The book, along with a code, could then be used to uncover a
I'm sorry, this is sick. What the hell? This is so cool. This is like fucking Nancy Drew, but on crack. Do you guys know Nancy Drew? I read that shit when I was in elementary school. She was like a little spy or whatever. It's whatever, but so cool.
A phone number
This is
that,
a
when
lot.
called, played this
Hold on.
along with a code, could then be used to uncover a phone number that, when called, played this pre-recorded message.
Very good. You have done well. There are 3 prime numbers associated with the original final .jpeg image. 3301 is one of them. You will have to find the other 2. Multiply all 3 of these numbers together and add a .com on the end to find the next step. Good luck. Goodbye.
He's making noises.
By the following day, the initial image had been reposted all over the internet.
booties.
A growing community.
Hold on. I don't know what they want. They're just here. Booties. Should I go bring my dogs to my mom? I think they just want to sleep and my room is too bright. Unless I just turn the lights off. Will you guys be happy if I turn the lights off? Is that better? Booty, booty. Here. Sleep. Do you like that? I'll turn on that light too. Cozy? She's hello, Coco. I do have pants on. I have shorts on.
Of armchair detect the internet.
We are on West Coast time.
A growing community of armchair detectives sought to unravel this elaborate puzzle, but no one was quite sure what to make of it. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end? Some naturally dismissed it as an elaborate joke, while others perceived its complexity as evidence against it being the work of a mere troll. Before long, rumors began to circulate that this could be the work of some secret society or intelligence agency, with the intent of recruiting individuals proficient in cryptography, steganography, and other related fields. Of course, it was nothing but a rumor. The two missing numbers mentioned in the recording proved to be the dimensions of the original image. After multiplying the width and height with 3301 and using the product as a web address, users were taken to a website. The website consisted of a countdown as well as an image of a cicada. When the countdown reached 0, the page was updated with a list of coordinates. The coordinates pointed to locations around the globe.
Wow.
14 locations in 5 different countries. It was now up to participants living near the specified coordinates to rise from their comfortable armchairs and venture outside. Those who believed Cicada to be the work of an organization now felt their beliefs had been justified. In their opinion, only some international collective possessed the means and resources to create a scavenger hunt of this magnitude. This was not the work of your average troll. No, this had to be something else. At each location was a poster with a cicada symbol and a QR code.
Cool.
On the bike shelter over here. See, I got it right there. Oh.
He took it?
Corners, as you say.
Why'd he take it? That's kind of rude. Because what if someone else found it and went there and was like, I don't find anything.
The codes linked to an image, the image contained a riddle, the riddle led to a book, and the book led to a website.
Stop, hold on. Also, people could just stumble upon this.
As you say, I just kind of ripped it off.
Oh, everyone was at home waiting. They probably like came together and shared info, right?
The codes linked to an image, the image contained a riddle, the riddle led to a book, and the book led to a website.
Okay.
But here, the puzzle took an unexpected turn. Only a select...
You think he... Hold on. Let me... One second. I let him out to pee. My room's right next to the backyard.
Group of first arrivals to this website were accepted into the final stage of the puzzle. The site eventually closed down with the message, "We want the best, not the followers." The finalists were also warned not to collaborate with others nor to share the details of this private stage of the puzzle. Well, given that we know this, it's safe to say that not everyone heeded that warning. But those who did presumably advanced through the final stages before reaching the very end of the puzzle.
That's so exciting.
After nearly a month of silence, an image appeared on the subreddit announcing the conclusion of the puzzle, and just like that, the hunt was over. Cicada had supposedly found the highly intelligent individuals they were looking for, and whatever happened to them is a bit of a mystery, but more on that in a moment. The complete lack of an explanation was perceived by many as confirmation that the puzzle had been nothing but a wild goose chase intent on wasting everyone's time.
Individuals get to
After
meet
all,
Cooper.
questions raised by the original image remained unanswered. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end?
Oh my god, please tell us.
However,
Please
as it later
have
turned
closure.
out, this was only the beginning.
The second puzzle. Oh my god.
Whomever was behind this intricate game had the foresight to include an authentication code known as a PGP signature along with every clue. This allowed users to verify that an image or message.
Hi babies, welcome back. Hi boys. Why are you trying to leave? I'm back. Sorry, I was gonna take Fafa outside to my mom, and then I found out my mom's not asleep yet, and then I had a quick chat with my mom, and then I walked past. What horrible noise? What noise? What noise did I make? I'm confused. And then, the dogs. Oh yeah, you guys weren't here earlier. So they didn't crash out after I left. They crashed out because I picked up Fafa, or I went to pick up Fafa from the ground, and Nova, okay, he's the noisemaker. This one, he gets so pissed off because he doesn't like when other dogs get picked up and he doesn't. Like earlier in the beginning of my stream, this is like all full circle. At the beginning of my stream, Brownie comes in. I go to pick up Brownie to say hello. Nova makes that same fucking noise. Like he sounds like he's genuinely getting mauled. Yeah, he just gets fucking jealous. And so he does that. But anyway, I go pick up Fafa. Nova gets pissed. Fafa gets pissed back at Nova. They have a moment. And then I go bring Fafa to my mom. I give Fafa to my mom. And then I go walk past the bathroom and I'm like, kind of need a pee. So I took a pee, and then I went outside. My mom asked me when my dentist appointment is. I told her 4:30, and then she was like, okay, I can drive you. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, Fafa's sad because you brought him out and you didn't bring Nova out. Like, why are you sending Fafa away but not Nova? And I was like, fuck, true, you're right. I'll take Fafa back. And so now they're both here. And when I came in, Nova was right here on the ground waiting. But I didn't mean, like, I don't want Fafa to leave. I just thought he wanted to because I saw him. Look at him. He's just rolling around right now. I thought he wanted to leave because he was walking out. No, and Nova's just like making noises at me. Nova, what? I think he wants to be on the ground. What's up with him? He's just playing. Fafa's a Yorkie, Nova's a Pomeranian. He looks like a chicken though. He looks like a chicken. He looks like a chicken. Ah. He makes cute noises. I hope you can hear. Wait, Nova, turn around. I don't know if you can hear that. He makes cute like purring noises or like cutie pie. I hope Fafa doesn't see me holding him.
Which was actually from Cicada, as opposed to some imposter seeking to derail or hijack the puzzle. Cicada had repeatedly warned of such false paths and insisted that any message lacking a valid PGP signature should promptly be disregarded. That's why this image, posted exactly a year and a day after the first, provoked such a frenzy. After a year of lackluster imitations, this image finally matched the official PGP signature. Cicada was back, and it was time for round 2. The second puzzle was not too dissimilar from the first. The image enclosed a message, the message led to a book, the book produced a link, and gradually the puzzle unfolded. At one point, a recording titled The Instar Emergence was uncovered.
Does he get jealous if one gets more attention? Yes. Very. What is this?
Another clue led to a cryptic Twitter account, which then led to an image. The image proved vital to the progression of the puzzle, but the inclusion of this runic alphabet would remain a mystery for quite some time. Much like the first puzzle, the second swelled into the physical world when a list of coordinates compelled participants to once again take to the streets in search of enigmatic posters. This time it was 8 locations in 4 different countries. But eventually the trail went cold once again. Another select group of first arrivals had been accepted into a final, private stage of the puzzle. Unlike the first puzzle, the second did not conclude with an official message from Cicada. The trail merely went cold, and Cicada vanished once more, leaving us no closer to an explanation. However, this was still not the end.
I can't. He's just staring at me. I don't know what you want. Please, I don't know what you want. Like, you should be sleeping. I don't know. What do you want? I'm gonna get my footrest. I'm gonna put my legs up, and then I'll put you on my lap. Oh my god. And every time I go to pick him up, he like turns around to be in position for me to pick him up. He like goes booty to me. Okay, there. Are you satisfied? You can sleep on my lap.
At the beginning of 2014, it was time for round 3.
Was this all a psyop to get
Once again,
Redditors
the image
to go
enclosed a
outside and
message,
touch
the
grass?
message led to a book, the book produced a link, and suffice it to say,
fucking
it was
book,
more
picture,
of
whatever.
the same. Except this time, the puzzle seemed to revolve around a strange book. The book was titled Liber Primus, meaning first book in Latin, and was evidently written by Cicada. The runic alphabet uncovered in 2013 finally made sense, as the book was primarily written in runes. Even so, the meaning of the translated pages were cryptic at best. The book consisted of various philosophical and ideological ideas and appeared to be their manifesto. Many have since compared the strange writings to that of a cult. Nevertheless, the book also comprised a myriad of clues and codes. For example, this page advised participants to seek out a website on the deep web, but the site remains undiscovered. Another page
I'm on my
led to a
phone.
website.
I'm on my phone. Boom, 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 boom. He sighed. He just sighed in my lap. He's sleeping.
Site containing yet another recording
saw me
titled
cicada on her phone.
Interconnectedness.
Booty. Oh.
However, a significant portion of the book has yet to be translated. The runic text on some of the pages appear to be obfuscated by layers of encryption that has yet to be decrypted. Of the 74
So
pages
bright.
featuring runes, only 19 have been successfully translated. As 2015 came and went without the launch of a
Just
new
some guy trying to
puzzle,
link his
many came to
SoundCloud.
suspect the Liber Primus had to be completed if Cicada
Dishwan,
was to
thank you for the
return.
29 months.
This was more or less confirmed at the beginning of 2016 when Cicada
boy.
encouraged a re-examination of the book. More than 4 years have now gone by with minimal progress and near complete silence from Cicada.
No, it's okay.
Questions
not
raised
going.
by the original
Look.
image have gone ignored. What is the purpose of these puzzles? Who's
I'm
behind
wearing
them?
shorts.
What happens when you reach the end?
Oh, hell no. That's it? No, but you're so cute.
When the initial image appeared on 4chan back in 2012, many assumed Cicada 3301 to be an alternate
Wait, it doesn't even
reality
tell you what
game
it actually
designed
is?
by a corporation to promote a new service or product. For example, Microsoft developed an elaborate ARG back in 2001 to promote the film Artificial Intelligence, and a similar viral marketing campaign was used to promote the release of Halo 2. But the release of subsequent puzzles and the
That was so
complete
cute
lack
right
of
now.
commercialization has more or less eliminated that possibility. If we choose to believe some of the leaked information from the private end stage of each puzzle, then we do gain some insight into who this group might be.
Sorry. Dude, he sent me in great detail shit about the cryptic, the minute cryptic. Do you guys know what that is? I want to do it. Hold on. I'm going to send it to myself on Discord. How do I open link? This shit. Let me read. In every clue, there's always a definition, which is what the answer means, a fodder, words that will be used in the answer or to get to the answer, and indicators. Sorry, I'm so distracted. I can't. I got ADHD to this. So I can't finish the video first. Indicators, things that inform you on what to do with the fodder. It's your job to figure out which is which and then manipulate it to get to your answer. Okay, fine. Oh, but there's no, I can't. Fine. Oh, but I can't. But this just came up and but it just came up. Stop. Too many, you said. So in here, arrangement is said and leaving. Arrangement is an anagram indicator because to arrange something is to change the way it is or move things around. This tells us that something surrounding fodder, that some surrounding fodder will need to be anagrammed. Said is a homophone indicator because saying it out loud is key to homophones. This tells us that a homophone of some surrounding fodder should be useful. Leaving is a deletion indicator because something needs to leave. This tells us something should be deleted from some surrounding. Taking into account, you said can be interpreted as the homophone of you, giving us you. Oh my God, stop. Do you get this? I'd be so bad at this. So you said would give us the letter U. So in this case, you should be leaving. Too many you said. So you is leaving a thruple, meaning you take the letter U out, which is throuple. Throuple? And then if we rearrange that, we get plethora. Oh my God. That's so fucking sick. Oh my God. That's so hard. Okay,
for example, at the end of the first puzzle, finalists supposedly received this email. In it, Cicada described themselves as an international group who believe that privacy is an inalienable right. The aim of each puzzle is to recruit like-minded individuals in an effort to develop privacy-conscious solutions. The email then concludes with 3 questions. The PGP signature, which would have confirmed the authenticity of the email, was conveniently removed by the leaker.
Guys, I want to look at the new one.
A valid signature does exist online. I was unable to find.
I'm sorry. I can't. I have to look at it. I can't. I'm just edging, but hold on, what is it called? It's called minute cryptic. Fuck! I need to turn my dark reader. Ugh. Oh my God, okay. Like, come on, this is retarded. No, you're retarded, Meth. You're retarded. You're the one who's retarded. Go watch the fucking video yourself if you want to watch it so bad. I mean, you're decelerated. Go watch it yourself. Stop fucking complaining. I'm doing the minute cryptic, bitch. Yeah, jerk off. Or wait, are you saying yeah, jerk off? Like yeah, comma. Wait, are you saying like yeah, jerk off? Or are you saying yeah, jerk off? Seems like you're saying yeah, jerk off. Both. What? Like JOY. Hi, Clark. Okay. Leads from... Oh, how am I supposed to do this? Okay, Duty just said today's. Do today's. Today's is very easy in my opinion. What a fucking bitch. Today's is easy. I hate what leads from our karaoke club amps interfere with Bo's volume setting. Okay, so based on what he said, indicators. Leads could be an indicator because it means it starts with, right? Interfere is another indicator for what? That's all I got. I'm stuck. Rob, just click on some hints. Why can't you guys figure it out for me? Fodder. Okay, so leads from our karaoke club. Interfere could be amps. Karaoke club amps. I'm too done. I'm too done. I'm too dumb. Left and leave to get... You're so stupid. Oh, I'm gonna click a hint. Our could be homophone for... Leads from R? So this would start with an R? Leads from R. Karaoke club amps interfere. What are karaoke club amps? Bleach me 6 times. Thank you for the new the new tier 1. Welcome. Can I click a hint? Resistance is too many letters. Speakers. Speakers. Okay, speakers. Okay. Speakers interfere with Bose volume setting. What the fuck is Bose? What's a Bose volume setting? Can I use hints? Click hint, you get to choose. Oh! Oh my god, I'm scrolling up to the notes. Definition, what the answer means. Fodder, words that we use. I'm going fodder. I'm going fodder. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Can I look at the other ones? Let's pose multiple hints. Okay. Definition. Volume setting. Dude. Volume setting? Question mark? And visual, thank you for the new tier 1. Welcome. Volume setting? Question mark? And pay attention to the question mark, which can indicate more stretch than usual. Our answer will be a volume setting of sorts. I hate when they say of sorts. I hate... No. No. A volume setting of sorts. Indicators? Okay, but we already know this. Leads from our karaoke club amps. There's no homophone indicator though, so it's not R. What? It's not leads from... I'm so dumb. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, right. So it's not like said, it's leads from our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke club amps. What are the leads from that fodder? What the fuck are the words you're saying to me right now? Our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke club amps. Our karaoke... What are the leads from that fodder? What are the leads? Feedback? Please just tell me yes or no. Yeah, lead is it feedback? Lead is first. So maybe letters. First letters? Like, like that? Leads from the leads from these 4 words. Oh my god. Okay, interfere with. They're mixed into Bose volume setting. Bose. Oh, they interfere with Bose, like the letters B-O-S-E, and then the definition is volume setting question mark. Bookcase. What? Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. Is it? No. But that's where you keep volumes. Oh my god, that's so cringe. That pisses me off. Volumes of books. Like, oh my god. Oh, that's so stupid. I also hate, oh, this one's easy, by the way. I'm pissed off. Word for word. Today's is very easy, IMO. Thank you, thank you. These are kind of fun. But I think they're fun when someone tells me what they are. I think they're less fun if I were to do them myself and just be stuck and not be able to do anything. I think you'd find it frustrating and stupid with how it reaches sometimes, but it's really rewarding to get. Yeah, you're right.
Find it. But regardless of its legitimacy, I find...
Thank you. No,我该跟我们急了. Practice some more of them. Maybe I will.
This question
after this one, we'll
a
do
bit
this one.
Odd. It reads, do you believe that information should be free? Assuming the expected answer is yes, then the very first sentence, do not share this information, seems a bit hypocritical. While the idea of a secret society recruiting individuals by means of elaborate cryptographic puzzles may seem a bit absurd or even conspiratorial, it's not entirely unfounded. Corporations and governments alike have employed similar recruitment techniques since at least...
You can scroll down on each answer to hear a very kind-looking Australian man explain it to you. Wait, I want...
At least the second...
No, I want to see. I want to see. Hold on. Poggers, dude! Really quick.
Vids so hard.
This one is actually... Let me know. But I agree. Daddy Honey, thank you for the 10 months. And Visual, thank you for the new tier 1 as well. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I see him!
Today's cryptic crossword clue is leads from our karaoke club amps interfere with Bo's volume setting. And I want to start at the start of this clue with leads from, which is a fairly common way to get multiple
bookcase, it's bookcase.
multiple words. The leads from our karaoke club amps interfere with Bo's volume.
I don't know why I'm watching the explanation, I get it.
Second World War. In 2013, the British intelligence agency GCHQ launched a recruitment program known as Can You Find It? Participants had to decrypt a number of cryptograms hidden across the internet, and those who managed to solve the entire puzzle were offered a prize or a position
I just squirted
at the agency.
yogurt
Google
all over
did
myself.
something similar with enigmatic billboards back in 2004, and the US Navy launched a near-identical project in 2014. Okay, but then what about the recruits? Why have we not heard from these chosen few? Well, we have. It's just that separating a legitimate finalist from an imposter is virtually impossible. In a 2015 interview with Rolling Stone, 2 alleged winners of the first puzzle chronicled the events beyond the final stage. After receiving an email from Cicada, they were taken to a forum on the dark web. Here they could communicate with 20-some-odd recruits as well as a handful of established members of Cicada. They were told that Cicada 3301 had been founded by a group of friends who shared common ideals about security,
is this why people think it has
and
links
censorship.
with QAnon?
The goal was to work as a collective to develop software applications in line with that ideology. As friends recruited friends, this secret society quickly expanded into a decentralized international organization. The recruits were then tasked with developing software that fit the ideology of the group, and members of Cicada would oversee their progress. But without the allure of a puzzle to be solved, the recruits quickly lost interest. By the end of 2012, all but one had left, and a few months later, the site was gone. They never heard from Cicada again.
I need to pause. I just got fucking jump scared by Judy responding, "All right, enjoy SA videos." I don't know what that acronym is. What the fuck is... Oh! Video essays. Yes, that's short for essay. Enjoy essay videos. Essay videos. So dumb. That's so stupid. Really pushing it with abbreviations.
One of the 2 winners, named Marcus Wanner, later elaborated further in a video by YouTuber Nox Populi. Furthermore, Nox Populi himself claims to be a winner of the second puzzle, so I reached out to him, and this is some of what he had to say. After completing the final stages of the second puzzle, Nox Populi received an invitation to join Cicada 3301. However, he was not invited to a website, but was instead merely told to be patient. Then, around May of 2013, all communication with Cicada abruptly ceased. This was around the same time as when the website dedicated to the winners of the first puzzle was suddenly taken down. Nox Populi later contacted other winners of the second puzzle to compare notes, and their experiences were identical. In his own words, all the stories were the same.
Hi,
we were
LMFAO.
invited to join 3301, then something happened and silence followed a request for patience. Nox Populi supposed that roughly 5 others completed the second puzzle, in contrast to the 20-odd winners of the first. In regards to who or what Cicada is, Nox Populi believes they could be a remnant of the cypherpunk movement of the late 80s and 90s.
Cyberpunk 2077!
Essentially a small group of activists advocating widespread use of strong cryptography and privacy-enhancing technologies, but he admits that there is no way to know for certain. If you want a far more comprehensive walkthrough of these puzzles as opposed to my brief overview, Nox Populi has produced a number of videos on his channel which I highly recommend. While these accounts cannot be verified, they do make for a very compelling argument as to what Cicada is. A group of anonymous
so it's actually not
developers
confirmed
seeking to develop
what Cicada was,
privacy-conscious
ever?
applications by recruiting talented individuals via cryptographic puzzles. Sure, it is not nearly as exciting as a shadow government seeking world domination or any of the more fantastical theories, but it is certainly more
Most of Lamino's
plausible.
unsolved
You
mysteries.
have to
Oh,
keep
I
in mind
fucking
that
hate
no
that.
part of these puzzles would have required more than one
Oh,
person.
not since 2017.
The posters are often pointed to as evidence that this must be the work of some
Oh, I fucking hate that.
international organization, but I beg to differ. I mean, right now, I
I
could
yearn
use
for
any
the
number of
tea. I yearn
services
for
to hire
conclusive
random
lore.
persons
Yeah, I
around
just
the
wanna
globe
know. Why
to
can't they just
install
tell me?
posters for me. Although, given that no poster was located more than an hour away from an airport leads me to believe that one or multiple persons actually traveled to these locations. I mean, some of the posters were found within walking distance of an international airport. The fact is that anyone with a disposable
Cicada
income
solving
and enough
stream.
time on their hands
I'm
would
not
be able
smart
to
enough for that
create the
shit.
illusion of a vast, secret network spanning the globe. Not saying that that is the case with Cicada 3301, but it is nonetheless a possibility that cannot be discounted. With all of that being said, I personally think a loose-knit group of privacy-minded hobby cryptographers to be the most plausible explanation. Cicada made
they were
their
just,
last
like,
public
his theory is that
statement
they're just
in
doing it for
April
fun?
of 2017, merely warning against disinformation, but the current status of the third puzzle and the possibility of a fourth remains clouded in mystery.
I was giving my dog some of my leftover yogurt. Just a dab of my leftover yogurt. That creeped me out and I don't like it. Okay, I'll watch the Jack the Ripper one. Wait, that's Fern.
It's September.
What is it called? The Enduring Mystery of Jack the Ripper?
Just let me know.
Baby, I love you. Wait, this one, I don't want to get scared. So you hate Unsolved Mysteries and watch Jack the Ripper? I'll watch one last Lamino video and then I'll go back to Fern.
In the late 19th century, the city of London was the largest in the world. A sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the capital's East End.
London!
A story so dreadful, it sent shockwaves around the world. One after another, destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an extensive manhunt and a few close
For a
calls,
while, I thought Jack the Ripper was made up.
was never caught. Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end and left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime.
In the annals of crime. Why? I don't know. I thought it was just a made-up scary story. Hi, New Kate.
In the East End of London, there's a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys.
Crazy.
One such place was a narrow
Crazy
passage known as George Yard.
George Yard? I hardly know her.
No,
I don't think they did.
Complex known as George Yard buildings.
I don't think they caught him.
It was the morning of August the 7th, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood.
I actually know nothing about Jack the
sight,
Ripper.
He stumbled down to the street below in search for help. Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene. He was soon joined by Dr. Timothy Killeen, who conducted a brief examination. The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Killeen estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked
1888. I didn't know
where
it was
she was
that
found,
old.
as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing. But this was strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th,
screamed the word
when the scream had
murder?
emanated from outside the complex. Hewitt further explained,
"The district around here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly, occurrence."
The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram.
Pig chatter's glazing
Tabram
me.
was a mother of 2 and had separated from her husband many years prior. Her last known address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house
1888.
less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution.
That's a very lucky
and
number
one of her
in Chinese
associates was a
culture.
woman named Marianne Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive.
Scary.
Barely 2 hours later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near the north entrance of George Yard. The soldier had told Barrett that he was, quote,
I can't believe you're
waiting for his
awake.
mate who had gone away with a girl.
I never knew about
Half an
any
hour
of this.
Later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been
He's in a ball. Do you see? He's in a ball.
home with his wife,
I
another
love
at
it.
an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to abandon this line of inquiry.
Connolly and Barrett, having both picked out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless.
Damn, jeez, that's
Even
very
if a
harsh.
soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive.
Wait.
Could not be trusted again, as their evidence.
Okay,
no
never
one
mind.
could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the
Jeez.
sheer brutality of this attack was as frightening as it was confounding.
This is Lamino, not Fern.
The crime
Sorry.
is one of the most
misleading
brutal that
title.
have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner is
Some pretty
almost
horrible
beyond
pictures of his,
belief.
There are pictures?
These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse.
Oh no. Don't look them up. Okay, I won't. I won't. That actually would be traumatizing for me.
On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work.
I'm watching video essays.
After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the
No,
road.
don't give in to the morbid curiosity. Guys, we all gave into morbid curiosity watching fucking Two Girls, One Cup and like, I don't know, Blue Waffle. And I regretted looking at both those things. Yes, we. Did we not? Oh, you never did? Oh, okay.
The man turned around to face him and said,
well,
"Come a
lucky
little bit
you.
here. There's a woman lying on the pavement."
Waffle makes me drool.
The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman.
Heard what it was, and didn't care to look at it. I didn't know what it
The two men
was.
cautiously approached.
I didn't hear what it
The
was.
woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work.
Are you kidding?
As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute, hoping to notify policemen along the way.
That's fucked up.
Fortunately, Constable John Neal was just around the corner. Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across the throat.
That's horrible.
The wound was still bleeding and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, "She had not been dead more than half an hour." In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman
Yeah,
mere
and they
minutes
just
after she was
left
killed.
her.
Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neal had last inspected Box Row at approximately 3:15. So too had
God.
Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made.
Yeah, he's so fast.
Apart from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts.
Same. This is exactly what happened to me.
The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Marianne Nichols, and she had turned 43
The images are bad, don't look.
just 5 days before the
You
murder.
don't have to tell me twice.
Nichols
I'm not
had
gonna
at
look.
least 6 children, and her last known address was a common lodging house at 50.
As soon as those words left my mouth, it made me want to look. But I'm not gonna look. I shouldn't. It would. Oh, fuck. Why'd you have to say that? I was never gonna search it up until you guys said so, and then now you guys are all looking, and I feel left out. I don't want to see. But now I feel left out. I'm not gonna look.
56 Flower and Dean Street.
I'm not looking. Thank you,
On the
Armory. Okay,
night
I'm
of
not
her
looking.
death, Nichols had
Okay.
been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed.
Just like you're
Seeking
gonna
to
want to
raise
see
the money
this.
through prostitution,
Okay, yeah, me and Armory will
Nichols
not
had
look
then ventured
together.
down Osborne Street before meeting her friend Ellen Holland. The two of them
The
shared a
uncle kid
brief
gets
exchange,
traumatized with
but
Google
Nichols
images.
was visibly drunk.
No, it's gonna
When they
traumatize
parted
me
ways
so much.
around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later, she was found dead.
What?
Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon,
Never
no
blood trail.
witnesses.
How does he do
Inspector
that?
Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack
The
had
drawings
been
look identical.
needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders, a conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed.
It's so scary. One was left mouse click, other was right. That's fucked up. Wanda, you looked? Do you regret it?
As the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick
regret.
stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway.
I am not desensitized to that stuff. I cannot look.
Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife.
They don't look human
to
anymore in
trim
the
a
photos.
vexing
We
piece of
learned
leather.
about Jack the Ripper at like 15, 16 in school in the UK. We even went on a walking tour of the murder sites. What the fuck? I had never learned about Jack the Ripper. I only knew of the name Jack the Ripper, and I thought it was like a creepypasta thing that was made up for a while when I was younger, like in middle school.
From his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis,
I just thought it was a
plodded
story.
downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open,
But I never.
the one in the back
looked,
was closed.
I never knew what he actually
When
did.
Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote,
terribly mutilated.
the throat had been, quote,
dissevered deeply,
whereas the abdomen had been, quote,
entirely laid open.
The intestines had been, quote,
lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse.
The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr.
Even
Phillips
just hearing
conducted
that
a
makes me
sweep of
feel
the
weak.
backyard. Most of what they found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet, they found a small piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that
My
2 brass
hungry
rings
ass
had
could
been
never work
forcibly
in a
removed from the
morgue?
victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote,
the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge.
This point was greatly expanded upon at a subsequent inquest.
The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable...
What's an inquest? What does inquest mean?
Expanded upon at a subsequent inquest.
The
Like
injuries
just as a
had been
word.
made by someone who had
Oh, inquiry. Oh, okay.
considerable anatomical skill and
Request,
knowledge.
investigation?
There were no meaningless
It's
cuts.
like incest.
For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room.
The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman.
Oh, official
Chapman's
investigation.
date of birth
Okay.
is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 35 Dorset Street.
I think they're saying Jack was a.
On the night
he
of her
worked in a
death,
morgue.
Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a
Fancy
bed.
language.
She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway.
Why her kids dying at like
What
11?
happened to Chapman over the next few
Because it
hours,
was the 1800s.
nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the killer. At 5:30 on the morning of
Oh my
September
God.
8th, a woman named Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation.
Am I thinking of the right person when I'm thinking of Jack the Ripper? Like the creepypasta shit he had, like, oh my God, that image is like ingrained in my mind because there were so many jump scare videos with this face, like the white face with the big eyes and the smile. Is that him? Or am I thinking of something completely? Oh, Jeff the Killer. That's Jeff. Okay, never mind. I did not think he was fake then. That's Jeff the Killer. Oh my God. They made the fucking name so similar. Okay, I did not think Jack the Ripper was fake. I did not know about Jack the Ripper then until this video. But I've heard the name before. But I just didn't know about Jack the Ripper.
The man had posed the question,
"Will you?"
to which the woman responded,
"Yes."
He maybe was inspired by Jack the Ripper. Yeah,
Now,
these
a
have all been
lasting
prostitutes,
point of
I
contention
think.
in the Chapman case.
Forgot
is
about
the
that.
time
Why
of
did you
death.
remind me? That should traumatize
According
me.
to
Me
Dr.
too.
Phillips,
That's what I
when
thought
he
this
arrived
was.
at 6:30. Chapman had been dead for,
Okay,
quote,
I didn't know about
at
him
least
then.
2 hours.
That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later.
Wait, what?
She's for death. Chapman had been dead for, quote,
at least 2 hours.
That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full
Maybe
hour
it was
later.
a bad doctor who can't estimate time
Then
of death
there's
by
the
looking.
testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building. At 4:45, he made a routine checkup on the door to the basement, which had previously
bad
suffered a
comms.
break-in. When he found it secure, he sat down on the backyard
Or
steps
Long saw some
to
random
trim a
people.
piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did not see a body.
Okay.
He was adamant
sheep.
on this point.
I could not have failed to notice the deceased if she had been there.
To muddle the timeline
Great
even further,
wording.
there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street when he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word no. A few
Strange
minutes
sounds.
later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence, dividing the 2 yards. There's
So-
no one way to...
So she probably saw random people. She probably died around here, right?
untangle this
It doesn't
web
matter.
of contradictions, but
I want
Dr.
the
Phillips
lore.
did
I want the
concede the
full lore.
possibility that he'd miscalculated. That, quote,
the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood
had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming
Okay.
that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kadosh were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning.
They also didn't have great ways of time telling.
By this point,
yeah,
the dim light of
they
dawn
couldn't just
would
check
have
their
provided
phone.
the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of
the
the
weather
murder
changes.
site.
No, the
Some
weather
of whom
changed
had even
how
slept
warm
with
her
their
body
windows
was.
open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions.
Pocket watches? Sorry, I don't know much about the 1800s.
As the tally of victims gradually mounted, the public grew increasingly anxious. They
But I
were
guess
not
he
only
wouldn't like. It's like if I'm walking down the street and I walked past two people talking, it's not like I would check the time, you know?
frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized.
The London police and detective force is
The
probably
lower
the
middle class and the
stupidest in
poor did
world.
not have pocket watching. Okay.
What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed. As one newspaper put it,
a man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses.
At no point would this become more apparent than during the events of September the 30th.
Peak Chatter, can you please not make Peak Chatter say collab stream while I'm watching a video on Jack the Ripper? Oh, true, they did have the Big Ben.
On September the 29th, a routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came
Usually
to a
get
close
spit on
around
their finger and
midnight,
check the air, and based on the temperature plus the direction of the wind, they realized it was dumb and they checked
all
their
but a few
pocket
members
watch.
returned
Isn't that to
home.
check direction?
Those who remained
I think it was
proceeded
4 years
to
old.
drink and socialize.
Yeah, 4 years old.
Half an hour in September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside to get some fresh air. Lave used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Lave had gone back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same entrance. He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed
So
anything
gentlemanly.
unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Deemschutz stepped down from his barrow and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall. Without even knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Deemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife.
Aww.
When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside. They could now see that the woman's throat had been, quote, fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Deemschutz, and a few others
husband.
promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited for authorities to arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made. At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion, it was deserted. But in the time it took Watkins to complete another
animations are really good.
Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene. I next came in at 1:44. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back.
So many women.
I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding. The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood. Dr.
That was his
George
target?
Cicada
No, sorry,
and
I don't
Dr.
mean
Frederick
so many
Brown
women.
soon
Like, oh my
converged
god,
upon the
all
scene.
women. I meant like
They
so many
found
people.
terrible injuries inflicted
so many
upon the woman's
victims.
face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been, quote,
Emphasis
drawn
on the
out to a
many,
large
not the
extent
women.
and placed over the right shoulder.
So many of them.
Among the many lacerations to the face,
Jack
Dr.
the
Brown noted that,
incel.
quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions,
I don't know what an
coupled
auricle
with
is,
the
but-
testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found.
Oh my god.
Back in Berner Street, Dr.
Happy
Frederick
birthday,
Blackwell and Dr. George
Rogelio.
Phillips had reached the same conclusion.
On my way.
The woman in Dutville's yard
Thanks for the
had died within
reminder.
minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Dutville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Deemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Berner Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Deemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there, it would have taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. There is no evidence to suggest the two murders were even connected. The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and Dean
Oh yeah,
Street.
so were they all prostitutes?
On the night of her death, Stride had been seen by quite an abundance of witnesses. First, she was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed man around 11 o'clock. About 1:45, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance. It's
Plus, he's
unclear
going to just talk to a
whether
random
these
dude
descriptions
at night
are
on
of
the
the same
street.
person
That's true.
or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz.
Oh my god, that
About
image freaks me out.
Schwartz had been walking down Berner Street. As he came up on Dutville's yard, He witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance.
He was a rich dude who was a doctor or surgeon or something who looked for the most vulnerable in society. That would make sense.
Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street.
So detailed.
That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe.
I don't play
WoW. The man who
WoW.
attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote, a good deal of knowledge, which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote, great anatomical skill. The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family.
Cam!
Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street.
Sorry, I was doing something.
On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk.
He just sounds like a full incel.
Surrounded by a crowd.
Like killing prostitutes
The commotion
and
attracted
taking their
a few
wombs and
officers,
shit.
who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station.
Which are a lot of killers, actually.
There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Definitely mommy issues. Poggers, dude! Malt
After
Aussie,
being
thank you for the
released
new
from
prime.
jail,
Welcome.
Eddowes was likely
Good night,
spotted in the
Shadow.
company of a man in
Thanks
the
for
vicinity
the
of Mitre
recommendation.
Square.
What do you need a womb for?
Only
Wait,
one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavender, had paid close attention
I
to the
can't tell if
couple.
that's a joke.
The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief round his neck. While Lavender did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by Constable Watkins. What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family. They had slept right
Prostitutes
next
need
to an
rooms
upper
for
floor
sex,
window
right?
overlooking the murder site.
What?
Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had
Like he
been
probably
cleaning a
lures them over
warehouse
to like
within
a
earshot
place
of the
saying that
murder
it's his
site.
place or
He
something.
would routinely hear the footsteps
Or that he's
of
going
patrolling
to
officers, yet heard
whatever the fuck
nothing
hotels
at the
are
time
called
of the
back
murder.
then.
Finally, Constable
Hotel
James
Cecile?
Harvey
No.
had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavender and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed
he's been killing
to
very
notice
quickly.
anything suspicious. Was it too dark?
Oh,
Was
just
the
a
killer
spot nobody
standing
could
just
see.
a few meters away, cloaked in shadow? Did one or
dude.
more
That's so
witnesses
fast. 10
get the
minutes?
time wrong? While the killer did ultimately escape, they did not do so without leaving a trace. Shortly before 3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found
Item
near the
found.
entrance to a building
Item
a
get.
few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape. Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community?
Will not be blamed for
Was
nothing.
it completely unrelated to the murder?
Will not be blamed for nothing? Is this like they will be blamed for something, or like they're not going to be blamed for anything? I can't even. Yeah.
Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters. Letters which had supposedly been written and posted by the killer.
Police were trash back then. Oh God.
3 days before the
Don't
murder
worry,
of Elizabeth
Fanfan. No
Stride
one
and
is going to
Catherine
make me
Eddowes,
hate you.
the central
No one's
news agency
trying to
of
make
London
you
received
hate
a
me,
letter in the
Yugi.
post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the quote,
Who the fuck is
"next job."
trying to make you hate me?
Then, in the aftermath of the two killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a quote, "double event." On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately, no one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the
such a
name
thing.
with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to quote, "clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police." The police never received such a package, and neither of the two victims had had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Eddowes had been quote, "cut obliquely through." Was this a botched attempt by the killer to keep their promise? Or was it merely one of numerous lacerations with no connection to the letter? The contents of the letters notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore,
Copycats.
quote, "no resemblance at all" to the
I
message
feel like it's
written
just
above the torn patch
inspired
of
other
apron.
killers.
Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other two. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney.
Ew!
The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Eddowes could not be determined. It could, for instance, have been an elaborate
What's in the
hoax by a medical
box?
student or someone with access to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile,
Wait, so I feel like the
insisted that
theory makes
kidney
sense
did
if he
belong
was
to
just
the
like a
victim, and
more
that they had
upstanding
fried and
person of
eaten
society,
the
like a
other half.
doctor, and was just preying on
A popular theory at the time, and
like more
one that
vulnerable
still is
people,
today, was
or
that some of the
more
letters
vulnerable
had been
women.
fabricated by the press.
Sorry, Nova.
According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote, "a smart piece of journalistic work." Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote, "the creation of an enterprising London journalist." Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, "stained forefinger of the journalist." There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the
These
genuine
1800s
prose of the
names.
Ripper, the letters did
1800s
nonetheless
British
receive
names.
widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every newspaper and dominated much of the public discourse throughout October, a month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over. It is pretty certain that the monster has become frightened,
and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good.
Where the fuck did Peak Chatter get Barb party time? There's too many patterns of the specifics of what he did, especially to Elizabeth, to establish the motive. What do you think the motive is? Like to these individual people?
McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent. McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15.
Oh my god, there's so many of them! When does it end?
After knocking twice without response,
Dude,
Boyer
it's like
went
just
around
continuous.
the corner to peer through a window.
I'm like waiting
But
for
his
the
view was
next
obstructed
segment,
by a
but this is
coat
all
or curtain,
like
so Boyer had to reach through a
victim after
broken window
victim.
pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room. Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares.
The sight
they
we
actually
saw,
have photos?
I cannot drive away from my mind.
Oh yeah, they do have photos. We
It
just
looked more
talked
like
about
the
it.
work of a devil than of a man.
Don't
The whole
search up the
scene is
photos.
more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight again.
Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote,
cut all to pieces.
Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote,
hacked beyond recognition.
The abdomen had been, quote,
emptied of its viscera,
while the throat had been, quote,
severed all round, down to the bone.
The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The
His
room
mother was a
itself
prostitute that neglected
sparsely
him. This is his way of
furnished and offered
payback.
little in the way of
That
clues.
tracks with
2
serial
tables,
killers.
1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far. But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity.
What?
In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named
Why'd you
Joseph
look at the
Barnett.
photos?
They had only separated on October the 30th
I just said
because
not
Barnett
to.
disapproved of Kelly's prostitution.
I
and the
didn't look it
people
up.
with
I'm
whom
too
she
scared.
associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived
I'm gonna
at some
save the
point
photos and make them into
between
chat
7 and
emotes that we
48
can spam.
and left
Please
before
don't. No!
Shortly before midnight,
It made me want to when you said, dude, okay, the fucking I don't fucking, no, don't. It'll traumatize you.
Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox.
I felt left out too.
When Cox passed the couple,
But
they were about to
I'm
enter
not gonna
Kelly's
look,
room.
and our Maury's not
Cox
gonna
bid
look,
Kelly
so
good
you don't
night,
have to look.
But she was, quote,
very much intoxicated
and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, for she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate
This video
for
is
money,
how long? He
so
had
they
a
soon
fuck
parted
ton of
ways.
victims.
Moments later, Hutchison observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed
He's always
man.
well dressed.
The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction.
What's Black
and began
Dahlia?
walking
Actually,
north.
or what are the
Hutchison
photos?
found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed him by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his left.
Ended up. I don't know about
Hutchinson
that.
decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded to Miller's court. Before they vanished up the court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him, "All right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable." Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared. At roughly the same time, Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all.
Well-dressed or
According
handsome
to
men.
Dr.
I know
Bond,
they're always
Kelly died between
charismatic and
1
like
and 2 o'clock
they.
in the
I feel like they
morning.
need to be charismatic to
Dr.
lure
Phillips
their
placed the
victims
time
and
of
shit.
death a few hours later. But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock
Hi,
in the
Nordic.
morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at 11:15. These contradictions are difficult
Sniffy.
to reconcile, and the precise
Okay, I
time of
regret
death
looking at it. I
eludes us to
fucking
this day.
told you. Everyone who's looked at it has said they regret it, or they're just desensitized. But if you know you're not desensitized to that type of shit, don't look.
Mary Jane Kelly is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim, along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride,
Jeez.
and Catherine Eddowes. She is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha
so they're
Cramer
saying-
might have been a victim of Jack the
Oh,
Ripper,
okay.
but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total
I'm surprised they were even able to
is a matter of
identify
debate.
them.
Karen and GE for my
Presuming
sub
that
gift.
Kelly
Gosh,
was indeed
thank you
the
for
final
entering
victim,
month 2.
one has to wonder why. Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did a Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime?
Yeah, are there any good
Perhaps
Black
they
Dahlia
succumbed to
videos like this
illness
one?
or
If you guys know
committed
about it.
suicide? Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage.
Oh my god, they weren't even close to getting anybody for it. They're actually not close at all. I think murdering people is bad. Luna, what a brave take.
Following the murder of Mary Ann Nichols,
Wait,
a
Eleanor,
rumor
you can
began to
investigate the Black Dahlia
circulate that
case
someone
yourself?
called
Really?
Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing
Cool.
prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press,
Oh, they were
and
close?
soon enough it became synonymous with the killer. In fact, Leather Apron was
Never
the
mind.
predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper. But the man identified
The
as
Five by
Leather Apron
Mexico.
was soon cleared of all
Is that about
suspicion. His real
Jack the
name
Ripper
was
again?
John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked.
He's still
This
around? No, he's
misguided
definitely dead by
manhunt
now.
is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence.
I have
and
played
mounting
Eleanor, just
pressure
not all
from
of
the
it.
Public. They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds,
There's a
and
theory that
developed
Jack the
numerous
Ripper was
theories
actually a
along the way.
Jane.
In the words of Inspector Frederick
girl?
Aberline, theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so
Would
many
you support
of them.
euthanasia? Yes.
In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a
Short
primitive
answer,
form of
yes.
criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and
Where
gauge
were
what
you in the
sort of person
1800s?
had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared
Sure wasn't
by
in
Dr.
the
Thomas
UK.
Bond, and he described the Ripper
I
as a
swear.
strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial assessment was that the killer possessed, quote, no scientific nor anatomical knowledge. This stood in direct opposition
Whoa.
to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a
have a
basic
cramp.
understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height with a medium to stout build in his late 20s to mid-30s. He
Oh,
wore dark
cop who knew the
clothes,
police
including a hat
routes
of
would
some
make sense
sort,
too.
and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive. Not only are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people. For all we know, none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate
Yeah,
that
horrible
one can
clues.
build a case against almost any suspect.
It's like a really, really
Some have even
horribly
entertained the
horribly
possibility
played
that
game
the
of
Ripper was
Clue.
a woman or possibly a
Charity
man
mustache.
disguised
Good
as
night,
a woman.
Quackette.
While Jill or Jackie the Ripper
Cramps life
is
is
an
they're not
interesting
period cramps.
theory,
I'm just
it
I've been
has
sitting
failed to achieve any widespread
I've been sitting
support.
hunched over too much and it's hurting my rib
What
cage.
is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise
Breakfast Club
familiar
said you're in
with
your
the East
40s,
End.
you would be a
After all, he
victim.
managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes.
Oh yeah, that's
He
the
likely
cop
had
one.
some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays.
Yeah, that's why I got that
And he may have
line.
had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects.
I love when we look at
The
suspects.
question is, where do we even begin?
Even worse, women having bad posture due to the
According to
pressures
criminal
of the
profiler
world.
and FBI special agent John
what I'm
Douglas,
saying.
the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met.
Wow.
Either a witness or a person
Heck
close to
yeah.
one of the victims. What about John Richardson,
Desmo, thank you for the 4
witness
months.
in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote,
That
not
wouldn't
a
make any
shred of
sense.
evidence against him.
Why would he do it in his own
His
backyard?
mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there.
Yes.
What about George
H.H.
Hutchinson,
Holmes?
the witness
I
who
don't know-
followed
I don't
Mary
even
Jane
know-
Kelly after
I
she
don't
was
know
accosted by
who
a
that is.
well-dressed client?
Actually?
Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well-dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was
Murder
broke,
hotel.
and the
What
client
is
appeared
that?
to be wealthy. Perhaps
Gabby.
he waited outside the court with intention
Wait,
of
I want to
mugging
watch
this
something about
well-dressed
H.H.
client.
Holmes. USA's first
There are
serial killer and
many
possibly the
question
worst.
marks surrounding Hutchinson. He has
Oh, so
never
just,
been
like, straight up a
positively identified,
murder
so
hotel.
next to nothing is known about his
The
life.
trap rooms that made the
This
hotel a
makes it
maze.
very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police,
Please remind
but
me.
ultimately convinced
Or
Inspector
do you
Frederick
guys have a good
Abeline
video of
he
that?
was
I want to
telling
watch
the
it.
truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take for instance Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Marian
Murder hotel, the
Nichols.
one where HS season was based on. Oh, I have heard of it then. I just need to find a good video. I will
On the
browse.
morning of August the 31st, Charles Cross left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work.
Wait, there's more. Hold on, I can't. I was gonna leave, but
When
then I
he turned
can't.
into Bucks
Thank you,
Road,
Hoyd.
he happened upon the body of Marian Nichols.
I will save it. Only serial killer mystery videos?
Moments
No,
later,
I
he
just.
was joined by Robert Paul,
I don't
and
know.
events transpired as previously described.
It's time to change my title to E. I don't
Despite
even know
his
anymore.
proximity to the crime, Cross appears
I was
to
watching
have
like
escaped
hacker shit
suspicion
earlier.
from
I
both the
really like that
press
hacker
and the
shit.
police. He was
Confirmed.
evidently seen as the
wanted
innocent
to go back,
passerby
but-
that he appeared to be. But in
We
recent years,
diverged.
that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul.
Interesting.
Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted
Self-report.
upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption,
I'm
as
not-
they
I'm
were
not wanting
less
to
severe
learn.
than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street.
Nova.
But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a
Taking up
man
so much
named
space on my
Charles
seat.
Lechmere. Lechmere was also employed as a carman, and on at least one occasion went by the
Very
name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now
North
widely
Korean bank
believed
heist?
that
I haven't
Charles
seen.
Lechmere was the man
I
who
saw the
appeared
Prison
at
Break one
inquest,
earlier.
and that
It was
he
really
assumed the
good.
name
With the
of his
helicopter.
stepfather when he testified.
Okay.
His motivation
hold
for
on.
doing so
Suspects,
has
suspects
been the
two.
source of much
Okay, I'm actually
speculation.
done with this video. I'll link them. Yes, please. This is the one I was gonna. Fuck. H.H. Holmes. Okay, this was a 48-minute fucking 48-minute long banger. Show the photo. I'm not fucking searching up the photo. I'm also not going to show the photo. And I'm definitely not even searching it up. TLDR, Jack ripped some parts or some shit. I can't.
Oh, my name's Joseph Kozenzak. I was involved in law enforcement for over 27 years, and I'm trained with the FBI in criminal and profiling methods, and have dealt with over 60 types of homicide cases and death investigations. I was a chief investigator in one of America's most horrendous serial murder cases. John Wayne Gacy was responsible for strangling 33 young men in the Chicago area over a period of about 5 years. At that time, which was 1978, I was not familiar with the H.H. Holmes case, but I find it very intriguing. Once I received background on this case, I found a lot of parallels. It was during an era when a massive exposition
What do the H and H stand for? Oh, is that what Ham said it was?
The 1890s was America's gilded.
Oh, the video link. You can search up Jack the Ripper Lemino, Lemmino.
Age. The economy was booming, and America's
Henry
second
Howard.
biggest city
Okay.
wanted glory. Chicago won the right to hold the country's
night,
biggest ever
Mr.
celebration,
Frederick.
the
Good
Great
night.
Columbian Exposition, or World's Fair.
Dr. Henry Howard.
In the nearby suburb of Englewood,
Good
one
mythical
man
morning,
planned to take
Boger.
advantage of the swollen
Okay, you're
number
right.
of visitors.
Good idea.
On the corner of Wallace and 63rd Street, H.H. Holmes began with a barber shop. He built his own World's Fair hotel and went to work on a money-making scheme.
It feels loud but quiet at the same time. Is that weird?
For 4 years, he murdered his guests, their children, employees and lovers to sell their bodies as dissection specimens. After his arrest in 1894, the killer left a chilling legacy, now being studied by one of Britain's leading criminal psychologists.
H.H. Holmes has left a tremendous resource of confessions, statements to the police. his
Yeah, it is
memoirs.
weird audio
This is
balance, right?
A
Thank you.
fascinating
I thought I was going
mixture of material
crazy.
that tells us, at the very least, how he wants others to see him.
The killer's
The
own
voices
words
are
allow a
quiet, but the
psychologist
music is
and
loud.
a detective to travel back 100 years into
Black
the
Picture
mind
series?
of
I
the
don't know
murderer.
if I did.
Herman Webster Mudgett. Herman Webster Mudgett. Herman.
America's first serial
I'm being
killer was
passed
born
around
Herman
between
Webster
Fanfan and
Mudgett
Boger
in
for 3
Gilmanton, New
days.
Hampshire in 1860.
I'm gonna pass you back later.
The middle child of a stern postmaster and
Guys, I sound like a fucking child, but I don't like the audio balance and I don't like the lack of animations. So, yeah. Next video.
February 7th, 2016.
Oh my God, I didn't watch this
The director of the
one.
Bangladesh Central Bank got off the elevator on the 9th floor and headed to the back office of the accounts and budgeting department. This was the most restricted part of the building. He was there to deal with a problem,
I need a picture
one that had
book.
been plaguing the office the last few days. You see, the printer wasn't working. This was kind of a big deal. It was causing a real disruption. The automated
Animation.
printer, which was hooked up to the bank's software, was supposed to work round the clock, 24/7, printing out the bank's transaction reports in real time.
Hello,
Due to
welcome.
this technical glitch, however,
I'll
the
keep it
printer
open.
tray remained empty. Much of the day was spent trying to fix the issue, and
Oh, I
after
have
a great
it-
deal of effort, there was success.
Oh, it's normal.
They were able to restart the printer. And so the backlog of transaction
This
reports
is the $1
started
billion
rolling out,
North
one
Korean bank
by
heist.
one. Now it soon became apparent that something wasn't quite right. There were more statements than expected. When they took a closer look, they found 35 suspicious payment orders for what were ridiculously
sped up,
large
right?
sums of money, having supposedly been transferred from the Bangladesh bank's own account to various other accounts in other countries. Certainly, no one from their bank had
Devil in
authorized
Me.
it.
Okay,
and
I
the
haven't
swift
played that.
security system in place was unbreachable. As the directors sifted through the suspicious transfer requests, the true scale of the situation started dawning on him. The transfers totaled to almost $1 billion. US dollars.
Crazy.
An absurd amount, a significant chunk of the nation's reserves. Where were they going? Who was responsible? Panic ensued as the workers scrambled to stop the payments, but it was likely too late. The ill-timed printer malfunction
We'll watch
from
HH1
earlier
after.
had caused an unfortunate
North
delay.
Korean camps.
in their
No,
response.
I didn't. Why are there
Seeing
so many
Bangladesh
good
had
videos,
just lost
guys?
$1 billion.
There's so many
But
good
how?
videos.
This happened in
I
February
want to watch that one next.
2016,
After
but
HH
what led
Holmes.
to this moment actually started
many.
9 months earlier.
Hold on. I need to find it before I forget. North. This one? Camp 14? This one? Watch this long goes.
Philippines,
Hey, no
May
self-promo,
2015.
Niffy.
Over 3,000 kilometers away, a group of men entered the Jupiter Street branch
Zodiac Killer?
of the
I read
RCBC
too much
Bank
about Zodiac
just
Killer
outside
already.
Manila, and
I
opened
know
4
too
bank
much.
accounts with just $500 inside. The men then left, never to return.
Very
with their
interesting,
accounts
though.
left seemingly abandoned. Now, returning to Bangladesh, the country was becoming one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Their central bank sat in the financial district of the capital, Dhaka, a chaotic city with almost 20 million people. But despite all this rapid growth, it was a nation that could ill afford to lose $1 billion of taxpayers' money. Fast forward, January 2016, a month
cutie pie.
before the incident, an employee at the Bangladesh bank was checking his mail at work. Now, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He thought nothing of it. But he went home that night not realizing he had just set in motion events that would soon shock the nation's banking system, if not the world. You see, he had inadvertently clicked on an infected email.
They
one
always
that
get
immediately began
infected
installing
emails.
a malicious program in the central bank.
Just like the
computer
Twitter
systems.
guy.
This
No.
malware would allow intruders to enter the network and gain
That other
access
guy, I don't
to the
remember
inner
what company.
workings of the Bangladesh bank. Hiding in plain sight, these intruders
ATM
could now spy
whatever
on
company.
workers and study the bank's operational procedures. And that's what they did. It was now just a matter of time. A month later, on a Thursday, as the bank was shutting down for the weekend, which in Muslim-majority countries like Bangladesh tends to be on a Friday and Saturday instead of a Saturday and Sunday, the intruders
Interesting.
once again entered the system.
Yeah,
That
this
was
is
for
why
the
I don't
last time,
read my
because
emails,
this
'cause
was what it was all
I'm not
leading
gonna
to.
get
Now,
scammed.
they were in the system, but manipulating international money transfers was a whole nother thing. SWIFT, you may have heard, is a global payment network enabling financial transactions to be sent in a secure
You read
and
about every
reliable
one of
way,
them?
using military
I used to do that in
designed
computer science
to be
class in high
unbreachable.
school.
Just to be clear, SWIFT does not facilitate the
I'm not,
transfer
like,
of actual funds,
obsessed.
but rather it sends trusted
all of
payment
them.
orders between accounts, which the banks then act on. This is the standard in international banking, and this is partly why bank hackers usually focus on stealing the login credentials of individual bank account holders, rather than focusing on the banks themselves. But it wasn't the case here, not for this group. Their target was the institution. Using the bank's legitimate SWIFT credentials that they collected from
Very
the malware,
motivated.
they were able to take control of the SWIFT terminals, as if they were legitimate bank employees. Yes, SWIFT itself is safe and secure, but the banks using them first needed to be responsible for their individual cybersecurity on their end.
Okay, so
If the
SWIFT is not
security happened
bad.
to be lacking,
It's the
as in the
banks that
case
are
with
bad.
many developing nations, SWIFT could
SWIFT
actually
good.
be used
Never
against
mind.
them.
SWIFT-
And that's
SWIFT
what was
good.
happening here. 35
SWIFT good,
phony transfer
banks bad.
requests totaling $951 million was by now being sent via SWIFT to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Okay, but why New York? Well, because the Bangladesh bank owns an account there with billions of
Employee
dollars
bad.
on deposit, meant for international settlements. The details of the requests sent from Bangladesh were to transfer the funds from New York to various accounts set up across Asia. I'll get to that part soon.
Damn, Jack the Ripper
with that,
did all this.
They were done. In and out in just
If you search up Jack the
next day,
Ripper,
Friday,
let
New
me
York
know,
City,
let me
one of the
know,
world's biggest
LEMMINO,
financial
you can
centers.
find it.
The Federal Reserve Bank of New York was busy processing Bangladesh's payment orders, or supposed payment orders. The Fed, renowned for its security, initially had no cause to stop the transfers, because SWIFT instructions are legitimate, they're trusted. So, oblivious to the deception, they began processing.
I want my blanket back.
Sunday morning, the Bangladesh bank employees, back from their weekend, were now trying to fix their darn printer problem. The automated printer connected to the SWIFT network hadn't been working the last days, and the usual printouts of real-time transfer confirmations were backlogged. Of course, this was the most unfortunate time for a
Not
technical
chilly.
glitch. Except it wasn't really a technical glitch. The hackers had indeed taken additional steps in preventing confirmation messages from revealing their theft, wiping out evidence from the SWIFT database and intentionally crashing the automated printer. This had bought them some much needed time. Now meanwhile, in Sri Lanka, $20 million arrived in a pan-Asia bank account of a company called the Shalika Foundation, sent from the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. This, of course, was just one of 35 transfers making its way to Asia. Right back in Bangladesh, the workers had now finally got the printer working.
Yeah, this is really fast, right?
The transfer requests. Panic quickly ensued
So
as
I thought
they
it was
realized
1.2x
35
speed.
payment orders were made, totaling to almost $1 billion. They immediately tried to send a stop payment order to the New York Fed, but it was a Sunday, and there was no one there to respond. By the time New York staff would return,
I'm confused too.
he had inadvertently clicked on an infected email.
Oh
one that immediately
my god, it was... I checked like 3 times, but it was just like fucked up.
crashing the automated printer. This had bought them so much for a technical glitch.
That's so dumb.
Except it wasn't really a technical glitch. The hackers had indeed taken additional steps in preventing confirmation messages from revealing their theft, wiping out evidence from the Swift database and intentionally crashing the automated printer. This had bought them so much.
Yeah, I think it was bugged.
Now, meanwhile, in Sri Lanka, $20 million arrived in a pan-Asia bank account of a company called
No,
the
it
Shalika
still feels
Foundation,
fast.
sent from the Federal Reserve Bank in
It's
New
getting.
York.
It feels like it's
This,
speeding
of course,
up.
was just one of 35 transfers making its way to Asia. Right back in Bangladesh, the workers had now finally got the printer working, and they were sorting through the transfer requests. Panic quickly ensued as they realized 35 payment orders were made, totaling to almost $1 billion. They immediately tried to send a stop payment order to the New York Fed,
I'm kind of
but
losing
was
it.
Sunday, and there was no one there to respond. By the time New York staff would return on the Monday, it would have surely been too late. Now, little did they know they had actually caught a lucky break, because it turned out the automated system in New York had flagged 30 of the transactions for manual review.
30 flagged.
By complete luck, one of the words on the Swift order happened to match the name of a shipping company that had been blacklisted for evading U.S. sanctions against Iran. Pure coincidence. This would prove devastating for the hackers, as $870 million worth of transfers were now blocked.
Video I linked was made.
Later,
It was?
when staff took a closer look,
I won't watch it.
They noticed several red flags. The unusually high number of payment instructions, the large transfers to private entities rather than banks, and the ridiculously large total. At this point, they had to seek clarification from Bangladesh. And after getting word of their stop payment order,
let me save those.
The transfers were shut down. It was over. The gig was up. Or was it? Yes, 30 of the transactions worth $870 million would never be seen by hackers. But there were still 5 transactions left. The remaining 101 million, which the Fed's automated system
it's just a lot of information at once.
Which was still a heck of a lot of money, had gotten through.
I'm bad at.
Where did these 5?
I'm bad at receiving information auditorily.
Sri Lanka, $20 million.
Like if it was in writing and I was reading it, I can do it fast.
Bank, via Deutsche Bank, which was the routing bank, intended for a company called the Shalika
I can't
Foundation.
listen.
This was a supposed Sri Lankan non-profit.
Phantom,
now,
thank
an
you.
observant employee at the Pan Asia Bank noticed something odd.
I'm the opposite.
$20 million was an unusually large amount for such a small NGO.
It's all different.
Not to mention for the
for
country
everybody.
of Sri Lanka. This employee then sent the transaction back to Deutsche Bank for verification.
Deutsche Bank.
So now Germany, Frankfurt, the payment order, just like in New York, was being reviewed. And just like New York, there were red flags, such as this one, spelling foundation as Foundation. These suspicions were soon reaffirmed, and ultimately it turned out, no surprise, that this Shalika Foundation was indeed a fake company. The money was then rerouted back to the Bangladesh Bank's New York account.
Why'd they have to spell foundation wrong?
$81 million, but we won't drag this out because these 4 were all sent not just to the same country, not just to the same bank, but to the same branch. The Jupiter Street branch of the RCBC Bank just outside Manila in the Philippines. 4 accounts had laid dormant for 9 months with just $500.
Please, I would never have a non-profit.
Until a sudden cash infusion of $81 million. These sudden bursts should have triggered an alert from RCBC, but for whatever reason, it slid under the radar.
God, that just
Indeed,
reminded me of the dumbass KKK.
From there,
I'm not even saying this to be performative, but you know what?
Casinos,
I don't like the KKK. I find them cringe.
To hard, untraceable cash. The Bangladesh Bank did try to stop the transfers, but timing was just not on their side. The stop order was not received by RCBC Bank on the expected Monday, because Monday was Chinese New Year, a non-working holiday in the Philippines. By now, you're probably noticing a trend here. Every step of the way, there were delays that benefited the hackers. And this was by design. A remarkably well-timed attack. On Thursday evening, they entered the system at the start of the Bangladesh weekend, when the bank is closing. On Friday, the New York Fed tries to clarify the requests with Bangladesh, but no one's there. On Sunday, Bangladesh staff return from the weekend but can't get through to New York as it's now the weekend in the US. On Monday, the Fed finally gets the orders to stop the transfers, but not the Philippines because it just so happened to be Chinese New Year there. And only on Tuesday, 5 days after the heist, did RCBC staff find out about the fraudulent transfers. But by then it was too late. Now, 2 Chinese men, Ding and Gao, were eventually found to be responsible for setting up the fake RCBC accounts in the Philippines. They turned out to be just middlemen, but they were still a crucial part of the operation, and investigators hoped questioning them would lead to the true.
I can't watch this anymore. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so lost. Let me just go back to what I know, which is Fern. I think I linked the wrong one. I have no clue what the fuck is happening. He's just talking at me at that point. I'm gonna go back to Fern. Yeah, I looked away for 20 seconds. I missed 5 hours.
Class is about to start for these 40 school kids.
Oh, beautiful.
Like every week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl.
Camp 14, the most horrible place in North Korea. Is this video?
5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps and commands the girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again, and again, and again.
No, this is North
again.
Korea. On the head?
Her classmates watch in silence.
Nice lashes,
The
though.
beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her classmates carry her home.
Why doesn't she collapse sooner? Oh my god.
The same night, she dies. The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
Comparisons have been drawn to the Nazi death camps, to the Soviet Gulag. You know, they're accurate, and in their own way, they're different.
That's so
A
scary.
lawless detention facility hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
Oh my
This
god.
is truly a space that is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions. The smallest mistake can cost them their lives. Escape is almost impossible. Only a handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes. In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the
That's
regime
so
has kept them a secret
scary.
for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls? What horrors do the inmates face? And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
So scary.
Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food, and at Camp 14, stealing means death. He doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The camp rules are
Basically
his
artificial
reality.
selection. Yeah, like they just.
Shin was born in
Oh
Camp
my
14,
God.
but his parents didn't fall in love.
Igor.
They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy
What?
between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission,
What?
both she and the baby are shot.
What?
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child: promotion. Those who work hard and, more importantly, snitch on others may be granted a reward marriage.
What the
This is how
fuck?
Shin Dong-hyuk
Why?
and his older brother Shin Hee-gyun come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family. Their mother never talks about the past. Shin has no clue why his parents were imprisoned, and it probably wouldn't matter.
How does he even like if you're born here, how do you even have the knowledge? How do you even gain the knowledge that you are imprisoned in the first place?
Anyway,
if this is
It's
all you
all
know.
about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being
don't. Oh,
anti-regime,
okay.
of being a wrongdoer,
okay.
a wrong thinker, of having engaged in
Yeah, like
wrong
this is just
associations,
all they know.
they will send you to
Life.
the camp.
this is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK, the Washington-based Committee on Human Rights in North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights abuses
Yeah, born
at these
in North
camps.
Korea within North
Like many
Korea.
others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life, even though he never committed a crime.
You tell them they are prisoners and nothing.
This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing. They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the floor.
Jeez.
There is a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive. The building is part of a model village, one of many. Camp 14 is estimated to cover around 153 square kilometers.
Oh my god!
Almost 3 times the size of Manhattan. It is secured by a 60-kilometer fence, patrol paths, barracks, guard
That's
posts,
literally North
and
Korea
checkpoints.
within North Korea.
The whole area stretches from river valleys to mountain peaks. The wilderness and the Taedong River act as a natural barrier, an immense obstacle course separating the facility from the outside world. Little villages are scattered across the vast area, containing housing and working units.
These are sprawling facilities. They're very large facilities. So at some of these facilities, you see farming, agriculture going on. You see some of these facilities
Sideways,
that
thank
are
for the 3
adjacent
months.
to coal mines or other
this is
types
really
of
sad.
mineral exploitation.
The camp has its own railroad network.
Sponsor
and
skipped.
generates its own electricity. And it also has a school.
Imagine the guilt you carry.
This is where Shin goes every
knowing all
day.
your relatives are in this camp.
His teacher wears a
That would
guard's
be
uniform, carries a
so
weapon,
fucked.
and teaches obedience above all else. Camp rules are brutal. There are 10 of them. Even the smallest violation can lead to execution. Shin memorizes them all.
Oh, I think for the
Rule
gifted
1.
sub.
Any witness to an attempted escape who fails to report it will be shot immediately. Rule 3. Anyone who steals or conceals any foodstuffs will be shot
That's
immediately.
the 5 grain.
Rule 5. Anyone who holds or hides a fugitive's possessions, conspires with him, or fails to report him will be shot immediately. The guards enforce the rules without mercy.
내가 총을 꺼내서 뭐 쏘거나 해도 하나 뭐 가책을 느끼지 않았어요.
That's an actual
일반적으로
person who worked
우리는
there?
그때 써도 나라를 지키기 위해서 내가 한 일이기 때문에.
Right, because they're like basically brainwashed too.
그
Not basically, they're like fully brainwashed as well.
사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 그 뭐 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은 그 자리에서 죽이겠으면 죽이고 살리겠으면 살리고 하는 건 내 마음에. 뭐 설명해 주세요.
That guy didn't seem
Across
as
North Korea, there are different types of detention facilities.
affected.
The worst of them are called Kwanliso. Camp 14 is one of them. It's also called a total control zone.
People never get out of those. You know, they just waste away. They get killed by this vicious cycle of
This is how most oppressive countries
malnutrition
were before the internet
and forced labor.
That's fucking insane.
Shin's mother has to work the rice fields, 10 to 15 hours of hard labor every day. If she meets her quota, she receives food, just enough to survive the night and make it through the next day.
North Korea is all about production targets. If you don't meet them, and probably you will not meet them, you'll get less food, more work, less food, more work, and that's how you waste away and die. That's, you know, the truly tragic story at these camps.
From the moment Shin starts school, his life is split between the classroom and hard labor in the coal mine. Long work days are made worse by a constant gnawing hunger. Before school, Shin often eats his mother's portion while she's still out in the fields. She beats him for it, but he does it anyway. To him, she's not a source of love or care.
Wait.
She's a rival in the fight for his mother's portion while she's constant gnawing hunger. Before school, Shin often eats his mother's portion while she's still out in the fields. She beats him for it, but he does it anyway. To him, she's not a source of love or care. She's a rival in the fight for every meager scrap of food.
He often
This is
eats
Shin's
it.
meal, served 3 times a day for his entire prison life. If he makes a mistake, his portion is cut in half as punishment.
Jesus.
Sometimes he and the other inmates catch rats, the only source of meat in Camp 14. For Shin, this isn't
I
as
feel
much as a
my
nightmare.
ADC takes my
It's
ward
normal life.
gold.
He has never seen the world beyond the barbed wire.
Yeah, that's so fucked up. That's so
Unlike
scary.
this man. Kim Young is in his mid-40s when he's brought to Camp 14. He knows the world outside very well. In fact, he was a
They probably
high-ranking
go to school
military
just to
officer
learn,
and vice
like,
president of a
their
state-owned
country's
company.
propaganda.
In his former life, he enjoyed culture, a chauffeur, and all the benefits of being a government employee. Now he's also forced to work in the coal mines. Kim didn't break any laws to get here. His parents did. In North Korea, this form of collective punishment is called yunjoje, guilt by association.
That is so
Up to 3
insane.
generations can be punished for crimes of family members. When Kim was a child, his father and brother were accused of spying for the United States, enough to execute them. After that, Kim was brought to an orphanage under a new name. It took more than 40 years until someone found out about his true heritage.
No!
Even Kim himself wasn't aware of the supposed crimes his family allegedly committed.
There's absolutely no judicial process. This is extrajudicial punishment. They'll just, take you away in the middle of the
Felix,
night
like for the 11 months.
together with your family members. You just disappear. That's how it goes.
Jesus.
대낮에 잡아가는 건 없어요. 다 밤에 그냥 원래 그냥 어느
Like literally just like kidnapping.
싹 다 쓸어 가고 정치범 수용소에 가서도 그 가족들은 우리가 뭘 잘못해서 왔는지 그걸 모른다는 거죠.
Fear is the most powerful tool for prison guards to keep inmates in
I'm
line.
watching Camp 14, the
During
most
Kim's
horrible
time in
place in
Camp
North
14,
Korea, by
a
Fern.
total of 25 inmates are executed. One day, he witnesses a fellow prisoner being killed for collecting chestnuts that had fallen from a tree. Kim spends most of his days underground. Hours and
it's
hours
not a
of
thing. I
endless
don't know.
work with no sunlight and no
No
mercy.
explanation.
Kim struggles. He's
I
never
just-
faced labor like this before.
I don't know.
Mistakes are inevitable, and every one of them is met with the punishment of a guard who never leaves his side. One day, a guard strikes
change it
Kim with
back.
the butt of his gun till he falls
Watching
unconscious.
Fern there.
For the next 2 days, he only receives half his meals.
I missed that while changing my title.
No mercy. He's underground.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hours and hours of endless work with no sunlight and no mercy.
No what?
Kim struggles. He's never faced labor like this before. Mistakes are inevitable, and every one of them is met with the punishment of a guard who never leaves his side. One day, a guard strikes Kim with the butt of his gun till he falls unconscious. For the next 2 days, he only receives half his meals.
Why?
After more than 2 months of living like this in Camp 14, Kim decides to end it. Following a long day of work, he steps into the elevator of a mining shaft. The metal cage ascends until it reaches a height of around 2,000 feet. He pulls the safety pin, and the elevator falls. But Kim survives, and the vicious cycle goes on.
What?
When Shin is about 6 or 7, the camp's borders shift. His village is merged into the neighboring Camp 18, just across the river. It's said to be slightly less brutal than Camp 14, but for Shin, life hardly changes at all. Shin is 15 and has moved out from his mother's home. He now lives with his father. One day, a teacher
this is
allows
the
Shin to
kid.
spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior.
Wait.
One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother, Shin Hee-gyun.
I'm scared.
The 21-year-old works at the prison cement factory, a couple of miles away. Shin doesn't like him at all.
Oh.
In the middle of the night,
Like
Shin wakes
genocide?
up from his sleep.
Thanks.
He hears voices from the kitchen.
Thanks.
His brother is
Genocide.
talking about escape. His mother seems to support him. Shin's first instinct, he has to report this. He goes to a
Don't.
nearby dorm room and wakes a friend to ask for advice. The friend urges Shin to tell the guards. They go to the school's night guard on duty and report the escape plot. Shin also
Oh my gosh, Shin's such
signs a
fucking
false police
bitch.
statement, claiming he saw his mother and brother commit murder. This piece of evidence ultimately leads to an execution order.
Are
The
you
guards
fucking
take Shin to
kidding
an
me?
execution site next to the Taedong River. A crowd has gathered to watch. They drag out his mother and his brother. They're killed in front of Shin's eyes.
The brainwashing runs so deep. So deep. And he always saw his mom and brother as competition
In
for
1996,
food and
Kim Young
survival.
is transferred to Camp
instead of
18.
family.
To him, this place feels like heaven. The labor conditions are slightly better, and to his surprise, he reunites with his 70-year-old mother, who is also a prisoner here.
Oh my god.
But the violence and abuse don't stop. One day,
Okay,
he
this
has
is
to
the other
witness how
guy.
guards beat up his mother and force her to do manual labor. His mother is certain they will both die in the camp. Even though it means risking his
70
life,
years
she urges
old.
Kim to leave her behind and escape.
Oh my god, spoilers!
Escaping from a North Korean death camp is almost impossible.
These are highly protected facilities. You're talking barbed wire, walls, armed guards, intersecting lines of fire. You're talking machine guns. Very, very difficult to escape. It's, difficult to escape a detention facility in any civilized country. Imagine North Korea.
King Young quietly studies his surroundings.
Yeah, right? Escaping death camp
observes,
just to
waits,
still
and
be
starts
in
thinking.
North Korea.
He lays out multiple escape plans, but none of them seem doable to him. Another hard day of work. The prisoners are loading coal onto a train. Suddenly, they spot something. Grain scattered across the bottom of a train car. It must have transported food before. The scene explodes into chaos. Prisoners drop everything, desperately looking for the tiniest speck of food. The guards start shouting, but no one listens. Kim discovers a narrow space beneath a metal panel in the floor of a coal wagon. He squeezes inside, and as the train rumbles out of Camp 18, he rides with it.
Oh my god.
Hours later, the train reaches Go-On Station at around 4 a.m. We don't know exactly how, but Kim manages to crawl out of his hideout and disappears into the night.
Holy shit.
Kim successfully escaped Camp 18, but his path to freedom is still very long. After finding a worker's uniform, he changes clothes
I know, just
and starts a
grains are
treacherous
so
journey
valuable.
that will take him many months through China and Mongolia to South Korea, where he'll eventually seek asylum.
Oh my god.
Escaping a prison is one thing. Escaping the country is another.
Yeah.
We made a whole video on how to escape North Korea. Link is in the description. Shin also manages to escape from Camp 18 twice, both times by crawling under a fence.
Twice?
Both times he's recaptured. After his second attempt, Shin is sent back to Camp 14 and is thrown into a special detention center, a place with only one purpose: torture.
I still have the
Oh my
scars of my
God.
torture and the burns. Look at my arms. My arms aren't normal. They are bent and deformed. Before I was tortured, my arms were straight. When I was tortured, my arms were tied up with a rope and pulled backwards. That made them more and more bent. I'm filled with anger when I stand in front of the mirror and look at my body after a shower.
After 4 weeks of torture,
That's
he's
so
thrown into a
scary.
pitch-black cell. No windows and barely enough space to lie down. There he'll spend the next 6 months. After his release, Shin is thrown back to the general prison population. He has to work in the coal mine, the farm fields, and eventually in a garment factory. This is where he meets Park Young-chul, a man unlike anyone Shin has ever seen. Born into an elite family, Park once held a prestigious job and had seen the world
I'm not
beyond
laughing.
North Korea's borders.
I'm actually
By
shaking
then,
my head
Shin
at your
already knows
comment.
he's on the execution list. With Park at his side, he begins planning what will be Shin's third and final escape.
Yes.
Shin and Park are assigned to do some woodwork up in the mountains, along with some prisoners. They're chopping wood near the outer fence. The camp's fence is around 10 feet high and lined with high-voltage barbed wire. The next guard tower is a quarter of a mile away.
I'm sorry, what the fuck am I reading right now? Luna, you are fighting demons. Hi, cutie. Bro, I saw your feet, Fanfan. How are they so long, dude? Bro, I saw a clip on Twitter. What you watching? 67676767. China and North Korea same. Luna said, if that was the case, we would not be watching Fanfan right now. She is not in China. China has bigger goals. It works under the rug. You should have seen Wuhan during COVID. Okay, indie boy Abi. I'm sure you saw Wuhan during COVID. I'm sure you are a very credible primary source for what Wuhan was like during COVID. Indie boy Abi. Freak.
Shin watches the
It wasn't long. It was a wide angle lens.
patrols. There are long gaps between them where no guard is
Poker.
close enough to spot the two.
Bro,
The
it's
plan
actually
is
a
simple.
worldwide
Wait
investigative
until dusk so that their footprints can't easily be
China
traced in the
works
snow.
under the rug.
They slip through the high voltage wires
Hi,
without touching
Shay.
them.
I don't even know what that means.
As the sun sets, Shin and Park move closer to the fence.
Under
They
the
hack
rug.
branches, pretending to stack wood. Nobody notices them.
Yes, Shin sold out
Park
his
hesitates. Shin's heart races.
Oh god, I need to watch this part.
Shin and Park with ask so that their foot guard is a mile away. High prisoners.
Okay.
Shin and Park are assigned to do some woodwork up in the mountains, along with some prisoners. They're chopping wood near the outer fence. The camp's fence is around 10 feet high and lined with high voltage barbed wire. The next guard tower is a quarter of a mile away. Shin watches the patrols. There are long gaps between them where no guard is close enough to spot the two. The plan is simple. Wait until dusk so that their footprints can't easily be traced in the snow. They slip through the high voltage wires without touching them.
That's so dangerous.
As the
Everything
sun
is so
sets,
dangerous.
Shin and Park move closer to the fence. They hack branches, pretending to stack wood. Nobody notices them. Park hesitates.
I need to read this interaction. This is such a stupid ass interaction. Wait. Wait, hold on. Let me find the before here. Boger goes. Can we send him to Camp 14? Yeah, Cam, you're going to Camp 14. Cam says, bunch of 5-foot-tall guards, I'm cooking them. Boger says, even a wasp loses to 100 bees. Cam goes, a wasp doesn't have a machine gun from the first 50 guards he killed. Boger says, what if you need more bullets? Cam says, I'd obviously crack them from my resources in my backpack. Dude, Cam's out here writing a fucking fan fiction. Except he's like the hero. Or something.
Park races. He grabs Park's hand and they run. Shin slips. Park reaches the fence before him. He tries to squeeze his head between
No, stop, I'm scared.
Wires and hits one of them.
No.
Park's body is not moving. The bottom wire bends under his weight.
Oh my god. Park.
Creating a narrow gap. Shin crawls over Park's body. He is almost past the fence when his legs slip, hitting one of the wires. The voltage tears through him. His pants char. His skin burns from ankle to knee.
Oh my
But
god.
somehow he makes it through. Park's body lies dead on the fence. Shin runs without looking back for 2 hours straight until he realizes that he made it. He manages to cross the river to China, and after a journey of almost 2 years, he finally reaches South Korea.
2 years?
These are all the prison camps that are most likely active in North Korea today. According to Greg Scarlett-Toyu, the camps are changing, and not for the better. Camps near the border have reportedly been moved further inland, likely to make escape even harder. And some new internal perimeters have appeared, possibly to isolate high-value prisoners.
All he had to do was kill his own
The
family
third
and
development,
friends.
in terms of infrastructure, evolution and development, has been the
Just go
creation
south.
of watchtowers and what appears to be intersecting lines of fire around the camps that would be meant to basically exterminate those who attempt to leave those camps.
For some camps, evidence is even scarcer.
There's one camp
YouTube
that
channel's
we
called
know
Fern.
very little about, and that's Camp 16, 1-6. That's very close to the Punggye-ri nuclear testing facility. And I have spoken with the South Korean nuclear scientists who said, look, we don't believe that prisoners are used in digging those tunnels for the nuclear
Yes,
tests.
this one is really good.
But it is very likely that they will be, used and abused while cleaning up after those nuclear tests.
The HRNK.
We have another fan fictioner. Why waste 2 years going north? I'd go straight south, save about 1.5 years, steal supplies from Camp 10, make it to South Korea in 5 months.
Estimates that up to 120,000 people are currently held in North Korean prison camps. In fact, as a viewer of this video, you might know more about them than most North Koreans ever will.
A man with a
We
plan.
have to remember that these people are being tortured and maimed today. They were tortured and maimed yesterday.
Graffineer, thank you for the
and the
3
same
months.
will happen tomorrow. So, I think it's a matter of moral,
more likely to
ethical,
get blown up by a
religious,
mine.
and political obligation to continue to maintain our interest in these issues.
Y'all are dumb. Just get a visa and fly to South Korea.
This is Shin today. He gradually adjusted to a life in society and became a public speaker and advocate for human rights in North Korea. In 2015, Shin Dong-hyuk retracted parts of his story and admitted to changing certain key details in Escape from Camp 14.
Oh.
The book's author published a detailed statement outlining every change Shin had made. According to Shin, some memories were simply too painful and others too shameful to share truthfully at the time. This is a common reaction for victims of torture and others too.
He hid his role in the execution of his mother and brother. He omitted a singularly painful session of torture that shattered his faith in himself. He did not mention that he lived most of his youth in a political prison that was not Camp 14. He told this version of his life to interrogators from South Korean intelligence and the U.S. Army. He then repeated the narrative for nearly 9 years, rarely changing a
Too
single
shameful
detail.
to share truthfully at the time. This is a common reaction for victims of torture, who often cope by suppressing or distorting their accounts of what really happened. Greg Scarlatoiu and others believe Shin's changes don't alter the fundamental truth of his reports.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Was Shin Dong-hyuk a political prisoner?
So it was worse.
Yes, 100%. Okay,
It was literally
he spent
worse.
some
Oh my god. Is this supposed to be like... Which community is this? Isn't this... You're like a fucking Swiftie. You're literally like a Swiftie. To have this in the beginning of your name. Oh yeah, Max is. Oh my god, you're such a fanboy. Goodbye.
time both at Camp 14 and Camp 18.
I did mean Taylor Swift.
Right across the river.
You're like
Did
a
he
fucking
witness
K-pop stan.
the execution of his mother and brother? Yes, he did. So the fundamental elements of Shin Dong-hyuk's story did not change.
Shin bears the scars,
Maxwell Dent. I'll
physical
bet him
and
in Maxis
psychological.
right now.
They leave little doubt about the abuse and torture he endured.
Damn, this is so fucking traumatizing. I still had another one, I think, loaded up in my copy paste.
This
Yes.
is Song A. She's an influencer. She tells stories
North
about
Korean
her everyday life
influencers.
using an over-the-top British accent.
Hello, everyone.
Sometimes she goes hiking.
Nice to see you again.
Sometimes she cooks.
I think that something's missing.
All pretty normal. But there's one thing that makes Song A stand out. She's from North Korea.
What about Song
Hey, that's where I am right now. Everything is under control as it used to be, and
She has a British accent.
everyone is just fine.
This all seems a bit odd.
What about Kim Jong-un's sister as a banger as well? Can you link it, please?
Belle, I gotta go. I come in spring to look at the flowers, so cheer up.
And she's
Cheer
by
up.
no means the only North Korean influencer.
What?
When I met you
Is that not because they hate America so much that they tend to learn British English? Is that true? I don't know.
Come visit North Korea.
Hi, everyone. How are you birthday?
What is going on here?
We study British English too? Oh, okay.
In the last few years, more and more social media
Thank you, Shibuya. Thank you, Kim. I'll watch that one
channels
next.
have been popping up that give us a glimpse into what North Korea is actually like.
They study in
Well,
Europe.
Allegedly.
So they probably... Do they probably just like... Does the country probably just force these people to become influencers and spread North Korean propaganda shit? Or whatever? Like they just control them? Presumably?
Experience of
Okay.
Pyongyang and people's daily life as well as mine.
Sorry, I'll watch. Wonder what the video is about.
A lot of North Korean content goes viral, especially on TikTok. Finally, the world gets to see a different side of this mysterious country. The beautiful beaches, for example.
The North Korea they don't show you.
The full refrigerators, where you can even find bananas. Or how beautiful the capital is, lit up at night. They show people strolling down the street, enjoying a beer in a bar, or snacking on fast food. The good life.
All North Koreans have cars.
Videos like this one gain over 40 million views. The channels are supposedly run by locals, living in the beautiful DPRK, proud citizen of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. But wait a second, how can these channels even post their videos from North Korea?
Also in Nordkorea gibt es zwar ein Intranet und da gibt es auch diverse Apps und so weiter, also ganz hinterm Mond sind die nicht, aber die haben kein Internet.
This is Dr. Rüdiger Frank. He's a professor of East Asian Studies at the University of Vienna and has been studying North Korea for over 30 years.
Whoa.
Ordinary citizens in North Korea don't have access to our normal internet. Only a few thousand of the 25 million inhabitants have this privilege.
Also letztlich so gut wie gar niemand.
That's crazy.
And even those have only limited access. So it's very unlikely that an ordinary citizen in North Korea would record these videos and post them online on TikTok. It makes you wonder who is actually running these accounts. Let's take a closer look at Song A's account.
I'm Song A from Pyongyang. I'm 11 years old and 5th year in the primary school.
Her channel was founded in January 2022. With her videos, she wants to
Is this a
showcase
video
what
about your
life is like in
autobiography?
North Korea to her more than 30,000 curious foreign viewers.
Pyongyang, where I live, is a very beautiful and magnificent city. Have you ever been to Pyongyang? Well, if you come here, you'll be totally surprised because...
Well, like, what a fucking dumbass fucking thing to say, because we can't go there. Like, no one can fucking visit.
Literally...
Yeah, like, acting like we can fucking go or so. You can? Wait, really? Am I... Oh, you can. Oh my god. You can't leave. Oh, Americans cannot.
Wherever you go, there are amusement parks.
Oh, with a guide.
Her content should probably have a certain feel-good quality, like this trip to a water park with her friend. In this episode, Song A takes us with her on her first day at a new school.
Completely controlled
Later,
tour.
she takes us along on a trip to a children's hospital. But she's not there because she needs medical assistance.
However, my heart was pumping with the desire of going to the only children's hospital. Oh, how I wish I could stay here and play.
This sounds so fucking scary. Like, the way she's speaking is so eerie. It's like she's doing... It's like she's... I mean... Yeah, oh, how I wish I could... Very robotic.
Desire of going to the
yeah,
only
nothing behind her eyes.
Oh, how I wish I could stay here and play all day.
She does not wish she could stay there and play all day.
Children's hospital. Oh, how I wish I could stay here and play all day.
That's so scary.
Song A's videos don't feel authentic. It's like she's reciting lines by heart.
As you can see, this is my school. Junior
Just so scary.
Already, I can feel that I have spent time here for 3 years. Second, I have studied well and got a certificate.
Her movements seem studied.
I wish with all my little heart that you all, like us, would overcome these harsh difficulties.
She doesn't even seem
Poor
like a
girl.
normal 11-year-old. The fact that she speaks fluent British English is allegedly thanks to her mother. She taught it to Song A from a very young age.
Poor girl.
But Song A leaves out a few important details. She is not just any kid growing up in North Korea. She's the daughter of a North Korean diplomat. She spent part of her childhood in England. She's the granddaughter of the vice foreign minister and great-granddaughter of the former supreme military commander of North Korea. Her family belongs to the elite and is close to the ruling Kim family. A media company run by the North Korean state has allegedly been publishing content on social media platforms since 2017.
That is
According
insane.
to research by the portal NK News, Song A is part of these propaganda productions, and her channel is just one of many.
I got
There's
Subway.
the YouTube channel Echo
Shit,
of Truth
I want
with
Subway.
A, which has since been deleted.
Hello, my dear friends. I wish this beautiful April day could cheer you up a little bit.
Or Olivia Natasha, Yumi Space DPRK Daily, also deleted.
Yeah, but they're...
And now-
Wait, what do you mean? She died?
You might be wondering, the owners of this splendid new flat are. Believe me or not, houses here are given to
Assume so? Okay, yeah, probably.
free of charge.
Fucking scary.
However, it's hard to say whether all of these accounts about North Korea are all state-sponsored propaganda. Zoe Discovers, for example, works for a British tourism company in China, Koryo Tours, and Young Wai Shin, that offers trips to North Korea. In over 200 videos on her YouTube channel and on TikTok, she shows us the beautiful sides of the country. She visits North Korean festivals, goes skiing, or shows us how North Korean families live.
Are you happy to be going back to Pyongyang?
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to her own statements, she does not receive anything in return for her content. It is not a propaganda account and not sponsored by the North Korean government. We were unable to verify this, however.
Gerade wenn die länger bestehen und wenn die professionell gemacht sind, kann man schon davon ausgehen.
I mean, or it was just like the fucking that movie with James Franco, like the interview where they just showed her all the good shit so that she would use her account to spread propaganda unintentionally.
Mit Billigung des Staates passiert und das würde also für uns definitiv unter Propaganda fallen.
So her content might be actively tolerated because it paints a favorable picture, even if she might produce it independently. North Korea loves propaganda, on state television, on giant screens projected onto hotel walls, or as action movies. Kim Jong-un was not democratically elected.
We're gonna take that?
His rule is based solely on ideology. Somehow, he has to legitimize that power.
Die Legitimation in solchen Systemen wie eben Nordkorea läuft in ganz wesentlichen Teilen über die Propaganda.
This applies both within and outside the country. Everything found on social media is propaganda meant for the outside world. Of course, because North Koreans don't have the internet. That content is primarily intended to prove how well the country is doing. Life in North Korea is supposedly not as miserable as the Western media make it out to be.
I'll allow it.
North Korea.
Quite the opposite. Just take a look. North Korea has great schools, hospitals, better fast food than McDonald's, and even banana. Just to be clear, the truth is that there is virtually no prosperity in North Korea. 60% of all North Koreans live in...
Okay, fine. I'll go back. 819. Where was it?
Outside the course prove how...
Where was it?
Die Legitimation
was not action movies.
I think it was here.
Kim Jong-un
I'd rather take a propaganda at those titties.
60%.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. I forgot about that joke.
% of all North Koreans live in absolute poverty. It is one of the poorest countries in the world.
Loser. Thanks.
These videos are aimed at people in the West, but according to Professor Frank, also at Japanese, Chinese, and above all, South Koreans. And depending on the target group, the aim of the propaganda on social media might differ. With regard to South Korea, there is a very specific, long-term goal: a united Korea in line with North Korean ideals. To do this, the North presents itself as strong and proud vis-a-vis the hostile South. The regime generally accuses the South of being the exact opposite: a richer but weaker country due to American influence. Not real Koreans, so to speak. North Korea, on the other hand, is the place to be for real Koreans in that logic. Of course, South Korea doesn't like this at all. There is a serious concern that citizens will fall for this narrative and become receptive to the North Korean ideology. The country takes the propaganda on social media very seriously and blocks it for its own population.
Das heißt, wenn man in Südkorea irgendwo was Nordkoreanisches sehen will, geht das nicht. Da kommt sofort irgendwo eine ominöse Nachricht da auf den Screen und wenn man das zu oft versucht, kriegt man auch direkt mal eine Nachfrage vom südkoreanischen Geheimdienst. Was machst du da eigentlich?
Song A's YouTube channel.
That's so scary too. What are you doing? Are you sure you want to be searching this up?
In South Korea. YouTube has also deleted the channel for violating the company's guidelines. North Korea will probably try again. The propaganda often comes across as rather clumsy and flat, but social media is great for reaching a lot of people despite low production expenses. The homemade aesthetic of the videos blends in particularly well on TikTok. It is not surprising that videos about North Korea have captured so much attention. The country is completely isolated from the rest of the world. You rarely find out what everyday life is like for real citizens. When a video like this appears in the feed,
I'd be curious too.
It's unfortunate that this very desire to simply learn more about this strange place and its people is so strategically exploited.
I'd be curious
and
just to see.
Which is something that YouTubers luckily never do. The real North Korea continues to be largely withheld from us because a cruel regime has absolutely no interest in nuanced truth.
I need to watch this one first. The world's most dangerous woman. Kim Jong-un's sister one? I'll watch that one next.
It's the mid-90s. Kids all over Europe are thrilled. They finally have their own Disneyland here in Paris. These two kids have come all the way from Switzerland They have been begging their family to take them here forever. Now they're finally here, and it's better than they imagined. It really is the happiest place on Earth. The park is buzzing with life. The daily parade rolls down Main Street. It's like they're in a Disney movie. And behind them, towering above it all, is the park's centerpiece, Sleeping Beauty's castle, its golden spires gleaming under the French sun. At first glance, they look like any other family. Perhaps they are diplomats from East Asia, enjoying a day off in Europe. The siblings watch the parade, but their eyes keep drifting back to the castle, almost
so
like they're
ominous.
imagining themselves inside it, maybe as part of
Salono,
a royal
thank you for the
family.
new Prime. Welcome.
The thing is,
I don't like that
they
sound.
are royalty. But their life is no fairy tale. When the boy grows up, he'll have his own empire. When the girl grows up, she'll become one of the most dangerous women in the world.
US officials see Kim Yo-jong as one of the key regime insiders. Kim Yo-jong has Kim Yo-jong.
Wait, where? They were allowed to leave? I actually don't know any of, Kim Jong-un family history.
October 2024, Pyongyang.
Oh, they're allowed to leave.
North Korea.
Okay.
A drone
Even when they
crashes
were
in
younger.
The country's capital. It's
Oh,
been
right, 'cause his dad was in
distributing
power.
anti-North
I'm
Korean
fucking
propaganda
stupid.
leaflets. It was most likely sent
All
by
the rich
South
kids
Korea,
study all over Europe.
another act in
Oh.
the decades-long war between the two
I'll watch.
formerly united countries. The
I'll watch and
regime
pay
issues
attention,
an
sorry.
official statement warning that.
Okay.
October 2024, Pyongyang, North Korea. A drone crashes in the country's capital. It's been distributing anti-North Korean propaganda leaflets. It was most likely sent by South Korea, another act in the decades-long war between the two formerly united countries. The regime issues an official statement, warning that South Korea can expect the worst if they dare to escalate military tensions again. The worst meaning nuclear retaliation. The border is armed at full wartime strength, on standby to open fire. Nuclear threats coming out of North Korea are nothing new. Kim Jong-un has long threatened to annihilate his neighbor and regularly flaunts the regime's growing nuclear arsenal. What is new is that this threat isn't coming from him. It's coming from her. Kim
What?
Jong-un's younger sister, Kim Yo-jong. The world has seen this woman before. In February 2018, at the Winter Olympic Games in South Korea, for the first time in decades, a direct member of the Kim family sets foot
Yes,
on
girl
South Korean
boss.
soil. For 3 days, Kim Yo-jong captivates the media, attending meetings, having lunch with South Korea's president, Moon Jae-in, shaking hands. Unlike her brother, she is not intimidating. She is not shouting threats.
Yeah,
she's
she's
charming,
so-
soft-spoken, and diplomatic.
She seems so
For a
cute.
brief moment, it feels like North Korea might be changing course. Maybe this is the start of a new era, a path to peace. But
Dude, the
Yo-jong
most evil
see in
people are
South
the most
Korea is
charismatic.
just one side of her. Soon, the world will see the other. In North Korea, images and stories
ad
matter.
skipped.
The Kims aren't just rulers. They are chosen by fate. Their power is divine. Every policy, every decision,
Damn, I really know
every
nothing about
act
her.
of the regime serves a single purpose, ensuring
Exactly
the Kim
like Jack the
dynasty's
Ripper.
survival. Kim Yo-jong was born in 1987, or maybe in 1989. It's hard to verify. In 2011,
36 or
Kim Jong-il dies
38.
unexpectedly. His youngest son, Kim Jong-un, is declared his successor. At his father's funeral, a young woman stands behind him, dressed in black, head tilted to the side, gaze lowered. She weeps like the others, but unlike her brother, nobody knows her name. Kim Yo-jong has spent her entire life in the shadows.
That's the sister.
Even inside North Korea, her existence is a secret. No photos,
got
no
confused.
official mention, no trace of her in state media. But that changes in the chaos of succession. At first, she blends in like any other aide, a quiet, dutiful presence in the background. She carries her brother's clipboard,
Girls want a
stands at his
charismatic dude,
side.
but now you call them killers. Make up your damn mind. It's not the charisma that makes them killers. It's the killing that makes them killers. The people who are killing just happen to also be charismatic. It's like squares and rectangles.
And holds out a heavy crystal ashtray so the chain-smoking dictator can flick away his ashes. To the outside world, she looks just like another assistant. But if you look closely, she's always there, standing behind him at key moments, ensuring everything runs according to plan. Foreign analysts start noticing her presence. Intelligence agencies, journalists, and defectors all begin
As long
asking
as
the
the
same
killing
question.
isn't what makes them charismatic.
Who is she?
Who are you?
For Kim Jong-un at least, she's a close confidant. the only member of the family he truly trusts. Maybe that has something to do with her childhood in Europe.
She is cute, dude. Very unfortunate.
Switzerland in the mid-90s.
We've all made mistakes.
2 North Korean children enroll in a private school in the city of Bern. Officially, they're the children of diplomats, but their passport names are fake. Nobody knows they are really the heirs to North Korea's most powerful family.
Oh my god,
Here,
that's
they're just
so
2 foreign kids in a country far away from Pyongyang.
Oh my god, people literally...
To their classmates, they seem like normal kids,
Like,
playing
yeah.
soccer and inviting friends over to their modest apartment.
Oh my
Going on
god.
ski trips, traveling Europe, and visiting Disneyland.
Can you
A regular
imagine having gone to school with Kim Jong-un?
family. Except they're not.
This YouTube video, Kim Jong-un was my classmate? That's
평범한
crazy.
가족처럼 행동했다. 나는 그들의 어머니처럼 행동했다.
Their mother isn't their mother. Ko Young-suk, their aunt, was sent to care for them in Switzerland. Years later, she defected to the US, where she appears to have been living in secrecy ever since.
She
Ko Young-suk
defected.
told the Post she traveled from North Korea to take care of Kim, his older brother, and younger sister when they attended this boarding school in Switzerland.
And just like her fake mother, one day the 2
That's the
fake
bro?
diplomat kids vanished too. No warnings, no goodbyes.
Damn.
Jong-un and Yo-jung are pulled from school and sent back to North Korea.
Damn.
After Yo-jung's stint in Switzerland, she studies computer science at Kim Il-sung University in Pyongyang.
Kim's
In
uncle defected and they
2014,
hired
3 years after
2
taking over as supreme
women to
leader,
throw
her
acid
brother
in
is
his
forced
face.
to undergo medical treatment. During that time, Yo-jung takes over state duties. By the end of the year, her brother appoints her first deputy director of the party's propaganda and agitation department, a department infamous for controlling every image, every speech, and every news article inside North Korea. In 2017, Kim Yo-jung is officially promoted to the Politburo, the ruling elite of North Korea's single-party
Her name is
system.
Yo-jung.
She now has a seat
Yo-jung.
at the highest table of power. But her true talent remains in propaganda. Wherever Kim Jong-un appears, Kim Yo-jung is there too, not just as his sister, but as his PR manager,
Damn.
his shadow. She sets the stage before he arrives and follows him like a ghost when he leaves. A year later, for the first
Fuck,
time
she
in her
looks
life,
so
she
kind.
takes center stage.
That's crazy. She looks
The
so
sister of the
kind.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has become the first member of her family to visit South Korea since the 1950-53 Korean War. Kim Yo-jong is part of a high-level delegation attending the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics.
At the 2018 Winter Olympics, she charmed South Korea and the international press.
That's
and
so
there seems to
scary.
be a strategy to this. For years, Kim Jong-un has been perceived as a ruthless dictator, a nuclear-obsessed madman. Under Yo-jung's guidance, that image softens. She's carefully rebranding her brother's image. In 2018, North Korea suddenly
I
seems to
definitely
open
get kind
up.
vibes. I just think she looks like she would be so gentle, but then she's actually
If the meeting goes well,
evil.
some experts say the visit could lay the foundations for a possible inter-Korean summit between President Moon and Kim Jong-un.
2 months later, Kim Jong-un and South Korean President Moon Jae-in meet at the border.
Yes, evil mom and
They shake
Coraline. I
hands,
can see that.
They laugh. Applause erupts on both sides. That same year, Donald Trump also meets Kim Jong-un in Singapore, a historic summit. The 2 leaders sit at a large table, signing a historic document, a joint declaration stating that North Korea
More
intends
dangerous
to
than the bro.
denuclearize. Next to Trump is Mike Pompeo, the president's Secretary of State. Next to Kim Jong-un is his sister. She stands there, silently watching as the world dares to believe one of its most feared nuclear powers might actually disarm. But
Video
something
title
about it feels
is
off.
The World's Most Dangerous Woman.
Her appearances, her gestures, her smile, they all seem a little too perfect. Every move feels somewhat calculated.
Evil
and this
bitch!
is just the beginning.
There is very limited immediately available evidence, but from what we know, she fulfills the role of the communicator with South Korea and with the United States. But she was also tasked with the propaganda functions in the party apparatus.
That's Ildar Daminov, a political scientist at the Central European University in Vienna. He spent years studying North Korea and its power structures. Yo-jung appears to be North Korea's top propaganda chief. Since she has taken over, the way the regime communicates with the world has changed significantly.
It became much more flexible and it also went online. So there were multiple attempts to also leverage some Western platforms such as YouTube, for instance, to broadcast certain North Korean points of view.
Under Kim Yo-jung's watch, North Korean propaganda has gone digital. We've already covered the bizarre world of North Korean
waist.
influencers
Hello?
in a previous
Body
video.
tea.
Link in the description.
Oh my
But Yo
god.
Jong's real role now seems to be that of the regime's chief foreign policy mouthpiece.
That's
And in North
silhouette.
Korean terms, that translates to one thing above all: threats and insults. In 2020, Yo Jong orders the destruction of the so-called liaison office, an embassy-like facility right at the border of Kaesong, a fragile diplomatic
Good night,
connection
Joker.
between the two nations that has been established just a couple of years prior. Her once polite smile is gone. Her rhetoric gets more resentful and insulting.
Rubbish must be
In
thrown into the
2022,
dustbin.
Kim Yo Jong addresses the nation in a rare public speech. It's the first time the North Korean public hears her voice in state media.
이 방역 전쟁의 나날 거열 속에 시비 앓으시면서도 자신이 끝까지 책임져야 하는 인민들 생각으로 한순간도 자리에 누우실 수 없었던 원수님과
The event is staged to praise her brother. He has a high fever, but never lays down to rest, too worried about his people. Officials wipe tears from their faces. He has COVID,
no
but
way.
according to her, the real culprit isn't COVID. It's South Korea.
우리 공화국에 비루스가 유입될 수 있는 위험한 짓거리를 계속 행하는 경우 우리는 비루스는 물론 남조선 당국 것들도 박멸해 버리는 것으로 대답할 것입니다.
When South Korean activists send leaflets across the border in 2024, Kim Yo Jong allegedly orders a response
So
in
insane.
kind. Balloons floating back over the DMZ, carrying bags of garbage and feces. In October, she calls Ukraine and South Korea vicious dogs bred by the United States. And in another written statement later that month, her final words are just as blunt. There can never be a change of the line. Have sanction, pressure, and threats stopped us? They've only made us stronger. If one is not a fool, one should not do a stupid act of expecting our change. North Korea never honored its agreement with the US. Instead of dismantling its nuclear program, it doubled down, conducting missile tests in open defiance.
She's
Meanwhile,
fucking crazy.
South Korea and the US have long resumed their military exercises. In 2023, then US President Joe Biden formally pledged military support to South Korea should a nuclear war with the North ever break out. North Korea is forging alliances of its own. In June 2024, Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a military pact, vowing mutual military assistance. Soon after, North Korea sent thousands of soldiers
Maybe
to
they were
Russia
just shooting
to
the
support its
missiles to
troops
get
in the
rid of
war
them.
against Ukraine.
Putin!
North Korea is now actively inserting itself into a conflict that stretches far beyond its own borders. And while Kim Yo Jong hurls one aggressive threat after another into the world, her brother carefully cultivates the image of a benevolent leader. It's almost as if they switched roles. Or, as
Interesting.
Sung Yoon Lin, author of the only biography on Yo Jong, puts it, he's the bad cop. She's the even worse cop. In 2024, North Korea released a surreal propaganda video that went viral. Cheerful children wave flags. Factory workers clap and sing. Soldiers go crazy playing
And
violins in
flash
an
mob.
orchestra, while grinning female soldiers leap into the air, giddy with joy. It's a carefully staged and almost hilarious spectacle of devotion. The real North Korea looks different.
It's like when the
It's a
high
country
school
where people are
paper
kidnapped,
goes around taking
thrown into prison
pictures
camps,
of
publicly executed for
students
the
of
slightest
color.
defiance. A country that holds its people hostage within its borders, choosing famine over reform, weapons over survival, missile tests over food supplies, nuclear threats over diplomacy. A brutally ruled nation with at least 50 nuclear warheads at its fingertips.
Jeez.
Historically, the Kim dynasty has always passed power
Oh.
from father to
And the top it says Kim Jong-un reportedly has at least one secret son. Almost nothing is known about him.
Kim Jong-un's health is a question mark. He's only in his early 40s, but rumored to have severe health problems, likely due to his chain smoking, excessive drinking, and rumored heart issues. If something were to happen to him tomorrow, North Korea would be left with no clear successor. At least, no male successor. In recent years, North Korea has quietly been introducing another Kim to the public, Jong-un's daughter, Jue. She's been seen at missile launches, standing beside her father, eerily composed for a child. State media call her the beloved daughter and the respected child. Some analysts believe she's being groomed as the next supreme leader. The thing is, Kim Jue is only 11.
She looks
If her father
horrifying
were to
as a
die
child.
unexpectedly, she likely wouldn't be ready to rule. Even though women have taken on more visible, more authoritative roles in Kim Jong-un's regime, the country remains deeply patriarchal. Women face systematic abuse, sexual violence, and forced labor, often at the hands of state officials. 70% of defectors are women. Most flee into China, where many are trafficked or exploited, because escaping North Korea is nearly impossible. If a woman were to succeed Kim Jong-un, it would likely be one with the power, experience, and authority to do the job.
It'd be his sister.
His sister. Once a soft-spoken figure in the background, Kim Yo-jong has become one of the most powerful and feared figures in North Korea. Under her watch, the regime has learned to manipulate its global image more carefully than ever before. But her power isn't just about controlling narratives. By 2021, Yo-jong has reportedly followed her brother's path. According to multiple sources, she personally ordered the execution of high-ranking government officials, simply because they annoyed her. But perhaps the most dangerous thing about her is that she has a direct line to Kim Jong-un, the one person who sits at the nuclear button and trusts her judgment more than anyone else's. No one knows just how far she's willing to go.
Jesus, she's actually, actually slaying, bitch. That's horrifying. Next, how to escape North Korea. We're completing
Min
the
Young is
narrative.
17. She lives in Hyesan, a small town in
Is
North
this
Korea.
Flamino again?
It's located
No,
right
this is
at the
still
Yalu
Fern.
River, the natural border to China.
The trilogy.
Across the ice, Min Young can see the other side. Freedom is so close, yet so far. North Korean soldiers are nearby, patrolling the area. Min Young takes a deep breath of cold air. Then she makes her first step onto the ice.
Good night, Tenor.
Not knowing that this will be the beginning of an incredible 7-year journey.
7 years!
North Korea is notorious for the oppression of its people and its
They were
poor
just
human
doing this
rights
yesterday?
record.
Really?
Under Kim
I've been on a
Jong-un,
fucking
it became
Fernathon.
even harder for citizens to escape. There are more
Yeah, I
fences,
thought it was crazy
more guards,
too.
and since a few years, there is a new order to shoot
Took
on
her
sight.
7 years to cross the
Yet,
ice.
every year, hundreds of North Koreans risk their lives to flee their country.
Slippery.
Weeks of grueling desert treks, months in detention camps, and years in hiding, all
Oh
in
my
the pursuit of freedom. Geographically, North Korea shares
Buggy.
borders with Russia, China, and South Korea. Most North Korean refugees want to get to South Korea. There is the shared language and cultural heritage. Most importantly, South Korea actively welcomes defectors from the North with a citizenship. If you look at the map, the direct route to South Korea might seem the easiest, but in reality, very few manage to escape through this path. In between the countries lies a demilitarized zone, and it is one of the most dangerous borders in the world.
Fitzy, I'm just degenerating, to be
Oh
honest.
Chung-sung is one of the ones who managed to get through. In 2017, he made a daring escape through the DMZ. Created after the Korean War,
How'd they get
the
that
DMZ
fucking
is
video?
only demilitarized by name. It is heavily fortified with armed guards constantly observing each other. On a quiet Monday afternoon,
Please point out any
the tense
mistakes she
silence
makes
of the
and how you would
DMZ
improve
is
her
suddenly
strat.
disturbed. Someone is trying to escape. Driving a military jeep at high speed, Oh Chung-sung races towards the border. Surveillance footage by the South Korean
Oh my
military
God.
captures the intense pursuit.
Oh my
He
god.
abandons his car and continues on foot.
Oh my
North
God.
Korean soldiers fire multiple shots, hitting him several times. But Oh Chung-sung manages to cross the demarcation line. Collapsing behind a wall on the South Korean side, he endures for hours until South Korean soldiers rescue him. Escaping through the DMZ is extremely rare. Survival chances
Oh my
are near
god.
zero. Another rare, extremely dangerous escape route to the south is by sea. Somewhere along the southeast coast, a North Korean man enters the ocean. The man is in his mid-20s and equipped with fins and a diving suit. Swimming for over 6 hours and covering more than 3
Jesus
kilometers,
Christ.
he reaches the South Korean shore near the town of Goseong. Despite being caught on surveillance cameras, South Korean forces only find him later, resting under a tree. He turns out to be a North
Nice.
Korean fisherman seeking asylum. The tides had worked in his favor.
Nice.
Presumably, the man had prior knowledge of the sea conditions. Without,
Wow.
he probably would have drowned. Defecting this way, too, is near impossible. Only a handful of people have succeeded through this route.
That's terrifying.
Similarly, it is extremely
Oh my
rare
god, you
that
know
North
what's like
Koreans defect
sucks?
to
Like I
Russia.
would hate to oh my god, just like thinking about it, I think it would just make me so sad to do that alone cuz oh my god, I feel like every time I stream for this long, it always goes back to something that happened earlier, but if you were here, I don't know, 12 hours ago where we were talking about the fucking the what I would bring to an island if I was alone. I feel like I was just like, if I had to escape North Korea, I would just need my protector man. Like someone to, if you were here 12 hours ago, go to bed. No, like I don't want to, someone was like, wouldn't you bring ketchup? And I was like, no, I'm not going to bring ketchup. I want to bring a protector man who knows how to keep me alive and knows how to like hunt and build me a house and make me a blanket if I get cold, you know? And like same here. Like I don't know how to get from North Korea to South Korea. I need a protector man to be like, you can step here. Like just step where I step. I won't step on any mines and you can walk behind me and I'll be like, okay. And I'll be like, don't worry. My body is bulletproof. If anyone shoots you, I'll just hug you and we won't die because my body is bulletproof. I'll be like, okay.
The border is heavily guarded, and the river is too
And then
deep to
then we cross the border and we fall in love.
cross. The few people publicly known for defecting to Russia are privileged or high-ranking citizens who manage to cross with the help of their connections.
Ew, what the
most
fuck?
promising
That's so
path for
stupid.
North
He
Korean
should be
defectors
carrying
is
you.
through China. The two countries are divided by two rivers, the Yalu and the Tumen. Some sections are
Write a
shallow
book.
and waist deep. In winter, these rivers offer a rare opportunity. The water freezes solid. For those desperate enough, crossing
Being a
over the ice
survivalist, if you're not a survivalist, is kind of a godlike move. Exactly. No, but genuinely, fanfiction aside, if I was stranded somewhere in a forest or something, having someone that knows how to actually survive and take care of everything would be great because I don't know how to do shit. Otherwise, I'm killing myself. So I don't have to suffer.
might seem deceptively simple.
I don't know how to hunt.
Crossing is just the beginning.
I don't know how to cook.
The real danger lies on the Chinese side,
I don't know how to
where
build
defectors
shit.
face constant threats of capture and repatriation.
I would choose the bear. I would choose a.
Min Young grew up in
I
a
would
modest
choose a
home
nice,
overlooking the Yalu
nice
River.
survivalist
From her backyard,
man.
she can see the hazy outline of Chinese
A nice
villages.
one.
Her family is relatively privileged. They don't starve.
Like
her father, a
like
traveling
someone who I
salesman,
already have.
frequently
Sorry,
crosses into
someone who I already have a pre-existing relationship with, where like, I don't know, maybe like my survivalist future husband, who is already my husband, you know.
Min Young grew up in a modest home overlooking the Yalu River. From her backyard, she can see the hazy outline
Asking a little
of
too
Chinese
much
villages.
from your hero.
Her family is relatively privileged. They don't starve. Her father, a traveling salesman, frequently crosses into China for business, while her mother works for the government. In her free time, the mother makes extra cash by trading smuggled goods from China. This is a common practice for North Koreans that live near the border. The poor economic conditions increasingly drive them to find additional income. Life changes dramatically when Min Young is 14. It's the year 1994. One day, she returns from school to find her father missing.
Oh no.
He has been arrested on his way back from China, accused of bribery and corruption.
Oh no.
The family suspects he was tortured during his interrogation. Months later, he dies in a hospital. Min Young, her mother, and her little brother are left alone, devastated. Disillusioned, Min Young begins questioning the contradictions she saw around her at an early age.
Nice.
The suffering during the famine, the lies in state propaganda, and the harsh realities of survival.
Is it true that a lot of people in North Korea, they're so brainwashed that they don't believe that any of it is wrong? And they don't realize that there are contradictions. They're just like, this is how it should be, and my supreme leader's right. Okay, that's so scary.
All build up to a pivotal point. At the age of 17, she makes the life-changing decision to leave North Korea.
It's
In
so
under
sad.
a minute, she crosses to the Chinese side, her heart pounding. Her plan is to visit
Nice.
relatives up north. She seeks a Chinese smuggler who lives by the river. He frequently trades goods with Min Young's mother, and she trusts him. He agrees to drive her into the sprawling city
I'm scared.
of Shenyang. For the first time, Min Young experiences a world vastly different from the one she had just left behind.
There are
Bright
occasional
lights,
defectors to
bustling
North
streets,
Korea.
and the
That's
abundance of
fucking
food and
wild.
goods leaves her overwhelmed.
Not
Weeks
many
go by,
notes
and
didn't
she turns
last that
18
long. It
years
was
old.
1 minute.
She wants to return to North Korea, back to her family.
Wait.
But then she gets a sudden leaves her. Bright lights, bustling streets, and the abundance of food and goods leaves her overwhelmed. Weeks go by and she turns 18 years old. She wants to return to North Korea, back to her family. But then she gets a sudden phone call from her mother. Rumors of her disappearance have spread across town. People suspect she might have left the country. Coming back would be too dangerous now. Her family fears retaliation for letting Min Young escape. So Min Young's mother urges her to stay in China and live freely.
Oh my god.
Min Young remains in Shenyang.
That's so
She
sad.
begins working in a restaurant.
She didn't like calm with her mom.
And learns Mandarin.
Bars.
She lives in constant fear of being caught and adopts several new names to evade detection. One day, two men enter the restaurant. They ask for her and flash their badges. It's the police. They take her away.
It's kind of crazy. I think there was a time humanity would watch this in horror, but now hearing this story, we can see similarities to the situation within the US. Yeah. Very fucking true.
It's over, she thinks. This is the end. At the
Still
station,
horrific.
they question her relentlessly.
But the fact that
and demand
it's...
she complete a written Chinese test.
There are
to prove her
similarities
fluency.
and parallels.
She does
is
so,
pretty
handshaking,
crazy,
constantly
considering
at the
how
verge of a
horrifying
panic
this all
attack.
is.
But she passes the test. It's a narrow escape.
Oh
Had
my
the
God,
officers
nice.
doubted her, she would have been deported to North Korea without a doubt.
Nice.
Everything she risked, every moment of her struggle, would have been for nothing.
Phones autocorrect South Korea to puppet state and refuse to allow words or correct older brother / boyfriend slang to comrade. And warns you it's only to use for family. Oh my god.
Later, she learns that someone she trusted with her secret reported her to the authorities.
The guy! The smuggler!
In 2002, she takes the train to Shanghai. It marks the beginning of a new chapter in her life. In the megacity, she meets a broker who provides her with a new identity. She spends her entire savings on this ID. With it, she secures a job as an interpreter at a South Korean tech company.
Damn!
As she builds her life in Shanghai, she
Okay.
saves money and falls in love with a South Korean man. Together, they hatch a plan for her to seek asylum in Seoul, South Korea. After years of hardship, Min Young
Okay.
boards a flight to South Korea.
Nice!
She's so close to freedom. But immigration officers doubt her story. She spends weeks in detention. She's being interrogated
First mistake, I would have
over
never
and
fallen in
over
love.
again. Then finally, she's granted permanent residency.
Oh my god.
She made it.
Jesus.
Years
that's
later,
so
Min
stressful.
Young uses her savings to arrange the escape of her mother and younger brother. Today, Min Young goes by the name of Hyeonshio Lee. She is a human rights activist,
Why do you
speaking
pronounce
out for
it like that?
defectors and advocating for freedom in North Korea. Her journey took over a decade, but her resilience and courage led her to live a life
Did she
free
get mom
from
and
fear.
brother?
We linked her book in the description. Min Young's story is one of pain, loss, and perseverance, but ultimately, it is a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who refuse to live in chains.
She's not a good person? Wait, what do you mean?
For most North Korean refugees, escaping through China is unavoidable, but the country usually only marks the first stop. The ultimate destinations are Vietnam,
You lied
Thailand,
her ass
or
off about what
Mongolia.
happened.
All offer sanctuary
How do you
and a
know?
route to asylum in South Korea. And as terrible as it sounds, many
Wait, I swear this girl was outed for lying about how her life was in North Korea? Really? How did people find out? That was another woman. Are you guys confused? Are you guys confusing Asian women with each other? It was her. I don't know anything. Yeonmi Park, a high-profile activist and author whose accounts of her life in and escape from North Korea have been widely debated due to numerous inconsistencies. Yeonmi Park rose to global prominence after a viral 2014 speech where she shared harrowing tales of life under the North Korean regime. It's not the same person, guys. That's not the same girl. Everyone who said it's the same girl, it is her. You guys were wrong. I don't blame you. But no, it's not this one, at least. This one lied too. There's another girl that lied. This one lied too.
The ultimate
Girl P. I love Girl P. Thank you for the 10
uses
gifted.
her savings to arrange freedom in North Korea. She is a human rights activist.
Lee Hyun-so. The primary controversy linked to Hyun-so Lee isn't about her outright lying, but more about accuracy and embellishment in dramatic storytelling, particularly concerning minor details in her memoir. That's, what do you mean see? That's not lying. Or did she? There's more? Okay, I don't actually care enough. I don't actually care enough. Mimi, please stop spamming in all caps. I actually... No, we meant a third girl. Like, I don't care. I don't... Even if shit was, like, dramatized or, you know, exaggerated, or like she added some shit, I don't think it actually matters because this shit is still happening.
Activist.
Like
speaking out for defectors and advocating for freedom in North Korea. Her journey took over a decade, but her resilience and courage led her to live a life free from fear. We linked her book in the description. Min Young's story is one of pain, loss, and perseverance, but ultimately,
maybe didn't see Camp 14.
It is a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who refuse to live in chains.
You degeneracy hours? I don't even know. I'm going to China soon.
For most North Korean refugees,
it makes sense for the people who escape to make their story more dramatic so they get to be more famous and get better protected. It also makes sense that North Korean spies would be trying to smear everything they say, even if it was true. That is both
escaping
valid.
through China is unavoidable, but the country usually only marks the first stop. The ultimate destinations are Vietnam.
It's so dumb. This girl has literally been outed alongside other women. Why are you like protecting North Korea so hard? Like, is it really? Are you really educating? I'm sorry. I'm getting tilted. At first, it was fine, but like you're still going even after your timeout. I mean, like, God forbid I educate. You're beyond slow. Me? I'm beyond slow when you're the one going off. Let's see. What? You started off with this today? Very suspicious. Are you that British 11-year-old North Korean girl on TikTok or something? What is this? You come in at 4:29. Within 5 minutes, you spam all these messages. You go to all caps. Just to what? Be like, she's lying about her story. North Korea actually isn't that bad. She's lying about her story and her escape. Her life wasn't like that at all in North Korea. She wasn't given rations. She ate full meals every day. Like, I was there. The fuck?
Thailand or Mongolia.
What a freak.
All offer sanctuary.
Wait, that was a ban, right? Just to make sure whoever did that banned.
And a route to asylum in South Korea. And as terrible as it sounds, many journeys to get there are much more grueling than Hyun-shio Lee's. Shiyun grew up near the Tumen River. While her story is fictional, we drew on various...
Here come the spies. You watch 4 North Korean videos in a row and the spies come out. I think we move on to a different country.
...sources to paint a realistic picture. Her family is extremely poor.
Yeah, that is
Shiyun works as a vendor at an unofficial street market.
I'm like
the money
confused.
she makes is almost entirely spent on food for the family.
I like how she's not even sure. Yeah, she went, or was it someone else?
She once believed her government's promises that the supreme leader would provide for the people. Not anymore. One day, a friend whispers about a Chinese broker who helps people cross the border for a small fee. He promises shelter, food, and even work. To Shiyun, it sounds like salvation. Maybe she could make enough money to provide for her family. She and her...
Sorry, I had to find this because I saw you say I fought for you. And then you go, never trust random chitters. I shouldn't have trusted them. Instantly, free Mimi, I fought for you. Never trust random chatters the second you get in chat, I guess.
Her friend agreed to meet him.
Cracked me up. I had to find
After
it.
weeks of preparation, Shiyun and her friend find themselves waiting by the
fake
river
Mimi
on a fresh summer
supporter.
night. A shadowy figure emerges. It's the broker. The moon hides behind thick clouds, and the only light comes from the distant glow.
Also, like, we are watching a YouTube video. We talked about this, I want to say 4 hours ago. But, like, I think with YouTube videos, even though they have their sources and everything is obviously, like, embellished for the sake of entertainment as well.
Of Chinese towns
Which
across
is
the river.
fine. Like,
they are ready to cross.
Just
The broker
watch the
leads them
fucking
through the
video.
cold water. Shiyun notices the absence of border guards. Usually there are at least 2 guards patrolling this part of the river. Her guess, the broker has bribed them. On the Chinese shore, a car awaits.
North
The
Korea
broker
isn't
insists
actually
Shiyun
real.
Right ahead alone, claiming her
No,
friend
Fern
will
can do
follow
no
in
wrong.
different
I love Fern storytelling. Like, the shit that they do that make it more dramatic with suspense and stuff is so good.
car for safety.
Otherwise, it
Numb
wouldn't
with
be.
adrenaline,
Otherwise, it wouldn't be entertaining. We might as well just be watching someone read off a fucking article.
Shiyun hesitates, but complies. She hugs her friend, unaware it's their final goodbye. As the car drives through the dark countryside, exhaustion overtakes her. Shiyun falls asleep.
I'm scared.
She wakes to a nightmare.
Oh no.
The car has stopped in a remote village. The driver tells her she's meeting her new husband. His words send chills down her spine. This has to be a joke, but no one seems to be joking. Shiyun was deceived. The broker has sold her to a middle-aged farmer. While transiting through China, many North Korean escapees fall into the hands of human traffickers. In the border regions, the traffickers prey on the vulnerable. Promising food and jobs, they target people living in the harshest conditions. Once across the border, hope turns to horror, especially for women. A 2019 South Korean report estimates that 60% of North Korean women in China fall victim to trafficking, many forced into
Phantom,
sex
thank you for
trade.
the 2 gifted. Thank you. Yeah,
For
broker
2
is
years,
just human
Shiyun
trafficker.
endures isolation, abuse, and constant surveillance. It feels like a never-ending nightmare. She learns Mandarin in secret and scrapes together money by selling eggs, always planning her escape in the back of her head.
Why are you making it sound like a threat?
One night, Shiyun seizes her chance. With her hidden savings and a few belongings, she escapes.
Nice.
The following weeks, she travels north. She has no plan, no direction, and no one to help her.
Bye, Viku. Good luck.
After months on the run, she stumbles upon a network of defectors in the Koreatown of Beijing. They promise to help her reach Mongolia. She knows going back to North Korea would make her a traitor. This means torture and death for her and her family. She can't go back. This strange faraway place seems
Well,
like
I
the
would have
only
just
chance
stayed
at a free
here.
life.
Seems pretty
So she
cozy
decides to
with her new
go.
friends.
The only thing standing in her way is the Gobi Desert.
It's just one little desert.
The size of Peru, it is extremely hostile to humans, freezing nights, scorching days, and no water. Shiyun joins a group of defectors and embarks on a grueling trek. Days blur into nights as they walk through
That's so
sandstorms,
scary.
share sips of water and little food. After days of walking with almost no rest, Shiyun's feet are bleeding.
Just get a camel.
Only the thought of freedom keeps her moving.
Why
When
don't
they
you just
finally reach the
drive
Mongolian border,
across?
the group spots a few soldiers.
Uh-oh.
A man from their group volunteers and approaches with a bribe. In case things go south, the others are still able to escape undetected. Shiyun nervously watches as the man from her group talks to the soldiers.
Oh my god.
Luckily, they are Mongolian
Oh,
and quite
good.
supportive. They guide the group to a detention center
Nobody has an ATV.
Grwm spends months in a refugee camp
Curious.
before finally being granted passage to South Korea. She is one of the few hundred that make it every year. One has to wonder how many more North Koreans would leave. If only they could.
No one brought the helicopter? This desert actually doesn't exist. The lady lied, by the way, it was proven. Oh shit. Okay, so different country? So not North Korean videos anymore? Maybe? Do you want... Rob, thank you. El Chapo one, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Can't tell me which one it is. Welcome, defectors. Hi guys, I am watching Fern videos. They're like video essays and stuff. Cam, which one are you talking about? Can you guess which one I'm interested in? Hitler? One that I haven't seen yet, right? Hitler? What? Wait, why are you... Yes. Right? Okay.
Adolf Hitler is giving a speech in a beer hall in Munich.
The fraud one? No, I don't think so. No, this one is the plans to assassinate Hitler. Hitler? I hardly know her.
Adolf Hitler is giving a speech in a beer hall in Munich. Right?
It's this narrator.
Behind him in the...
I prefer the other
The
narrator.
column, a bomb has been hidden away, and it is about to go off.
No, it's a different
the German
narrator.
carpenter
This is
and
just
Nazi
his accent.
opponent Georg Elser has planned this moment for months.
This
He
is
knew
too
Hitler
immersive.
would be here tonight. He knew when exactly the Führer would give a speech. Elsa installed explosives with a time fuse.
Hitler gives girls the ick. The Munich.
At exactly 9:20
Oh my god,
p.m.
it's almost 5
this
a.m.
bomb
That's so
is
funny to
supposed
me right
detonate.
now.
The explosion causes the
I
entire
didn't get a
ceiling
haircut in
above
North
the
Korea?
podium to collapse.
I don't feel like I should watch more boy videos because like 8 hours ago when I was watching a boy video of him visiting the US CIA place in Australia, my chat became like, well, actually it's also a different time zone. It was like the worst fucking time zone ever for me, like for chat to be in. And chat was like fucking Hassan haters and Hassan lovers came out and they just started arguing about Hassan while I was watching a fucking boy video about the CIA. And I had to be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? But then, yeah, I enjoyed the video and I made a comment specifically. I was like, this is because I am streaming in the worst fucking time zone right now. Like, you guys are just ass. You guys just fucking suck. I hate you all. But I like you guys at this time zone.
63 people get
It was actually
injured.
12 hours ago.
8 die. But Hitler isn't one of them. He left the beer hall earlier than expected at 9:07 p.m.
Genuinely should just move to
Georg
EU,
Elser
honestly.
Failed. But this was just one of many attempts to
Yes,
assassinate
EU
Hitler.
and NAD
One of
gens,
almost
exactly.
40. Today, we
Love
take a look
'em.
at some of the most spectacular plans to rid the world of the Nazi leader. Why did they all fail? How did he keep getting away? Was Hitler just that lucky? Or was there more to it?
Is that not aura to avoid 40
This-
assassination attempts? Aura. Would I use the word aura? Maybe not. Just so I can avoid saying Hitler has aura. But I don't think I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, Hitler was aura farming by avoiding these attempts at his killing. Wait, that just reminds me of that fucking Skara Hitler clip. might be the goat of avoiding assassination. Had to assassinate himself. They kept failing so much. That clip of Skara with like they were playing like Jeopardy or whatever the fuck, I forget. And oh my god, is that it? You have that ready to go?
And me.
Okay.
You're the fucking best. How do you have this ready to go? This is one of my favorite clips, like ever.
Arm gesture, accompanied by saying its name, rapidly grew to be considered one of the cringiest trends of all time. Sidiana buzzed in first.
What is the whip?
That is incorrect.
What?
This is not the whip. Would anyone else like to venture a guess? Skara!
What is Hail Hitler?
No! Interruption. Sorry. Let's her thank you for the new prompt.
Whip. Would anyone else like to venture a guess? Skara!
What is Hail Hitler?
Whoa. I think that's a lot more than cringe. I don't think so. But
So good. He goes, what, am I right? He's not wrong. I feel like Hitler was cringe.
This is Henning von Tresco, a first general staff officer.
Extremely with her stash. That one's also so funny. I still remember the exact sound she made. She goes, "Ooh." She goes, "Oh." Oh.
At first, he's a supporter of Hitler when he seizes power.
Basically, if you haven't seen it, Emily there's like a little mustache stamp that has like the shape of like a stereotypical mustache on it. She tries to stamp it on her. Okay, thank you.
Stamp yourself.
Your iced Americano is ready. It tastes better if you stir before drinking. It was my pleasure to
Oh.
Or in 1933.
So funny.
But that will soon change. Tresco's turning point.
Wait, I need to see this one. I've never seen this before. Oh no, I have seen this.
I should have had him. I just like.
Dan, it's you and me against the world.
Okay.
I killed one. One is like.
Wait, you're missing his face. I need to move. I need to move. You have to experience it.
This is the Gulag. Survive and you can lead the I should have had him. I just like.
Dan, it's you and me against the world.
Okay.
I killed one. One is like kind of right here by orange, I think.
Just camp in a corner. I'm coming to you.
Got one.
Got the other. Hold here.
Last one's right here. Oh wait, did you get? Oh, on you, on top of you.
All right, Ryan.
At least he like realized.
I'm out of fucking ammo, dude.
What's up, Mal?
Oops, why did I do that?
Comes in
That was really
1941
funny.
when Germany attacks the Soviet Union. He thinks Hitler's
He accidentally made the SS symbol.
invasion is military madness. He thinks they will lose the war. But Tresco also has moral concerns. He knows about the mass murder of Jewish people. He knows what the regime is doing. A resolve forms within him. He's convinced that this mad dictator must be stopped at all cost. And in spring of 1943, Tresco makes his move. He manages to persuade his commander-in-chief Günther von Kluge to invite Hitler to Smolensk in the Soviet Union. Here, Tresco is stationed, and the Führer agrees. On March the 13th, 1943, he makes a stopover in
Yeah, this voice
Smolensk
doesn't
on
hit the
his flight
same.
from
I
Vinnytsia
agree.
to his headquarters in East Prussia. At lunch, Tresco asks Lieutenant Colonel Heinz Brandt, who is traveling with Hitler on the plane, for a favor. Brandt is to deliver a package containing 2 bottles of Control cognac to a friend of Tresco's in East Prussia. Tresco tells him that he lost a bet. Instead of 2 bottles of alcohol, however, the package contains a bomb with a detonator.
Oh.
Tresco wants to feign an
Hitler
airplane
doesn't deserve a
accident.
better voiceover.
His
That is true.
co-conspirator, Fabian von Schlabrendorf, secretly activates the time pencil and then hands the package.
Chat is struggling to discuss the Hitler video while the word Nazi is banned in chat. Can we can remove it as a ban? I don't know how to do it. I can't see the I can't see the things. I can't see the oh, it's not banned?
Package to Brunt. The plane
Maybe
takes
it's just
off
my
at around 3
like the whatever. Okay.
p.m.
I think it holds it. Yeah, it's auto mod.
On board
then.
are Hitler,
Okay.
Brandt, and the bomb. The bomb is supposed to explode within an hour. Schlabrendorf set the
It's hold
timer by
only.
crushing
Okay.
a glass vial filled with a corrosive liquid in the time
Spell it
pencil.
differently.
The airplane should crash at about the height of
So you don't have to give the mods extra work. Nova, I can't. I don't have any space, Nova. Oh, was it
But
block
Hitler
term? Okay.
lands in his headquarters
Thanks.
unscathed. Brandt had packed the package in the cold cargo hold. The acid detonator had frozen. Tresco immediately calls Heinz Brandt and tells him that he accidentally gave him the wrong package. The next day, Schlabrendorf flies to East Prussia,
Good boy.
exchanges the package with 2 bottles of cognac, and defuses the bomb. Tresco's assassination
Sponsors
attempt
gift!
failed, but he didn't get caught either. In fact, he was part of a sworn circle of military resistance fighters determined to kill Hitler, and they were far from giving up. A key figure in the group
Why wouldn't
was
they just
Lieutenant
time the
Colonel
bomb to
Klaus
take a
Schenk
wing when
Graf
it's
von
midair? Why
Stauffenberg.
wouldn't they?
Over the years, he became the head of the military conspiracy. Tresco and Stauffenberg were close companions.
This is
and
very
they were
immersive
always
with the
looking
accurate
for a
German
new
name
opportunity
pronunciations.
to eliminate the Führer. They didn't have to wait for long.
Why not invent the nuke?
Fast forward 9 months. This is
Hey,
Axt.
look. They're so
Axel
cute.
Freiherr von dem Busche. He's an officer, almost 2 meters tall. Blonde,
That's what I'm saying, Cam. I feel like I don't know him and he doesn't know me. Like we don't have a pre-existing relationship. So it feels weird. It's like do you even care about me? Like you're just talking to me. You don't want me to understand. You're just talking at me. You're not including me and I don't feel taken care of. You know?
and has blue eyes. He truly embodies the Nazi ideal. This appearance is supposed.
I have to watch a different video, actually. El Chapo. Please be my man.
This is the most heavily guarded prison in Mexico. Tall
That's
mesh
our
fences,
man.
huge watchtowers. The area is a no-fly zone. This prison is considered to be unescapable.
Boyfriend,
Yet today,
boyfriend,
someone will
boyfriend.
escape. This someone happens to be the world's most powerful drug lord. El
Let
Chapo.
one's here.
He won't use any violence, nor will he climb over the fence. All he will
I did
do
watch the
is
Xbox
walk
one.
into his shower and disappear.
Yes, we are
This is
parasocial
the story
for
of how El
narrator.
Chapo became one of the most successful drug dealers in the history of mankind, how he was hunted by authorities for decades, and how he escaped them over and over again.
Decades.
And it's the story of how an interview with a Hollywood actor and a failing car engine finally brought him down.
Charlie Moist? Yeah, I agree. I can hear it.
Joaquin Archivado Guzman Loera was born on April 4th, 1957.
Oh yeah, one thing about this narrator is I think because English isn't his first language, he pronounces some words weird. Like he said alpha for alpha, and he said escrow for escrow, and then he also, for Spanish names, he tends to pronounce the R's with the French R.
Poor family in a poor neighborhood.
But it's like endearing because you hear it and you're like, that's my guy. The caption's still not. Oh yeah, this is just auto-generated.
The village
They kinda
La
suck
Tuna
ass.
in Mexico's Sierra Madre
Yes, little
Mountains.
mistakes are cute.
Boys here don't grow up wishing to be astronauts.
Wait, because you know why I don't like the narrator? Because originally this was a German channel. They just made an English version. The other narrator was a German one. Oh my god!
Japan abläuft.
Well, it's
Hat je so lange in der Todeszelle gesessen.
no, it's not his accent that I don't like though. Because I don't mind any accents. I don't like the tone. But like the sound.
Astronauts, firefighters, or doctors.
And
they want to become drug traffickers.
Yes, it's
a way to make
cadence. That's
money,
the word I was looking
and money
for.
is a way out. People will call Guzman El Chapo because of his height. He doesn't grow taller than 1.67 meters. El Chapo drops out of
shorter than
school
me.
early. He doesn't even finish elementary
Big
school.
word for you.
Instead, he spends his time working on the marijuana and poppy fields, a family tradition. From a young age, El Chapo is extremely ambitious. He makes friends with big names in the local drug scene, determined to rise through the ranks
Wait,
of Mexican
literally
organized crime.
Nepo baby.
First, he becomes a so-called problem solver. Whenever a truckload of drug shipment misses
fucking
schedule,
clout chaser,
El Chapo
am I
eliminates
right?
the person responsible.
No, I've never watched
His
Narcos.
uncompromising attitude makes him trustworthy, and he grows close to the kingpin of the Guadalajara cartel.
Level 1 thug
When the
versus
boss is
level 100
arrested,
crime
El Chapo
boss.
keeps the business running, ultimately setting up his own organization with other traffickers, the Sinaloa cartel. He organizes planes, trucks, and rail cars to deliver cocaine and heroin into the United States, and he even builds border-crossing tunnels, a skill that will come in handy many years later.
Is Dutch he and the two Germans from Simplicissimus
In those early
started
years,
their channel
one incident
together.
really
Cool.
puts El Chapo on the map.
No, that makes me sad. That makes me sad. That makes me sad. Why'd they have to get another guy who's a native English speaker? They could have gotten another German guy with a German accent. That's so sad. Because you did it. People kept complaining about him. No, but it's not the accent's fault. We don't need a native English speaker. We just need him to not speak with perma vocal fry. That's
This
all.
is Juan Jesus Posadas. He's the Archbishop of Guadalajara and a cardinal, one of the highest ranks in the
sadder than
church.
North Korea stuff.
Posadas is a popular man. He advocates for the poor and publicly condemns drug trade. Right now, he's on his way to the airport to meet an ambassador of the Vatican. At the same time, El Chapo and his bodyguards pull into the parking lot. They are here to catch a flight to the beach
I do
resort
need to
town
watch
of Puerto
Duke,
Vallarta,
though.
one of El Chapo's favorite places to party.
Same.
We
I
don't know
also
exactly
blame
what happened in this parking
Netanyahu.
lot next. One thing we know for sure, though, the cardinal will not survive. This is the official version. These brothers run a drug trafficking operation out of Tijuana. They are at war with El Chapo and his cartel. They fight over drug running territory, and somehow they get wind that El Chapo is going to be at the airport that day. So one of the brothers and a group of gunmen rush there to ambush him. When they spot him and his bodyguards, they step out of their cars and open fire.
Oh my god.
El Chapo and his men run toward the terminal building, taking cover
Nice
behind cars
flea,
in the
nice
lot.
flea.
It's raining
Wait,
bullets.
are we rooting for him or no? Like, is he one of the good ones? Or are we not rooting for the bad guy in this scenario? Because sometimes I, like with the, oh, we're not. Okay.
But somehow they manage to escape without getting hit. The failed assassination leaves 7 people dead,
Is El Chapo one of the good ones? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about him.
among them the cardinal.
Because I was rooting for that hacker guy who was like doing Edward Snowden type shit. He was cool.
This is the version of events that authorities will publicly report.
You know the name? Yeah, I've heard the
Posadas
name.
was caught in the crossfire. Wrong time, wrong
I just don't know what
place.
he's done.
But there are doubts about this story. His death doesn't
Cool
appear
story,
like
but
a
he killed a
coincidence.
lot of people.
Forensic
Okay.
experts will later say it's likely that the gunman killed the cardinal deliberately. He was shot 14 times from close range. Later, the officials suggest that the gunman had
El Chapo is believed to be responsible for the deaths of over 34,000 people and was considered to be the most powerful drug trafficker in the world.
mistaken the cars.
Oh my god.
El Chapo regularly drives a white Mercury Grand Marquis, the same model Posadas sat in that day. The gunman thought it's El Chapo's car and opened fire. But the cardinal
Did
wore his
please
robe when
slash
he was
take care of
shot.
a lot of people, so up to you. You know what that makes me think of? The fucking Guys, we have consumed so much content today. My brain is like overflowing with the amount of like new people that I now have information about. And funnily enough, because I have consumed so much, I forget his name again. And once again, I can't say his name because if I guess it, it will be racist. Martinez, thank you. Martinez. He was a hitman and he ended up killing 2 people and then instantly going back home and taking his granddaughter, using the money he got from killing the people or something, and took his granddaughter to the toy store and was like, I forgot his quote, but he was like a huge family man. It was very cute, except he just murdered people for money.
He was not dressed at all like a drug lord. If the gunman killed him at a close range, how could they have confused him with El Chapo? Years later, the successor of Posadas will make a serious accusation.
Just be nice.
He claims the murder of the cardinal was a crime of the state.
Yeah, he said the toy store is where a kid can be a kid. It was very wholesome.
Se trató de un crimen de Estado.
So he had just killed 2 people.
Por la Policía Judicial Federal, es decir, por la Policía de la PGR.
He believes the police carried out the killing for the Mexican government. Posadas had accused government officials of having ties to these
Then he killed a
cartels.
small village.
Up to this day, it remains a mystery. What really happened in 1993
CIA
at Guadalajara
is really
Airport?
scary. That's what I realized from all of today. That the CIA is really, really scary.
This is El Chapo's wife,
Chuck E.
his sons,
Cheese.
and one of his closest partners. Just 2 months ago, El Chapo was captured and brought to Altiplano Maximum Security Prison. Now the group is working on a plan to get him out. They begin by acquiring an old property 1 kilometer away from the prison.
CIA ran.
Next, they buy an old warehouse nearby. Here they store weapons in an armored pickup truck. Then they hire workers for
This
one
is how
very
the CIA
specific
controls
job,
the world.
digging a sophisticated tunnel.
Oh, thank you. Let me just open this first.
If you want to seal the border.
The deep state explained. Do we diverge from Fern? Very
Back in
risky
1993,
business to
after the shootout
diverge
at
from
Guadalajara
Fern.
Airport, the Mexican government placed a bounty on El Chapo.
Oh yeah, I
It
fell.
took just 2
No, I
weeks.
fell asleep to Sicario. Sorry for pausing. I fell asleep to Sicario 6 times in my life. 6 times. I really want to watch it, but I keep fucking falling asleep to it. Dip the toes in, we can see. Wait, what?
Weeks until he was found and arrested.
My toes?
He denies being responsible for the death of the cardinal. He insists that he was the supposed target of the shootout.
Oh, instead of
Ultimately,
Fern.
the authorities
Oh.
believe him. They don't charge him for
Cam wants to
homicide,
see
just for
toes?
drug trafficking. He is sentenced to 20 years in a Mexican prison, but he continues to run the Sinaloa cartel from behind bars. Through his lawyers, he passes orders to his closest allies. He doesn't need to be in the room to pull strings. His empire runs on whispered instructions and tightly coordinated moves. In 2001, El Chapo has enough of life in prison. Also, the Mexican Supreme Court just approved a law that makes it easier to extradite criminals like him to the US. Time to get out.
Oh yeah, I still haven't checked out who yet, but I found out about it
The
today.
official version of his first prison escape is spectacular. He supposedly bribes a guard who helps him climb into a laundry cart. The guard then pushes the cart out of the cell, down the hallways, and through an unguarded gate to the parking lot. El Chapo jumps out and climbs into the trunk of a car. The guard gets in and drives to the outer prison gate. After a quick search, the car is waved through. Nobody checks the trunk.
Wow, what the hell?
But again, that's just the official story. Several authors and journalists don't buy it. One argues that the prison's checkpoints were equipped with heat and motion sensors, capable of detecting any living creature, even a cat. That means the alarms would have gone off. Instead, the journalists suggest that El Chapo may have left the prison dressed in a police uniform, escorted by other corrupt officers. One way or another, systemic corruption likely played a role, and El Chapo put his newly won freedom to use.
The Black Files.
In the following years,
I
the
love
Mexican
these.
cartel landscape changes dramatically. In 2002, the leader of the Tijuana cartel is killed in a shootout with police. One of the brothers who had supposedly tried to assassinate El Chapo at the airport. A year later, the leader of the Gulf cartel was arrested. 2 major cartels are now without leadership. El Chapo sees an opportunity. He pushes into Tijuana and Gulf territory, triggering brutal fighting. Nuevo Laredo, an area along the US-Mexican border, practically turns into a war zone. Former
Jeez.
forces of the Mexican army begin working for El Chapo. They clash with what's left of the
Pablo
Gulf
Escobar
cartel,
is cooler.
whose core
I don't know
fighters were
anything
partly
about
trained
Pablo
by the
Escobar
US.
either.
Early on,
And
the
I've never
violence
seen
results in
Narcos,
more than
but I
1,000 deaths.
Probably should.
Many of them
It's been
civilians.
recommended to me so much.
And that's only the beginning. In 2006, Felipe Calderón becomes Mexico's new president. Determined to crack down on organized crime, he declares war on the cartels and deploys the military. The violence escalates dramatically. Between 2007 and 2014, over 160,000 people died in the course of the war on drugs in
Great.
Mexico.
Now I'm curious
In these
about
years of
P.
bloodshed, El Chapo rises. He becomes the world's most wanted criminal, transforming the Sinaloa cartel into one of the most powerful criminal organizations in history.
Narcos
It
Mexico?
becomes the top
Okay,
supplier of drugs to
noted.
the United States. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl. El Chapo's cartel
I think it was the
operates in
census,
50
too.
countries and generates billions of dollars
Hi,
in
Weirger.
profits each year. In turn, El Chapo becomes extremely wealthy, eventually making Forbes' list of the world's billionaires. No wonder it's hard to keep him locked up.
He was a billionaire? I don't know why I'm surprised.
El Chapo's rescue commando needs to know the exact
I shouldn't
location
be
of his
surprised,
prison
never
cell.
mind.
So they smuggle a GPS watch into his prison cell, disguised as a food item. Now the workers know in what direction they need to dig.
Multi-billionaire?
Over the span of a year, they dig a sophisticated tunnel. A carefully planned
God.
complex construction, costing approximately $5 million to make. The tunnel is 1.5 kilometers long and 1.70 meters high. It is reinforced by a wooden frame. There are lights and even a ventilation system. Digging a tunnel creates a lot of dirt, so the workers build a rail system with a motorcycle adapted to it to move the dirt out of the tunnel. The construction is also supposed to function as an escape vehicle later on.
Wow.
But how did El Chapo end up in El Altiplano in the first place?
Is he as famous as Pablo Escobar? I've heard both names and know nothing about
Andrew
either
Hogan
one.
is an agent with the Drug Enforcement Agency. He wants to take down the most powerful drug lord on Earth, perhaps in history. Currently, he's looking
Chapo
for
had more
allies,
money
but he soon
than Pablo, but
discovers
Pablo
somehow
has
there is no
aura.
task
Okay.
force, no team, not
Okay,
even a
so he was
single
just
federal agent
richer.
assigned to the job of bringing El Chapo to justice. So he takes a Spanish class and prepares to move to Mexico. Meanwhile,
Escape
one of
was
Andrew's
more
colleagues in the
famous.
US
Okay, I
manages
see.
to get the pin to El Chapo's BlackBerry, thanks to someone in his inner circle.
Wait, now I want to
He
know
tracks
about
down his
Pablo
phone to the holiday
Escobar.
resort, Cabo San Lucas.
How was he
The
aura
colleague
farming?
immediately calls Andrew. They're excited, and so they pass the information to the officials in
I want
Mexico.
to watch him aura farm.
The DEA and Mexican police
Watch
quickly head
Narcos?
down to the
Okay.
place where El Chapo
Okay, okay.
is supposedly hiding,
Okay, I
but he's
will.
nowhere to be found. Next, they narrow down El Chapo's phone signal to one of 3 mansions near the resort Cabo San Lucas. This time, it's a hit. He's there. But
That
before the
sound
forces
scared the
arrive,
shit out
El
of
Chapo-
me. Was that in the video?
This time, it's a hit. He's there.
Okay, it was. Jesus, that
But
sounded
before
like
the
it
forces
came from,
arrive, El Chapo just escapes through the back door.
like in-
Somehow he makes it to an airstrip without
like
being caught.
inside here
and is flown
somewhere.
to safety.
That was frightening.
El Chapo always seems to be one step ahead. He constantly changes his
Chapo.
SIM cards and phones and simply outsmarts the authorities. One DEA agent supposedly said the Mexicans couldn't catch El Chapo if he was standing at the fucking Starbucks across the street from the embassy. But Andrew Hogan doesn't give up. In May 2012, he moves to Mexico City with his family and takes over the Sinaloa case. In the months that follow, he and his team begin intercepting members of El Chapo's inner circle. Bit by bit, they uncover the cartel's complex communication system.
Herds of
How often
cocaine
numbers are
addicted hippos
changed,
because of Escobar?
possible code names,
That's so
and GPS
sad.
locations. Slowly, a picture begins to emerge.
Don't freak me out.
One day, El Chapo seemingly wants to meet an underling in person, and he sends one of his chauffeurs to pick him up. Hogan tracks his phone. The chauffeur finally arrives at a place in Culiacan. The signal leads to a group of 5 houses. Hogan organizes a capture operation with dozens of Mexican Marines, helicopters, and trucks, and he joins the mission himself. They surround the property and storm inside. But once again, El Chapo is gone. Instead, they find a strangely placed bathtub covering the entrance to a tunnel that leads into the sewers of Culiacan. But this time, the Marines manage to stay on El Chapo's tail.
Pablo
3 days
literally
later,
took a
they
pic in
find
front
out
of
that
the
one of
White
his
House
men
as
had
they were
driven him to the
searching for
coastal
him.
town of Mazatlan to a hotel.
That is aura.
The Marines enter the 4th floor of the hotel.
Wait, while Escobar was wanted, he took a picture in front of the White House and went to Disneyland.
They storm into room 401,
That is
heading
aura.
straight for the bedroom. El Chapo is with his family.
Such a
He
bastard.
barricades himself in the bathroom with an assault rifle. His wife pleads with the soldiers not to harm their daughters. Shortly after El Chapo surrenders, they got him. Andrew Hogan's job is done now. He caught the most wanted man on the planet, and he worries for the safety of his family, who moved to Mexico with him.
That's crazy.
So they board a plane back to the US. Meanwhile, El Chapo goes to Altiplano.
You spelled it right,
The US is
Kelto.
pushing hard for his extradition. This would likely be his doom. The
Yeah,
end
just
of
a
his
family
reign.
day.
Time for another tunnel.
We watched a DB Cooper video earlier too.
The rescue team and the workers managed to locate the exact spot of El Chapo's cell shower. They build a 10-meter vertical passageway that connects the tunnels to the cell,
Shop
including a
viewer.
ladder. All this digging and drilling creates a lot of noise. Several inmates are complaining, but the guards ignore them.
Always
El Chapo's
digging
rescue
out.
team manages to complete the 5 million tunnel directly into his prison cell, without anyone interfering. All that's left is breaking through the cell floor, and thus comes the day. El Chapo sits on his bed. A surveillance camera monitors him closely. The camera also records audio. You can hear television. The volume is turned up. But you also hear loud banging noises. Probably someone is breaking through the cell floor. Next, El Chapo begins to pace up and down in his cell. After some time, he walks to his shower stall, bends over, and goes back to his bed. He removes his shoes, sits for a second. Then he walks behind the shower wall.
Oh my god.
And simply disappears.
Oh my god.
He squeezes through the hole in the ground. It's just 50 by 50 centimeters wide. 1 meter below, he finds footing on a ladder. He climbs down 10 meters into the ground until he reaches the tunnel. Someone is already waiting for him, likely his wife's brother. The rescuer sits on the motorcycle on rails.
Holy
El
shit, that
Chapo
is
climbs
so
on behind
tight.
him.
That is so tight.
The rescuer sits on
That's so tight. His knees probably got so fucked up.
the motorcycle on rails. El Chapo climbs on behind him.
Me when I whatever. You get it.
Together they make the 1.5 kilometer ride to the other end of the tunnel. When they arrive, El Chapo and his companion climb up
Sound
a
it
small
out.
ladder through
Oh,
the
fuck, that was my nickname in college.
exit shaft. They end up in an unfinished house, covered with construction material. An ATV is parked outside. They drive a short distance to a
I
warehouse
get that a lot
and switch to an SUV.
there.
Then they drive for 2 hours until they arrive at an airstrip.
Me
A
when I
plane is
showed
already
my-
waiting.
Wait, I want to watch this
V
part.
shot
I don't. Sorry.
behind him.
Sorry.
Together they make the 1.5 kilometer ride to the other end of the tunnel.
Romantic.
When they arrive, El Chapo and his companion climb up a small ladder through the exit shaft. They end up in an unfinished house, covered with construction material.
I can't believe they have
An ATV is
pictures.
parked outside. They drive a short distance to a warehouse and switch to an SUV. Then they drive for 2
You would think people would anticipate that this guy would build another fucking tunnel to
hours
escape.
until they arrive at
Right?
an airstrip. A plane is already waiting. They board it and fly to Sinaloa. Two months later, one of El Chapo's sons posts a tweet.
You're
I'm doing
really
fine
not
here.
funny
You already
after
know with whom.
16 hours.
Attached is a photo, presumably with his father. The tweet is tagged with a location, Costa Rica. Let's back up for a second. Some things about this spectacular escape just don't add up. There's video footage of guards watching their screens as El Chapo disappears, yet it takes them 20 minutes to check his cell.
They were
even
paid
wait a
off?
few more minutes before they finally enter and check the escape hole. Also, it seems unlikely that building such a tunnel truly went unnoticed, after all inmates actively complained about the drilling noise.
Oh.
A large majority of Mexicans believe the escape was an inside job. Shortly after El Chapo's second prison escape, the prison's warden and 2 other officials were fired. Next, 4 Mexican officials were charged. 2 were members of Mexico's Secret Service, based at the prison. The other 2 were guards who sat in the control room, monitoring El Chapo's cell. The accusation is that they
Dude,
bought
if-
El Chapo valuable time by not raising the alarm.
If I knew that he was gonna escape, and I was paid off, I would make sure I wasn't fucking watching. I'd be like, oh my god, if I had known, if I had known, I would have done something. But darn it, I had a bad tuna sandwich earlier, and I was blowing up the toilet, and I have an alibi. You can check the cameras. I was in the toilet, but like, I got us again.
Alarm.
You just fire me. I'm stupid. I deserve it. I hate myself. I hate myself. I've done such a bad job. And they'll be like, it's okay. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That's what I would do. I wouldn't fucking sit there and watch the thing and then be like, I'm just gonna give him 20 more minutes. Just 20 more minutes and then I will go. Fucking start the stopwatch. Make sure he has enough time to get to the other end. Like, stupid.
Once the drug lord was gone, and El Chapo, he again becomes one of the most wanted criminals on Earth. The pressure to finally bring him to justice is higher than ever. The hunt is on.
We all make mistakes.
Then El Chapo makes a crazy move. He knows he's considered a legend in Mexico, and he wants even more fame. A movie about his life on the big screen.
It's
Sean
always
Penn is already
greed.
involved in a production about him, along with Mexican actress Kate del Castillo. Castillo manages to contact El Chapo and his associates. Finally, El Chapo agrees to meet her and Sean Penn in person to talk about the movie, while technically he's on the run. This is a photo of the meetup. Sean Penn interviews El Chapo about his career as a drug lord.
Oh my God.
A story later published by the Rolling Stone. In it, Penn reveals that El Chapo's escape tunnel engineers have been flown to Germany for 3 months of extensive additional training, necessary to deal with the low-lying water table beneath the prison. It's a gripping read. Beneath his smile, there's a doubtlessness to his facial expression. A question comes to mind as I observe his face, both as he speaks as while he listens. What is it that removes all doubt from a man's eyes? Is it power, admirable clarity, or soullessness? But according to government sources, the interview is also a crucial factor for investigators to get closer to El Chapo. Apparently all the while they're monitoring Penn and Castillo's movements very closely. It's October 9th, 2015. Mexican special forces are closing in on him in the mountains of Sinaloa.
Bulbasaurus, I don't
After
even
a
run that
while,
many
they
ads.
actually spot him. He's only got one bodyguard with him.
Stop him
This
playing.
is their moment. They take off after them, chasing them through the terrain. As they get nearer, El Chapo falls off a cliff. His bodyguard finds him and carries him to the depths of the forest. The special forces lose sight of them and they escape. A catastrophic failure.
It's December in 2025, dummy.
But the authorities don't give up the hunt.
Oh,
in
my
January
fucking
2016,
rib
they
cage.
get another chance. The Marines manage to locate El
I need to
Chapo once
sit better.
again in the coastal city of Los Mochis. The clue comes from a taco order placed from a white van. Witnesses say the driver is one of El Chapo's men. The Marines begin to surveil the car. It ultimately leads them to...
I really hate the word surveil. It annoys me. I don't like that it's surveil. Like, I don't like that the L is so L-y on the end of it, like surveil. It's so curled.
to a safe house.
I don't know.
A few hours later, the soldiers storm the place. Cartel gunmen try to hold them off. A gunfight breaks out. The Marines
Vale?
eventually push
I
up
like
to the
Vale.
second floor, then the roof.
I don't
but
like
El Chapo
surveil.
is gone. True to his form, he and one of his gunmen fled through a hidden tunnel. Right now, they are climbing out of a drainage tunnel a short distance away, right across from a Walmart.
Might be
El
an
Chapo and his gunmen need to escape quickly. They steal a car, guns drawn, but after just driving a few blocks, the car breaks down. So they ditch it and lose valuable time. Then they take over another car and manage to get on the highway, but it's too late. Police finally arrest El Chapo, one of history's most powerful drug lords. He tells the officers, "You are all going to die." 40 of his assassins are supposedly on their way to free him, but he gets handed over to the Marines, and it's over. After a decade of hide and seek, escaping over and over again, in all likelihood protected by systemic corruption, El Chapo has finally been caught. Later that day, the Mexican president tweets,
It's okay to feel
"Mission
that way about
accomplished.
surveil.
We have him."
Thank you.
Soon after, El Chapo was extradited to the United States, the one thing he truly feared. On July 17th, 2019, 3 years after his second escape, he was sentenced to life in Colorado's Supermax prison.
Damn, that was like
That's
relatively
where he remains locked up
recent.
to this day. The Sinaloa cartel and other Mexican
No more
cartels are
tunnel?
as strong as ever, operating as undeterred global organizations. There's so much more to the story that we couldn't cover in this video, but apparently, some video journalist obsessed with maps is about to pick it up very soon.
Oh, hi Fern. Love your stuff.
That was so ominous the
keep
way
you
he
posted.
looked into the camera. Scared me. Okay, you guys think I would like this one? Is this what I was supposed to put my toes inside of or whatever?
Vote Trump. If you want to restore
Okay.
law and order in this country, vote Trump.
The deep
If
state
you want to
explained.
defeat the
Oh, do that on purpose? That was so seamless.
Deep state vote.
The map guy. That was awesome. Can you cut? Oh, huddle. Oh, Slack huddle. Is that a Slack huddle? I don't use Slack. I thought it was can you cuddle?
Hey, Pachi.
I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around this story. I must
Yeah.
admit.
They all somehow look like Germa.
And this concept of deep state has been
Projecting.
so, I think, poisoned by politics and Trump sort of using it for everything that he doesn't like. And it kind of makes it hard to approach it earnestly. But I think we have to keep digging. Like,
And if we call you extra Emily, we are racist.
Is the deep state real?
All white guys come from a Germa ancestor. No, they're just white men in their 40s who have similar facial hair.
There's this
Or
moment
some
in the
form
60s
of facial hair.
where you really like see how this actually works, like where power really is. To the
think I
height
am
of
just
this moment
racist,
where
though.
the US and the Soviet Union are in this like massive staring contest. There's nuclear weapons involved. Everyone thinks the entire globe could be wiped out in this conflict. And Cuba is centered right in the middle of it all, right off the coast of the US, but they're on the Soviet side of the conflict. The US at this point wants nothing more than to snatch Cuba, to make it their own, and they've been trying to kill Fidel Castro a million different ways. They're looking for an excuse to invade. And to push back on all of this, the Soviets actually start shipping nuclear weapons to the island. The US has no idea, until one day, a spy plane is flying over the island and they snap this wild photo. I mean, it doesn't look like a wild photo, it just looks like a random feed. I mean, it doesn't look like a wild photo, it just looks like a random field in Cuba. But you zoom in and you see canvas tents, trailers, missile launch equipment. I mean, the US government immediately knows what they're looking at here. The world's most destructive weapons
That's such an
are
interesting
actually
camera
hiding
angle
under
to
these
have
tents,
for a YouTube
ready
video.
to launch, sitting right
Like
in
side
the
profile.
United States backyard, right off their coast. Nuclear war 103 miles away.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island.
It's a crisis, a Cuban missile crisis. And one man in Washington, D.C. suddenly has a really difficult decision to make. Everyone around him
got
wants him to
confused how El
invade
Chapo was the
Cuba,
Cuban
but he's
Missile
not
Crisis.
sure. Okay, but here's the kicker of the whole thing.
Title mention? I love when they mention the
Stay
title.
at work that night and like figure out this crisis with his advisors. Kennedy gets in a car and travels across town to like a cocktail party.
He came here to a house in Georgetown, the home of Joe Alsop,
Crazy
one
camera
of the nation's
quality.
most influential newspaper columnists. It was the eve
Missile
of
or
nuclear
missile?
war,
I say
and
missile.
The president of the United States
I don't know
kept
if
his
there's a
dinner
difference.
date in Georgetown. And the reason why is because at that party,
It's a
were
crazy
the people
camera.
Who trusted, the people who really had
Look at this
power
camera.
in Washington.
This camera's in. Wow. Wow. Beautiful fucking shots.
That time, most of them lived here, in this neighborhood. Many of them
Oh
side by
my.
side, all within
Videography.
a few blocks.
William
So
Colby,
pretty.
the Far East chief of the CIA. He would later become the director of the agency. Chip Bolin, a former ambassador to the Soviet Union. Alan Dulles, who, boy, Alan Dulles, where to even start? He's the CIA's longest running director, and he lived right here in Georgetown. Frank Wiesner, one of the founding officers of the
shallow
CIA.
depth of
He
field.
lived just 6
That's
blocks
cool.
away.
I don't know
Felix
anything about
Frankfurter, a
cameras.
Supreme Court justice, just a couple minutes walk away. And Kennedy himself had a house in this neighborhood. The reason JFK kept his date in Georgetown that night was because this is where power in Washington was. On the other side of town from the Capitol building, the
Yeah,
seat
they
of
just wiped
American
Georgetown?
democracy. The decisions were being made here by unelected men who had an immense amount of secret power. These were powerful men who were not elected or accountable. And at this point, they had become drunk on the worst kind of power, the secret sort of power that corrupts, the kind of power that our founders sought to check and balance with all of
the
their
deep state
founding
explained.
documents.
But here in Georgetown, it had moved beyond anything the designers of the country could have predicted, into a shadowy, separate part of our government, a deep state
that was actively blackmailing the Congress and working to undermine the President of the United States. and being horrifyingly successful at it.
Unelected deep state operatives who defy the voters to push their own secret agendas.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
As far as I know, we don't engage in assassinations and kidnappings and things of that kind.
I do think there have to be serious questions raised about some of the foreign policy blunders that this country has had over the last 20 to 25 years.
There's some truth in the idea that there is an ongoing group of people who continue the work of government as administrations come and go. Is it possible for these entities to go rogue? Absolutely.
Was the agency involved in the kind of domestic surveillance that has been portrayed in the news reports?
My feeling is that it has not.
Okay.
I like the editing in
doing
this video,
The
actually.
deep state. Is the deep state real? And if so, what is it?
So, we ready?
Ad skipped.
We're good. Okay. Sweet. Podgy, are you on the board over there?
Here we go.
Kudita.
Hear
Where do
us?
you want this?
Could you start by introducing yourself, who you are, and what you do, and,
They
and
have
what your relationship
such
to
good
this topic
equipment.
of the history of the CIA is?
Yeah, so my name's Jefferson Morley. I'm a journalist in Washington. I've been a journalist in Washington for the last 40 years.
In the old days, spy agencies were a war thing. When the US was at war, it would set up an international spy operation to best wage that war. And then when the war was over, they would pare down or totally get rid of the spy agency.
Yeah, this
the
extension
thinking here
fucks.
was that a spy agency took up a lot of resources and threatened civil liberties. A lot of power concentrated into a bunch of unelected people. Worth it during war, not worth it during peace. But then the biggest war of them all came to America's Pacific doorstep, and it changed everything.
He looks like a floating head in the darkness.
And so Roosevelt now has a license, more of a license.
The extension is sponsor block for YouTube.
To do what he wants, and one of the first things
I get
he
to
does
sit all
is consult
cozy.
with a man named
Wait,
Bill Dye.
Stop. I need my blanket again. My feet are cold. My toes are cold, but like when I put the blanket over my entire body, the bottom of my legs get too warm. So I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just put the blanket on only my toes.
Donovan.
Wild Bill, a corporate Wall Street
dip
lawyer
too much. I
who
don't
was
wanna wear
obsessed
socks
with
at
the
home.
power of intelligence.
Donovan had very strong opinions, and he said, "You need
I like
a
rubbing my
wartime
feeties
intelligence
together.
service. You're going to war."
Wild Bill Donovan would be in charge of the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, a
Slippers? I don't have my
centralized
cozy
intelligence
slippers.
agency that would be given immense power
You should put your feet up next to the camera so they get warmer. Smile.
to do whatever it took to keep our people safe and to keep our team on top. This was the birth of modern intelligence, a euphemism for spying and lying and cheating and deceiving and sneaking and breaking.
I would never
coercing,
ly.
Dividing and conquering.
Thanks, Navee. Good
No
night.
idea was too crazy for the OSS
Oh,
during
your
this time.
titty's
Like one
cold too,
OSS
by any
psychologist had
chance.
this idea that Hitler could be demoralized if they just showed him a vast quantity of porn.
All good
Paramilitary
there.
operations.
Strapping explosives to a bunch of bats and letting them loose over Tokyo.
Guys skiing into Nazi-occupied Norway.
Making fake companies, recruiting off
Hi,
Wall
Jay.
Street from all of his old colleagues, bringing in bankers and movie directors, fake radio stations, anything to demoralize, divide, or confuse the enemy.
The OSS is the first intelligence agency that the United States ever has.
Oh, and one of Wild Bill's favorite things to do was to have parties at his house.
Oh.
Are we the first ones here?
The big night.
To plan and plot his operations with his friends in Georgetown, a neighborhood in Washington, D.C. that is strikingly beautiful. Here is Bill Donovan's house.
It
It's
looks
now
very,
worth
like-
$17 million. It's beautiful, and this is where he
I
would
don't know,
have
it
a
just looks
drink
very pretty.
and chat with other Washington power brokers.
I'm
He would
vocal.
recruit new agents from American high society,
Yeah, Great
earning the
Gatsby, but with
agency the
bombs.
nickname Oh So Social. Pretty clever. Okay, but remember that
What year are we in
spy
the video?
agencies like this
Do you guys know?
were a war thing only, and the war ended
After
in
1945.
and the OSS got dissolved.
The forces of Germany have surrendered
Late 1940s,
to the
maybe.
United Nations.
What do we do with the OSS now that we're at peace? And Truman says, we don't want to risk having an American Gestapo.
A political police.
His meaning, especially in the context of having just defeated the Nazis, was, that's what led our enemy astray. They had a secret intelligence agency, the Gestapo, which wound up enforcing political norms and enforcing tyranny. And we don't want to risk that.
Here's Harry Truman doing the right thing and signing a piece of paper that says that the OSS can no longer exist. I mean, Truman was freaked out. He's like, this was really great to help us win the war, but this is way too much power in the hands of unelected officials holding secret information. But it was kind of too late. Putting the genie back in the bottle would prove to be an impossible task. Is it significant that all these guys live?
Secrecy is a disease. It causes a hardening of the arteries of the mind.
Yeah, it's very significant because they're the product of this wartime culture.
This is one party that just has to turn out right.
Here is target number 1 for the Reds. And who's in the bullseye? You are.
So there was a brief moment after World War II when the Cold War didn't exist. We were at peace. But then, almost immediately, tension started to rise between these two great empires that had been allies to defeat the Nazis, but were now skeptical of each other. And senators were suddenly declaring that it was impossible to know where war begins and where it ends.
The Soviet Union and its agents have destroyed the
Uncle Sam wants you.
and democratic character of a whole series of nations in Eastern and Central Europe.
And this is when all the intel people that had run the OSS, many of them who lived in Georgetown, by the way, start calling for the resurrection of the OSS, a centralized intelligence agency that we can use to fight this new global war with the Soviet Union. But no, say a bunch of other lawmakers, the Constitution wasn't designed for us to put so much power in the hands of men who are doing secret things. Doing this will result in a police
women
state
doing secret
run
things?
by
Am I
power-grabbing
right?
bureaucrats.
Girl power.
Too much power to military leaders and their insatiable appetite for more money, for more men, and more power, whatever the cost to democracy.
They're not a secret police if we tell you they exist.
And what changed Truman's mind was the growing confrontation with the Soviet Union.
And soon the papers were signed and a new agency was formed, the Central Intelligence Agency.
There
the
it
CIA.
is.
When
There
Truman
it is.
signs the National Security Act, he says we have to be careful that we don't
This
have an
YouTuber
American
is
Gestapo.
accused
So
of being a
that
CIA
thought is still on
agent?
his mind.
The CIA was the big,
Him?
shiny new weapon of the United States in the Cold War. And their mission was to, quote, gain and distribute intelligence and to perform, quote, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting national security. What does that mean?
Everybody
He literally
knew what
is
that
CIA?
language
Like
meant.
he's like
everybody
he
knew
is?
that was.
Or
and we
is
just weren't going
accused
to
of
talk about it
being.
because we didn't want to write it down on paper.
Like, what do they do with this vague mandate of national
Anything the
security?
chatters say you take as
Oh,
a fact.
boy.
You know what the thing is with chat is, you know how some people they're obsessed with, like, they have symptoms, they check WebMD and they're like, I have cancer, I'm gonna die. For me, like, chat is my WebMD, where like they say something, I'm like, no way, really? And then I need the rest of chat to be like, that's not fucking true, for me to think that it's not true. Otherwise, if someone says something and no one said it's not true, I'll just believe them.
Poggers, dude.
Which is crazy because you guys are fully decelerated. Rainflower, thank you for the new Prime. Welcome.
They go to town.
The accuser is a famous political streamer who gets tied to everything and had drama with a dog. Chat MD.
So clean, but so soft and smooth.
Operation Paperclip, 1945 to 1959. The Americans wanted to get those Nazi rocket scientists on their side so that they could develop their own rocket capacity. James Angleton, for example, protects a general under Hitler.
CIA gets involved in the Italian
elections, 1948. Puts his thumb on the Italian democracy and makes sure that U.S. allies win.
Yeah, because I just think there's no reason you guys would lie to me, and also I just take it with a grain of salt anyway.
MI6 organized a coup
It's
to
all just
overthrow the
entertainment.
democratically elected government.
Now that we encourage
I see you guys as entertainment.
CIA coup Guatemala, 1954, of course, bananas.
Again, democratically elected government, reformists wanted to engage in land reform, and the CIA overthrows it, really at the behest of the United Fruit Company.
CIA is now helping American corporations.
The influence of American corporations on the CIA actions is unmistakable. Alan Dulles was on the board of directors. Howard Hunt, Birch O'Neill, David Phillips, CIA coup in Congo, early 1960s, CIA coup in Chile, 1973.
Good luck, please.
The assassination operation against General Schneider in 1970 is coordinated
I'm
with
getting
Kissinger's
sleepy
office.
now.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
Mind control experiments.
What if I fall
MK
asleep?
Ultra.
In 1950, the CIA launches a massive program to develop means of controlling people's minds. Some 40 U.S. academic institutions were involved in this kind
Giving
of
LSD
research.
to people without their permission.
Can we develop a truth serum? Dosing somebody with
Are you
LSD
still up? I've
60
been just
times in a week.
burn-a-thoning by accident.
NSA's Operation Shamrock,
Shamrock.
electronic surveillance, 1945
I like the voiceover
1970.
editing.
The first
It's cool.
warrantless wiretapping.
God, Bay of Pigs, nightmare.
There were hundreds of CIA assassination plots.
Operation Phoenix.
Eventually, Bill Colby, who
Hamburger.
was later director, admitted that they had killed 20,000 people.
Operation Mockingbird.
Nothing like a
Colin
massive
Telpro,
governmental conspiracy scheme to put you to
Chaos,
sleep.
Watergate,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Twitch-
Maybe it's this video that's putting me to sleep. Would you guys mind if I just cut it off halfway through? And remember, go back to phone. I think I'm not too into like government stuff. Maybe. Like I don't think I'm as locked in on government stuff rather than like, ooh, hackers are hacking and stealing money. I think I have just like a more I have more like immature taste. Like this, how a hacker saved the internet, or the kid who hacked the Pentagon and paid with his life. CIA propaganda doesn't work on you. I just get bored. This is it.
On its surface, the International Space Station heats up to 120 degrees Celsius.
That's me, International Space Station. It's
The onboard
fanfan.
temperature and humidity control system
Good
keeps the
choice.
inside at
And
the right
boyfriend.
temperature for human survival.
Ew, don't be wet.
If it fails, the astronauts stationed here would literally be cooked. And just now, a hacker has gotten hold of the system's software. He's not a hostile government agent, just a 15-year-old in his bedroom. He successfully gained access to 13 NASA computers. This teenager is a prodigy, one of the most talented young hackers the world has ever seen. And he didn't just break into NASA, he also hacked the Pentagon. From his point of view, he's just toying around. From the government's perspective, he's a national security threat.
Damn.
Largest identity theft case ever.
Largest data breach in U.S. history.
That affected millions of people.
One that humiliated them over and over again. And one that they will go after ruthlessly.
Oh my god. I thought these were the people that they offered jobs to.
It's the year 1989, a suburban village in South Florida.
So many of them come from
This
Florida.
is Jonathan James. He is 6 years old.
These are the people
While
they
other
set
kids are
examples
outside
with?
playing tag,
Scary.
he's busy inside, glued to the family's computer. Mostly, he's just playing games. His parents are worried about his obsession. His dad is a programmer. At one point, he installs parental protection on the computer. But Jonathan just breaks through it.
Smart.
In his early teens, he starts reading books on the programming language C and the operating system Unix, a precursor for Linux and Mac OS. He studies source code extensively and talks to other computer
They
enthusiasts.
only offer jobs after they have power over
He spends
them.
countless hours in
Oh.
front of the computer, often until late into the night. One afternoon, Jonathan uninstalls Windows from his family PC, then installs Linux. No one asked him to. No one could stop him.
Wow.
His computer time regularly
This
leads
video
to
is
arguments
the
with
kid
his
who hacked
parents.
the Pentagon and paid
It
with
doesn't
his,
get any better
with his
once he
life.
gets his own PC. After a while, his parents decide to confiscate it. Jonathan
leave
runs
him
away
alone.
and says he's not coming home until he gets it back.
Go, Jonathan, go.
Soon, it won't be his parents who are trying to keep him away from the computer. but the US government.
He has glasses now.
At 15,
Sick intro.
Jonathan has long morphed from curious preteen to full-blown hacker. One of the youngest and best at the time. Online, he's known under his alias, Comrade. Jonathan really enjoys messing with systems, not to break them, but to beat them. It's a power thing, a control thing. He likes the thrill of it. The tougher the system, the more it pulls him in.
Why did you just randomly say?
He goes in.
Wait, what? Did I miss?
Beat them.
Comrade?
It's a power thing.
I'm reading the
A
subtitles.
control thing. He likes the thrill of it. At the time. Online, he's
Comrade?
known under his alias.
Oh, you guys are confused. I was like, how the fuck did I miss Comrade?
Yes, Comrade. Jonathan really
Okay.
enjoys messing with systems, not to break them, but to beat them. It's a
How
power
did I
thing,
miss
a
Comrade?
control thing. He likes the thrill of it. The tougher the system, the more it pulls him in.
Because it also made sense because I was just thinking while he was saying all that the language and the word choice during those sentences sounded very sexual.
He goes in, proves it's not so secure after all, and moves on.
So
He doesn't care much about the
when
stuff
I saw
inside.
Comrades, I was
He
like,
doesn't
what
steal
are-
data, delete files, or spread viruses. In fact, sometimes he does the opposite. He'll break in, then send a polite little email to the system admin. Hey, your setup's got holes. Here's where. Here's how to fix it.
Whoa. It's like that one movie. I don't know what movie and I don't know who was in it, so I can't even explain. So I should have just
In the
not
summer
said
of
anything.
1999, Jonathan is looking for a new challenge, so he decides to hack NASA. More specifically, the agency's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. He gains access to 13 NASA computers. It's unclear how, and this time
It was fuck. Now I want to remember. It's that guy who it's like that guy. He breaks into prisons, and then after breaking into prisons, he's like, "I broke into your prison." No, sorry. He breaks out of prisons, and then he's like, "No, yes, escape plan. Yes, Stallone. Yes. Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, not Prison Break."
Jonathan decides to
like
actually
that.
take something. He downloads proprietary software valued at $1.7 million. It's the software for the temperature and humidity control of the ISS. In an interview, Jonathan will later say, "The code itself was crappy, certainly not worth $1.7 million like they claimed. The only reason I was downloading the source code in the first place was because I was studying C programming. And what better way to learn than reading software written by the government?"
Wow.
Just downloading the software didn't give Jonathan remote control over the ISS systems. Having the source code is one thing, but actually sending commands to a spacecraft is a whole different story. It would have taken more steps to actually access the system. But this hack is still a massive security breach. When NASA finds out, they have to shut down their systems for 3 weeks, resulting in damages of around $40,000.
That's actually not as much as I thought it would be.
2 months later, Jonathan takes up his next challenge, hacking the Pentagon. More specifically, their Defense Threat Reduction Agency. It analyzes and deals with potential threats to the US from nuclear, chemical, and
Like for
biological
NASA?
weapons.
I feel like.
Jonathan
Oh, right,
gains access to a
1990s.
server in Dulles, Virginia, and installs a backdoor. Again, it is unknown how he actually pulled this off.
It's too easy to go
Once
too far.
inside
Yeah, all of
DTRA
these
systems,
hackers have
he
just
intercepts
gone
more than
too
3,300
far.
messages to and from DTRA staff. He retrieves 19 usernames and passwords
Same,
of
6
employees,
figures here as well.
at least 10 of which have access to military computers.
Rick Astley.
Jonathan thinks his hacks are no big deal. To him, they are, quote, just harmless exploration. Law enforcement, military computers.
Oh, I do see him. XQCOW.
Jonathan thinks his hacks are no big deal. To him, they are, quote, just harmless exploration. Law enforcement disagrees. It's an early morning in January 2000. Last month, Jonathan turned 16. By now, he has not one, but multiple computers of his own. He is well connected with other hackers, sharing tips and tricks. He also loves Star Trek. His mother comes into the room and wakes him up.
Jonathan, honey, The FBI's at the door.
They're here for him. They raid his family home and take 5 computers. They also take his Palm Pilot, some CDs, and his
He's
Star
not
Trek
gonna
book.
get so late with those multiple
choice for
desktop
evidence.
PCs.
Jonathan is questioned by the officers. He admits everything and promises to never do it again. Then he hears nothing for 3 months. And then the authorities press charges.
What?
And his life begins to change dramatically. Jonathan James becomes the youngest person ever convicted of violating
You're the
cybercrime
youngest
laws
person
in the US.
ever.
If Jonathan had been an adult, he might have ended up with a decade behind bars. But he's still a minor. So the US District Court in Miami puts him on 6 months house arrest. Jonathan is no longer allowed to use his computers in his free
That's how they
time.
gain leverage.
And even worse, he has to write letters of apology to NASA and the Department of Defense.
Oh my God.
Later, he tests positive for drugs, a clear probation violation. So he gets sent to a juvenile detention facility for 6 months. He's scared about spending time there with actual criminals. His father will later say that prison changed Jonathan. It made him strangely idle. Looking back, Jonathan regrets the whole thing. What started as fun challenges ended with him behind bars. The thrills weren't worth it, not even close.
Yeah, it tends to do
From that point on, he decides to leave hacking behind for good. But not everyone believes him.
That just reminds me of that guy who was friends with Justin and Dylan and them. His name started with an S. The 24-year-old. Where he was like trying to distance himself and then he got caught and he had a really bad probation officer.
He's got a few things in common with Jonathan James. He was also born in the 80s. He too is a self-taught hacker.
Sanad, yeah.
When he was 14, he also broke into NASA systems. And as a consequence, he also got a visit by the FBI. But that didn't stop Gonzalez from hacking. Far from it. We don't know if Albert Gonzalez and Jonathan James knew each other, but they had a common hacker friend called Christopher Scott. Gonzalez went by many aliases on the internet. But
I
his
love
favorite was
Seinfeld
Soup
and
Nazi,
hacking.
a reference to a Seinfeld episode.
You want
Oh, okay.
Yes, please. $3.
In early 2000s, Gonzalez stumbled across Shadow Crew, a marketplace for trafficking stolen credit and bank card numbers and identity information. And even though the feds are having an eye on him, he gets involved.
Damn,
In
he's so
2003,
brave.
He gets caught trying to pull cash from an ATM using fake credit cards. To avoid jail time, he agrees to work with the Secret Service. Soon, he helps them bust a bunch of Shadow Crew members. You'd expect that his work as an informant for the Secret Service would stop him from any criminal activity. But well, in his view, the salary from the Secret Service is too low. So he gets back to what he does best, hacking. He sets up an elaborate scheme he calls Get Rich or Die Trying. The scheme will turn into one of the world's biggest cases of identity theft. It will ruin his life. But Jonathan James will end up
informant just
dead.
fucks you over. At the end of everything, after everyone's
This
gotten
is
charged,
Scott, who is both
like
friends with
everyone you
Gonzalez
snitch
and
on gets
James.
charged, you
Next
just end
to him
up
sits
with a
someone
longer
who,
sentence.
according to criminal reports, is only known as
everyone
JJ.
else.
They're doing something called war driving. It's a simple technique. You drive around in your car and park close to companies. You only need your laptop and a high-power radio antenna. Once you're close enough, you check for vulnerabilities in their Wi-Fi network. Back then,
This is
most
so
companies weren't
movie-like.
exactly taking cybersecurity seriously. Inside Office Max, people are buying Post-its and whiteboard markers in 4 colors, gearing up for a meeting that probably could have been an email. Outside, Scott and JJ access the store's Wi-Fi, and through that enter its systems. Once inside, they install a sniffer program, which captures and downloads credit and debit card data from customers.
Whoa.
Then they send the
That
data to
sounds fucking
Gonzalez.
scared me again.
He forwards it to another hacker, who decrypts the PIN codes.
This is why I don't
Gonzalez
use
and his
public
crew
Wi-Fi.
don't just sell the stolen card
Really?
info.
Should
They
I not
encode
use
them onto
public
blank
Wi-Fi?
magnetic strip cards and use those to pull tens of thousands of dollars out of ATMs.
Is it dangerous?
After the Office Max breach, banks were apparently forced to reissue around 200,000 cards. And this hack wasn't a one-off. Over the span of the next 3 years, Gonzalez and his crew hack into several major US companies, including BJ's Wholesale Club, Boston
Okay,
Market,
public
Barnes &
Wi-Fi
Noble,
bad.
Forever 21, and others. Their biggest credit card data heist happens at TJX. That's the parent company of TJ Maxx,
Oh my God,
Marshalls,
guys, I think
Home
I hit
Goods,
my-
and others.
Okay,
Around
last
96 million
video.
TJX
Oh my God,
customers
I
are affected
think
by
I
the
almost
theft of
fell
their
asleep
credit
just
and
now.
debit card info.
I think I almost fell asleep. I think I asked a question. What was the question I just asked? I asked a question And then you guys answered, and I was staring at the answers, and then I like feel like I fell asleep. What did I answer? Oh, public Wi-Fi. The thing about the public Wi-Fi. Yeah. I felt like I just like fell asleep for a second while staring like a horse.
At the time, these attacks make up the largest case of
It's not guaranteed bad, but it's not the safest.
identity theft in US history. The crew stole the data
Noted.
of
Oh my
around
God.
180 million credit and debit
Jesus.
cards. The total damage of all
I have no idea what is happening right now. You were gone for 5 minutes? Was I actually gone? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean I was gone?
all infected companies amounts to roughly $400 million in reimbursements. Legal
No, yes, no, yes. Was I just like, I was just like dissociating? Yeah, I think I was half falling asleep.
costs and forensic fees.
There's a major break in a credit card scam.
I don't know what's going on. What? I remember I made a comment here, like, whoa, or something. Because I realized I was going to sleep, and then I realized I was streaming, and I was like, I should say something, and I went, whoa. Okay, I think I should just go to sleep.
Affected companies amounts to roughly $400 million in reimbursements, legal costs, and forensic fees.
There's a major break in a credit card scam that affected millions of people.
Experts say this man's arrest may lead to the
I just woke myself up with
behind
that.
the biggest credit card ID theft in history.
The Secret Service investigates, and at one point
Just in your sleep?
they realize
Unintentionally,
that their very
yes.
own informant is not only involved,
Sleep
but
real
is a
quick and come back when
mastermind
it's
behind
over.
the TJX heist.
Nutty, I'm going to sleep soon. The Fool on the Hill.
May 2008, Pinecrest, Florida. Jonathan James is 24 years old now.
I'm 24 years old.
He doesn't go to college. He doesn't have a job.
You
His
are
mother
the
died of
youngest
breast cancer
person
6 years
ever.
ago.
Oh.
Together with his brother, he still lives in the house he grew up in.
Where's his dad?
He apparently suffers from depression. Overall, he's living a withdrawn life and is retired from hacking.
Oh, man.
But today, he'll get another surprise visit.
No, leave him alone.
This time, it's the Secret Service. They raid the family's house, just like the FBI had done 8 years ago.
Like,
They drew a connection from Gonzalez to Christopher Scott to him.
Jesus.
They suspect that JJ is short for Jonathan James, and that he's part of the hacker group. The agents go through Jonathan's stuff.
Yeah, he's literally just chilling.
They find a suicide note he had written years ago, and a gun. We don't know if the agents offer him psychological help, but according to Jonathan, they don't confiscate the weapon.
That's kind of fucked
Jonathan
up.
is
not
shocked.
to
He swears that he has nothing to do with the TJX case. What's going on? On the subpoena, he's able to find some answers. He reads about this guy, Albert Gonzalez.
Yeah,
Jonathan
they literally said
recognizes
you
him
won't
by another nickname he used
do it.
online.
This property.
Gonzalez has been working as an informant for the feds since 2003. For 5 years, Gonzalez used Scott to pull off his
yeah,
hacks,
I guess.
while
I
simultaneously
forgot that
running
like
out other hackers to the feds
guns are
to
legal
stay in
there.
their good graces.
Kumba? I missed
Access to
Kumba.
all major, while other AI tools charge around $20
How did I just jump back here?
appealing target than Chris. Jonathan recognizes him within stuff.
Oh, there it is.
Jonathan
Oh,
recognizes
literally Kumba Johnny. I thought you guys were making a joke
him
again.
by another nickname he used online. Gonzalez has been
Why
working
didn't he
as an
say it out
informant for
loud? I feel like the narrator usually would have read that out loud. But he didn't this time. Why?
the feds since 2003. For 5 years, Gonzalez used Scott to pull off his hacks, while simultaneously writing out other hackers to the feds to stay in their good graces. Jonathan is sure that Gonzalez is now trying to
That
pin the
word
hacks
is
on Scott,
beneath him.
and he is getting a bad feeling. He thinks that'll be a much more appealing target than Chris.
Whoa.
It might not matter to the feds that he's innocent, even though, in his words, Scott and Gonzalez are the most destructive, dangerous hackers the feds ever caught. They'll let them off easy because he's a juicier target. That would please the public more.
No way.
In Jonathan's mind, the picture is clear. They need a scapegoat. Not Gonzalez, not Scott, not the one who actually caused the damage, but him, Jonathan.
Why?
In his words, the feds played dirty. He holds these beliefs for a reason. There's this paper that has made rounds in the hacker scene,
Frack.
Agent Steele's Guide to Getting Busted. It's basically a survival guide for hackers, written by one who ended up in prison. Agent Steele's real name was Justin Tanner Peterson. He was an American hacker who worked as an informant for the feds while continuing to commit crimes. Agent Steele writes, "The criminal justice system is a game to be played, both by prosecution and defense. And if you have to be a player, you'd be wise to learn the rules of engagement." He makes it clear that law enforcement isn't always fair. They play dirty and will do just about anything, including lie, to win their case. Jonathan read this guide, and he knows that Gonzalez is working with the feds, so he's convinced he's going to prison, even though he's innocent. The first time was already terrifying. He doesn't want to go through that again.
The following. Oh, no!
On May 18th, 2008, 2 weeks after agents raided his home, Jonathan was found dead in his home after a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
He killed himself.
He wrote a note. There are messages to his family and friends, passwords to his accounts. In this letter, he also expresses his opinion on the authorities. He writes, "I have no faith in the justice system. Perhaps my actions today, in this letter,
Oh, it
will send a
might not
stronger
have
message
been
to the public.
self-inflicted.
Either way,
'Cause, like,
I've lost control over the situation, and this is my only way to regain control.
I don't know, government shit.
Remember, it's not whether you win or lose, it's whether I win or lose. And sitting in jail for 20, 10, or even 5 years for a crime I didn't commit is not me winning.
That's so
I
sad.
died free." In March 2010, Albert Gonzalez was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for his role in the series of hacks. In the backyard of his parents, the Secret Service seized a barrel containing $1.2 million in cash. Christopher Scott was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in the attacks. It's likely that the pseudonym JJ didn't refer to Jonathan
Theories,
James,
legends within the
but
hacking
rather
world that
to
he
Stephen
dug too deep and saw something he shouldn't have. That
Watt,
would make sense.
another figure convicted in the TJX case,
Why'd they kill him
who
if
was
he
known
knew
to
him
use
as
the alias
scapegoat?
Jim Jones online.
Also true.
At the point of his death, Jonathan neither had been
You know, I actually don't know anything about Epstein.
arrested, charged, tried, nor sentenced. It seems like knowing that Gonzalez had worked
I
with the
actually need to
Secret
watch
Service
some videos
fueled
on that.
Jonathan's
I actually
fear
know
to become
nothing.
a scapegoat and end up in prison. Jonathan James wasn't some criminal mastermind. He was a teenager with a rare talent and a deep
Don't learn too
curiosity
much.
for how systems work. After he hacked into
Why?
them, he often offered to help fix them. Instead of guiding such talents, helping to channel them into something good, the justice system decided to make an example out of him.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Oh my god. Actually, Boger just like, gotta send it back to Boger. Oh my god, you guys have actually gone passed back around. We made it. Okay, if you guys weren't here yesterday when I ended stream, I rated Boger, and then today when I started stream, Boger rated me back. And now, but this is the last pass because I'm not gonna be live until China. But I'll update my travels in Discord, so join Discord, and I will talk to you guys there. And then I'll see you guys in China sometime. I don't think I'm going to be live for like 3 days. So goodbye. I'm flying to China on Tuesday. In the new year, I'll be back in Canada already. I'll see you guys. See you guys then. Bye-bye. And then when I come home, then we can game and watch more Fern videos. Ugh. But this was a very nice last stream before the holidays. And before China. I enjoyed. Ugh, I'm glad I get to end it with this time zone too. I'm pleased. I like you guys so much more. Alright, good night.